And we are live. Hey, John, how's things?
All right, Keith, not so bad. Not so bad
Not
at
too
all.
good. Good,
Yeah.
good. Really looking
Yeah,
forward
good.
to this today.
Yeah.
Can't actually believe that it's actually, Jays, we were talking about planning to do this for what? Jesus, since mid-September, I think it was.
I know.
And
Yeah,
now it's
come around quite quick. It seemed to be like when you first talked about it, it seemed to be like miles away. And all of a sudden
absolutely.
it's here. Yeah.
It's just here. And that's so hello to everyone that's watching at the moment. I think we have 8 people watching. So again, I just wanted to put that out there. John over at Mondo Chelloveck Movies. If you have not heard of John, which I seriously doubt any of you out there haven't, but if you haven't, his link will be in the description below under this video. Please throw him a sub. I think you're going to be impressed by what you see. So again, John, thanks for coming over to my third ever live stream.
No
And a Halloween special as well.
Yes,
and the day before Halloween as well. So thanks so much for that.
That's no problem at all.
So I actually had, absolutely no problem at all. So I actually had a question in mind, just to kind of just get things going a bit, and I wanted to ask you before we start kind of diving into the comments. And again, I wanted to put this out there as well to the people that are actually watching at the moment. We are expecting a lot of comments tonight, so if there's kind of conversations going on between everyone in the comment section, I am going to kind of skip through them because we are going to try and get through as many comments as we possibly can. We are expecting quite a bit. So again, if you are talking amongst each other, I probably will skip through them. Again, I hope you do not mind. But yeah, John, I just had this question in my head. I was just saying it to Ellen there the other day. Can you think back to what started you when it comes to your love of horror movies?
Well, it's got to be, I think I've mentioned this quite a few times, but it's definitely got to be the fact is when you were younger and your parents, or my dad, said to us, do you want to watch a horror film? And, when I was very young. And I was frightened out of my life. It was probably a Frankenstein or a Dracula Universal horror on a Friday or Saturday night. And it just snowballed from there. And at the time, there was a lot of these comics were coming out, like Dracula Lives, Werewolf by Night. And you had a lot of horror elements at your fingertips, like childish versions of it. But it seemed like a great time with the help of my dad, who would let us stop and watch anything I wanted to, because he wanted to watch them as well. And it was just a case of, it was just that's what started us off, because it was a definite thing. And I'm sure I was 6. I've got this thing in my mind. I was 6 years old. That happened. And it just went on from there. And I've just never stopped.
It's kind of interesting that I kind of started with the kind of like old classic monster movies.
Definitely.
And but I think I'm very similar with you as well. Again, it's, I have a lot of older brothers, and they were just all big into the horror movies. You'd never be in our house and go, oh, do you want to sit down and watch a comedy? No, it was never that. It was always a horror movie. And I think that's kind of how I got into it. And it's a strange thing when it comes to horror. I don't know what it is, but it's just one of those things that everyone just seems to love. I'd love to know what it is that just what it is about horror movies.
It's the fear. It's the thrill of being frightened.
Yeah, probably.
When you're a kid, you're absolutely terrified, but you kind of love it in the same fashion. And sometimes you can't get to sleep at night, and you're really telling your dad to turn it off and all that, and you're just saying, I can't watch this. But you want to watch it, you want to see what it is. But maybe if you're at a certain age and you get bitten by the bug, it's a thing that you can't help yourself. Put it this way, if you didn't like it at all, you would never probably navigate to it ever again. But
absolutely.
Yeah, so really, when you're a kid, you kind of make your mind up of what you're like in the world. It's this whole Friday night thing, because you didn't have to get to school in the morning. You could sleep in the morning, so you had nothing to get up for. So it was it was a great way to finish the week off. From even at a young age, I found.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm always telling people this story, but I think I was around 8 years old when I first seen Exorcist, the Exorcist. I think I remember going to my father, and my father just hold the VHS tape, and he was like, "Have you heard of this yet, son?" Like an 8-year-old son. "Have you heard of this?"
Oh, yeah.
You want to watch it? And that, and the weird thing is, I remember sitting there, and he wouldn't even bat an eye to the fact that I was sitting beside him when all of this was going on screen. And it was just a very, very different time. I'm sure it's very different now, but back then no one never thought differently about it.
Well, it was a little bit of a different world, wasn't it? Because the fact is that there was no sort of you weren't told to do anything, not to do.
Yeah.
If you want to go to the pictures when you were really underage, you went. Nobody ever checked
Mm.
you. No one had ID. No one had.
No.
You went in with your tie on, your school tie on, and your blazer, and they say, "Are you 18?" Yes, of course I am. And they just say, "Get in." So it's kind of nuts. That, and in a way, it's great because we grew up, I think, at the right time to get that. I mean, it's gone now. You can't do that anymore. It'll never happen again. But the fact is, experience that, and it's something you can bring with yourself. And as you probably do, if you stick some movie on from that time, and while you're watching it, you kind of reliving that little bit of an episode in your life.
That's absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I kind of talked about that when I done my video on that 26-year journey. I kind of meant that, you know, collecting movies is, they kind of felt like time capsules a bit, and I suppose it works the same way as when it comes to watching them. Even like there was even a time. It's actually a great story, this, because I still haven't seen the movie, but when I was around, I was around 7, 8, 9 years old. I can't remember what it was. There was a movie that came in one weekend. It was a brand new release of a movie called Kindred. The Kindred.
Oh yeah.
And I always remember the cover well. It has this green cover to it, and it's just this hideous creature on the cover of it. And they only had one copy of it in my local video store. Because that's what happened to horror movies back then. There was only ever one copy.
Yeah.
And I remember actually spending hours in this video store waiting for this to be returned on this certain day, but it just never came back.
Yeah.
And for weeks and weeks, my brother and myself were going down to try and find this movie, but we could never get it.
Mm-hmm.
And never mind the fact that those 8-year-olds going in to try and rent the movie Kindred. That's clearly 18s. And the horrible thing about this movie is I still to this day have not seen it. It actually came out there not so long ago in a beautiful steelbook. I don't know what company brought it out. I don't know whether it was Vinegar Syndrome or whoever it was, but it sold out, you know, almost rapidly.
Yeah, one of them ones.
And so I still have not seen that movie. So I'm hoping someday I will get the chance to watch it. I don't want to download it. I want to own it.
Well, it's one of them. Yes, I know what you're saying. It's one of those ones where you don't really know what to expect, and it's one of those ones that you've got to strike off your list.
And
we've all got movies like that lurking around that you were excited to get, but you couldn't get your hands on.
Yeah, and rest assured, by the time I do get around to watching it, I'll probably turn around and say it's the biggest heap of shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I waited 40 years for this.
Yeah, that's it. I spent 60 quid on this steelbook for this movie.
Yeah.
So, right, John, I'm going to quickly just scoot through some comments quickly here so we can kind of get this ball rolling. So we've got Lenny Nero here. So he's saying, cool, Halloween is my favorite holiday, but I think it's the same for all of us millennials. And we seem to love this month. Yeah, I'm presuming, John, you're the same.
Oh, yes, it's just great. I think it's the start of the kind of the end of the year for me. As soon as you hear October, you know you're kind of coming towards a lot of things, different things from the summer. And I think it's nice to have the summer, but it's nice to know that this is the start of the end of the year, and you've got like all these things like the Christmas coming up and parties, and you know,
absolutely
taking holidays off work and stuff. It's all good. So yeah, definitely.
It's just that, like I think I've said this before in one of my videos as well. Like, it's the month of October. It's just the look of everything. I love just how everything looks at this time of year. You know, like I said, the lovely orange, you know, the orange trees, leaves everywhere. It's just a beautiful look. And that's something about it I always do love. And yes, October is, you know, like me and Ellen actually watching horror movies for the last nearly 2 months, believe it or not. We started in September. We did. And we still didn't get through everything that we wanted to watch, believe it or not. We had to miss out.
It's quite hard. I tried to watch I've watched a lot more movies than I thought I would do this month, but I've not watched half as much as I wanted to do. I had a load in my mind, but I had to but I'm going to take it into November. I shouldn't have to stop at the end of October. I've still got quite a few of some good classic horrors that I need to revisit. So I'm looking forward to kind of catching, spending November to sort of like end the end of the Halloween ends in November.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The less we say about Halloween's ends, the better, James. John,
Yeah.
sorry. Um, um, no, it's so yeah. We went through our list anyway. We kind of got nearly everything done now. We have 5 left, and we are watching 5 movies now tomorrow night. So we have the 3 Halloween movies to watch. The first 3, that is. Then we have Trick or Treat, and then The Fog, and then that's us done. And then we go on to our kind of almost like our pre-Christmas movies then for November, the likes of Planes, Trains, Automobiles, all them kind of movies. A lot of John Hughes movies in November.
November that kind of time of year fits John Hughes really well. In fact, the more you think about John Hughes, the more absolute classics he's done. You don't think of it at the time, but looking back on it, you think, wow, he's probably made all of those definitive classic movies of that kind of genre for me.
Absolutely.
It,
oh no, he is. I think I said it before. I think comedy died with John Hughes. It just hasn't been the same. And when you think of some of the greatest comedies of the 80s, chances are he's directed it. And if he didn't direct it, there's a good chance he either wrote it or produced it. He was behind everything. He was sadly missed.
Yes, I know. He is a big miss. You don't know really these things until they've gone, do you? Sadly.
No, absolutely. So we've got Cheekster here, 777. He's just saying Halloween live stream. Very cool. Thanks again, Cheekster, for stopping by, my friend.
Yep. Thanks.
Sorry, John?
I'm just saying thanks, Cheekster.
Oh, sorry. So we got Bogey Cat Productions, Michael here. Hey, guys. Hope you're all well. Happy Halloween. And happy Halloween to you, Michael. Yes. I kind of get the impression Michael's a big fan of this time as well.
I could imagine, yeah.
You can't have that Evil Day collection and not like the month of October.
I know. Hey, I wonder what month, Michael might know this, what month is is Evil Dead meant to be in? Does it ever say what time of year it is?
Well, I can't imagine it's summer because, everything does look wintry. It does when you do look at them movies. All the leaves have fallen. It's nothing's what you call particularly vibrant in that movie. And that's not like beautiful green trees.
Yes.
And that's all. You kind of wonder. I'd say it probably is close to around this time of year.
Could be. There's a load of leaves on the ground anyway. So
yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Right. So we've got Cheekster again, just saying happy Halloween, guys. We've got Gareth here as well, wishing us a happy Halloween. Hey, Gareth. Thanks for stopping by. Of course, now we've got Matt V Movies. Good evening. Hey, Matt. Thanks for stopping by, my friend. We've also got Andy here from Forgotten World of Movies. Evening, guys. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, Andy. And I know Andy is going to be doing something very, very similar to myself tomorrow, where he's leaving. He left the first 3 Halloween movies to watch for Halloween. So I think he's going to start them as soon as he gets into work. I get in from work tomorrow, where I'm going to leave mine a little bit later. I think we're going to start around 7. Do you have actually now think of it, John? Have you got anything planned for tomorrow night? Where he's going to sit down, watch a few movies? What he's doing?
Yes, I've got a great. I'm looking forward to actually being at work all night.
Oh, that's fucking great! Oh, that's scary in itself.
Oh yes, that's a horror show for you. Sorry to have to scare you on that one, but no. So what we're going to do is, I was planning to, but it hasn't worked out, to do practically what you're going to do and what Andy's going to do. I definitely want to revisit Halloween 1 and 2, and then I was going to shoehorn 3 into it as well. So I will watch them not back to back, but 1 and 2 back to back, but not 3. But I will watch 3 pretty soon after it. So what I'll do is, like I say, when I've finished work, I will next week try to finish off the classic Halloween movies, which those 3. If I could fit the first 5 in, that would be even better.
Oh wow, yeah, that would be good.
So it's going to be a bit of a marathon for us, but sadly, the only horror I'll have is to be at work all day.
That's a bit of a shame. It really is. We did get through I actually did watch the recent Halloween movies that I got, the Curse of Michael Myers and H20, and the Curse looked good. It didn't. It's not what you call it. There's a lot of soft moments in that movie when it comes to the 4K presentation, but that's to be expected. Halloween H20, I thought looked very dark. I thought it looked unbelievably dark. I know that movie very, very well, and I don't remember it looking as dark as it did on this 4K transfer. And that's so. I need to kind of check that out and just see, is it just me that thinks it's real dark? But yeah, I found it to be incredibly dark, and that one's still nice though.
Well, strangely enough, as you know, I downloaded them just to try them out on Sky Movies. And I watched the start of H2O, and it looks quite bright, actually. I remember it looking bright. So
Okay.
I know what you're saying about that. I've never seen it. That's the only time I've ever seen it, mind. I've never seen the movie. But
Right,
it was
okay.
a bit of bright movie on Sky Movies.
No, I just that opening sequence to the movie, I was looking at it, and I was looking at Ellen, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this is dark. I've never seen it look this dark before. And yeah, so it actually carried on the transfer. Now, not taking anything away from the transfer, it is a nice transfer. But I have to tell you, John, it does speak volumes, I think, when it comes to Scream Factory and how they felt about these 3 movies that they brought out, because they are nothing near as good as the first 5 that we got from them.
Well, as you know, I remember you saying about the first 5 looking good, and I had no experience of really 3, 4, or 5 on any form of, like, other than a video. And I didn't watch 3 after I watched the pictures. So I had no inkling what they would look like, but they looked spectacular, as you said. So sadly, we thought that we're going to get exactly the same for the rest of them, plus the Rob Zombie ones, which not really too keen on them, but it would be nice to get them to complete the whole package. But I know what you're saying, and as soon as you saw that, you thought they were going to sort of like maybe not rush them out, but not take as much care and attention with them. Sadly.
Well, I think the first culprit was when they announced, some of the technical aspects of it, and then we found out that there was going to be no Dolby Atmos on any of them, and I was like, I think that was the first thing that made me go, they're just not putting the effort in. And again, not taking anything away from the picture quality of I've only seen 2 of them now because I have no interest in seeing Resurrection, but
so
they are.
Will you not even give it a watch because you've got the 4K there? No. Are you not going to even tempt it just to say, look, I'm going to do it once and then I've done it? No?
Probably not. No, I hate the movie. I bloody hate the movie. I might actually just knock it on just to see the opening sequence with Jamie Lee Curtis, and then maybe just leave it at that. Because it does have the opening sequence is quite decent to it. But when it goes to doing the whole Big Brother thing, it's a horrible movie. So
I've never seen it. Actually. I've never actually seen it at all. I haven't seen H2O either. So, and I hadn't seen Halloween 6 until I watched it the other day.
H20 is definitely for the Scream generation. It feels like it's a Halloween Scream movie. But I enjoyed it, especially after seeing Halloween Ends now. There is a massive appreciation now for H20 after seeing that movie. So at least we kind of got a decent face-off between Michael and Laurie. Right, so we've got Thomas Pearson here saying, evening, guys. Have a good one. Thanks, Thomas, for stopping by.
Yeah, certainly will.
Absolutely. So we've got the Movie Cheer podcast. So that's AP. Good evening and happy Halloween.
Hi, AP.
Thanks, AP. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
We have got Gary Sinjin. Hi, Gary. Hi, Keith and John. And hello to you all you Halloween viewers. Gary had a wedding today. He was telling me, he was actually saying that he was really looking forward to the stream. And he had a wedding to go to. But luckily enough, he was actually able to get back. The wedding ended early. So he was able to come back.
I thought you might have said his own wedding there. I was going to say, wow, that's dedication.
No. I think he said it was an Albanian wedding. I think he was going to. It was his first Albanian wedding. Oh, so he told me that it ended early. So he was able to stop in. I had a feeling he would. It would have been sorry.
I'm saying I hope it was a good party for him.
Oh, absolutely. I'm fair play to him for stopping in because he did say he was looking forward to this stream. He's a real friend, that man. He really is.
Yeah, he is. You're right.
So we've got Matt V Movies just saying happy Halloween for tomorrow. Absolutely, Matt.
Yes, Matt.
Looking forward to it. So Matt was just asking which films are you watching tomorrow? So yeah, I've already kind of answered it. So the first 3 Halloween movies, The Fog and Trick or Treat. And unfortunately, John, I'll let you go.
Well, I'm not watching, but saying that though, I have actually got Netflix on my phone, so I could maybe rustle something up. I've got that one I was telling you about, that app, which is Plex, I think it's called. They've got some obscure horror films on there, so I might do some online sort of thing, but it won't be actually in my house, and I won't watch anything I don't know about yourself, but if I've got like the option to stream something just to give it a quick watch, it's not as if I would say, "Oh, I'll watch Halloween on my phone." That's a no-go area. I would have to just pick one that I knew I didn't really want to, I don't own,
Absolutely.
or I didn't really want to make a big spectacle of. It would just have to be a kind of quick watch, maybe.
Halloween Resurrection would be perfect for that, John, I think.
I want to, might not put us off me sleep, that one, not in a good way.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a shame. It really is. Right, so we've got Sebastian here. Hey, Sebastian. Very good evening,
Sebastian.
Keith and John. Great that you decided to do the Halloween live stream. Yeah, like we said at the start of the stream, it was wow, it was planned since mid-September. I didn't think we had it planned to do it the day before Halloween. It just worked out that way. It did. So
well, we're talking about when we could do it, and it did really fall upon here, and we had to make sure it was going to be 100% a goer through my team.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm glad that it worked out. And yeah, strangely enough, it's right, but you couldn't have got closer, could you?
You couldn't. It was just mental. It was just mayhem this week. It was just we had just so much going on. It's just like I said to you, we had that pharmaphobia that was that Hellfest that we went to. You know, we had we went to see that movie on Tuesday night as well. Smile. Yes. We just had a lot on this week, and with the live stream on Monday as well with Paul. Then the live stream tonight, it was just, and then we had 1 or 2 nights to try and finish off our Halloween list of movies that we wanted to do as well. So yeah, it was just perfect to fall on this day now, and
yeah,
great to do it.
Sort of end Halloween, the sort of month of October, because obviously I'm writing tomorrow off. I'll continue a little bit into next week to finish off a few classic movies, but it's a nice way for me to sort of bookend this month, I feel personally.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, everyone that's watching at the moment, please do share if you are watching movies tomorrow night. I want to know what you are watching. Actually, someone left me a message today. Who was it? Oh God, I'm embarrassed now. I can't remember his name. Tim. His name was Tim, and he said that he's not a big a horror person, so he's actually watching the Terminator movies tomorrow on Halloween night, and he said he will throw Halloween in the mix as well. Yes. So I said to him, "Oh, are you watching the first 2 Terminator movies?" And he went, "No, I'm going to watch Salvation onwards." So I've never heard someone ever say that to me before. That he's actually not going to watch the first 2. He's going to watch. Maybe he's just seen them so many times. I don't know.
Could be, yeah.
And that was that. So, right. So we've got Warp Art Studio. This is Tristan. Hey, Tristan. The legends are back. Been looking forward to this. Thanks so much, Tris, and
thanks, Tris.
Really appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you.
We've got Ray Murray. Is that Murray? I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. Yes, BBC One double bill. Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee.
Well, you could not beat that. It was like the ultimate. And I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was a young kid, as soon as I knew they were in this movie, the movie coming up, didn't know anything about the movie, I knew I had to watch it. For their presence, you know.
Absolutely, they're great chemistry between the two of them, you see, and that alone can sell a movie.
Sorry, what was that, Keith?
Oh, sorry, no. I was just saying that the two of them had great chemistry on screen together, and I think that alone can help sell a movie. I think, you know, so it's probably what kind of just draws me to them.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So. Right, we've got Sinjin here. He says, Tales of the Crypt was my first horror movie. Tales from the Crypt.
Tales from the Crypt is one of those ones, it's like one of them, what they call again? Portmanteau films, where you get like 5 stories. They'll come together in a bit of a kind of, they've all got this kind of, how can I put it? Like common thread running through. Dr. Terror's House of Horrors, that type of thing.
Yeah. I'm just struggling to picture Tales from the Crypt movie. I'm sure I've seen it. If it's an anthology horror movie, I've definitely seen it. It's just I'm just failing to remember it.
It's one I always get them mixed up because there's that many of them came around about that time. I've got a feeling it was I think it's the one with Peter Cushing in, where he comes out of the grave. He's got that great makeup on. He looks like a zombie.
Right. Okay.
So,
Sorry, I'm just what it was. Tales from the Crypt that done Demon Knight, wasn't it?
It's, I know what you're saying. It's kind of that's a movie, but Tales from the Crypt was also a series, I believe.
Yeah, I do remember that. But he's saying it was his first horror movie he's seen.
Yes, it was definitely a movie because to be honest, I've had my hands in it today because I was moving my stuff around on the shelves and actually got a hold of that one to put in a different slot.
So, very good. Right. I didn't actually know.
And Vault of Horror, which are together, you could call them. Brilliant.
Right. So what company brought that out on Blu-ray? Just out of curiosity.
I think it's Amicus. It's not Hammer.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's a good one now, actually. I don't think I've actually seen that then.
You love them, actually.
Right. I think I remember you're saying to me before. What was it? The Horror Vault one you said there? What was it?
Vault of Horror.
Vault of Horror. You did say to me before to check that one out. I didn't get around to buying it.
Tales from the Crypt and Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. Brilliant.
Right.
Them three are the ones that always stick in my mind. But there was quite a few of them on, I think, and now the screaming stops. That's another one. And used to put them on, but you never remember which one it was. So when you were watching them, you think, oh, is this the one with that thing? And it wasn't that. You know, Dr. Phibes.
Yes.
Dr. Phibes Rise Again. You know that type of, that way that it's got like these kind of people come together. It's just like that.
Very good. Right. I definitely need to check that out then.
Yeah, you'll love it. You'll love them, definitely.
And right. Because I did see just very recently, believe it or not, I'm embarrassed to say it, but I did just, we watched The House That Dripped Blood just recently, and we thought it was fantastic. We did. And then we watched, what's it called? Asylum as well after that.
Yeah.
We didn't think it was as good as The House That Dripped Blood, but it was still very enjoyable. So, yeah, I need to catch up on a lot of them movies. I really do. Right, so we've got Matt here just saying, remember growing up with Hammer horror films, just wonderful memories.
Yeah. Whenever I watch a Hammer horror film, I'm always transported to that time of being in the front room on the settee with a blanket to do that. And when it was on, and my dad laughing at us every time I got frightened. And he's sitting there with his bottle of brown ale, and I'm watching this being, like, loving it, but also hating it at the same, not hating it.
Absolutely.
Like petrified at the same time. It's just great. I mean, literally when you put them on, that's the first thing I think of.
That's a great way. It's a great the way movies have that power.
Yeah.
To kind of just transport you back.
Yeah.
And that's so. Right, so we've got AP here. He's just asking, what's your favorite comedy horror? He's going with Shaun of the Dead. So I'll let you go there, John. What about you?
Good call. Shaun of the Dead's a good call.
Yeah.
I've got to try and think of one that's better than Shaun of the Dead, which is hard to do.
Would you put Hot Fuzz, just out of curiosity, would you put Hot Fuzz in the kind of comedy horror?
It's got elements, hasn't it? It's got like a kind of, it's not like, if you can call Shaun of the Dead like an outright horror, which is kind of not. Hot Fuzz has kind of got that element. It's got that kind of Wicker Man element.
Yeah.
It's a bit like a creepy one. So I can kind of say it's a bit horror-esque. A bit like kind of the League of Gentlemen horror, where it's got them kind of strange, like, place when they go to. Everything's a bit odd. So I kind of can. And then I would say The World's End is more like a sci-fi film. In a way.
Absolutely. So yeah, I've opportunity. And what do you think?
Comedy horror. I've got to say, probably I do treat Fright Night as a comedy horror.
Very good.
But to be honest, it's the funniest movie that I've got with any kind of horror in is Shaun of the Dead for me, without a shadow of a doubt. If I can say that, because I know it's just come up there, but yeah, I'm going Shaun of the Dead as well, with a hint of Fright Night on the side.
There's a few out there. Return of the Living Dead comes to mind.
Yes, aye.
Yeah, its sequel, actually, now I think of it, is actually incredibly funny as well. Actually, I would nearly go as far as to say the sequel is almost a comedy more than anything.
Yes, it's more of a comedy.
Yeah. Demon Knight. Funny enough, we were just talking about Tales from the Crypt. Demon Knight. That's incredibly funny. Billy Zane is amazingly funny in that film, and that's so.
I remember you saying it was really good.
Oh, it's so unbelievably funny. It really is. It has some great comedic moments in it. But yeah, I think with me, when it comes to comedy horror movies, I always go to Return of the Living Dead.
Would you say that? I have one in my mind there. You could say. Would you say Nightmare on Elm Street 2 is a comedy horror.
Yeah, come on. Do you hear that fella screaming in that movie? Come on, like it's.
I love that movie, but it's more for the fun of it, the funny part of it. As a part, there's no horror in it for me.
Yeah.
It feels more like comedy horror and better for it, if I'm honest.
Yeah, the last time me and Ellen watched that, because I wasn't that familiar with the movie. I know the franchise very well, but I was never a fan of part 2, if I'm completely honest. And whenever we did kind of sit down and watch the franchise, we sometimes skipped part 2 a lot.
Yeah.
But the last time we watched it, it was almost like I was watching the movie again for the first time. Yeah. And when that chap started screaming, I'm not kidding you. I'm nearly sure it was 10 minutes from that scene, and me and Ellen were still rewinding it back.
Yeah, to watch it.
And we were just in tears laughing from this fella.
I loved it on that recent rewatch I've watched it on. I've always liked it, but I thought, is it going to be like the joke's going to wear off at this point? With us growing up, it's not going to be connect with us as well. But I enjoyed it more this time around, even more than the first one. I preferred the first one.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping it's one of them movies that kind of grows on me someday. The Nightmare on Elm Street, I'm very strange when it comes to that franchise. It depends on the mood I'm in. I could watch them, and certain parts that I normally do enjoy, I end up not enjoying as much, and then parts that I didn't like, I end up enjoying a bit more. So it's a strange franchise. It is.
It is, actually. Yeah.
Right, we've got Gary here. He says, Mother bought me a Halloween and Halloween 2 double feature VHS when I was 10 or 11, and I've been hooked since.
That's the way to do it.
That's the way to do it. It's actually great. I'm kind of very curious to hear about that double bill feature on VHS. They hardly done that thing where, remember, I'm always saying it to you that I would love to see someone bring out a version of Halloween where it just goes right into the second one. And I couldn't imagine they would have done it on that VHS.
No, but you never know, do you?
No, you don't. I suppose
someone could try.
Yeah, it kind of. I suppose it depends on how obscure the VHS the title was. Yeah. If it was a strange bootleg edition, then maybe. Right. So we got Maffy movies here. Have you watched X and Pearl yet? Thoughts on these films? I have not seen them, John. What about you?
I've seen X. I watched it this week, and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I thought I would like it, but I didn't realize how much I would like it. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to say anything about the movie because I knew literally nothing. Didn't know where it was shot. Didn't know what it was. Didn't know anything about it. The only thing I'll say is, though, it really has a feeling of as if you could imagine this movie if they'd shot Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the look of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and shot X the week after. That's what you're looking at. For the way it looks, the way it feels. Don't forget Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'm not saying that's the movie at all. It's not. It's just the look of it really makes it does. So for me, when I saw that, I was kind of hooked straight away because I thought this is what I want to see in a movie. Just it was like eye candy. But the movie itself is absolutely brilliant and great performances in it. Haven't seen Pearl, but I do want to see Pearl. I know the third film is called Maxine. And I'd really want to see that one as well.
Right. So, there's a reason to why I have not seen X yet. I was never going to see it in the cinema anyway. But when it came out, I think it got announced that there was going to be a 4K release of it. So I held off. So I think Amazon Italy are doing a steelbook of the 4K release of it. But it's not out until December. So I'm actually holding off to wait till I get my hands on that. So naturally, I haven't seen Pearl yet. But I'm open to watching them.
Well, I watched it in high definition on Amazon Prime, and it looked lovely. So I can imagine the 4K looking quite nice. But it's
interesting because
the retroness of it. I think you'll appreciate that. So you get that as well as this movie.
Yeah, because there is a few. Like I said, there's Amazon Italy are bringing out that steelbook, but I'm almost certain that there is. You can get 4K media books for the movie from Amazon Germany, and so they're actually out already. So I just opted to get the steelbook, wait, and just try and get the steelbook. Maybe I probably should have got the media books because I don't know what's the chances of getting matching steelbooks with the likes of Pearl, and then the third movie. It'll be very hard to see that happening.
Yeah, it could actually. It's one of those ones where I think it's going to be. Don't forget the A24 movies, and for some reason, A24 4Ks just do not come out in the UK for years.
Yeah.
Like Ex Machina is no one can say that properly. Ex Machina. They had that out years ago in the States, but I had it for years. One of the first 4Ks I bought, and there it is. It's just come out in 4K over here.
Right. Yeah, but yeah.
So
That
for me is not going to come out anytime soon.
Right. Yeah, but Dash Ex Machina. It's weird because I actually just done a video on it, and I was actually pronouncing the name perfectly at the start of that video. But as the video went on, I started slowly butchering it. So I just forced myself to stop saying the name of the movie. It's just one of the movies, isn't it?
I've called it Ex Machina when I first saw it. It's Ex Machina because it's about a machine when it's not.
Yeah.
And then I heard Machina, and then Machina is the definite pronunciation. But as soon as I go to say it, I'll always say Machina, and I go, no, it's not Machina. But
yeah. I think I said them all during it. I think I said there must have been at least 3 or 4 different variants of that name of that movie I said during that video. So I know I got one of them right. We've got Haley here, and she said, I remember asking if you do a Halloween stream a month ago. What an awesome surprise. Happy Halloween to both of you. I hope you're doing well. She actually did say that to me before. She actually a few people done. I think I said it to you before. There was actually a lot of requests to do a stream with you on in the month of October, and Haley was definitely one of them.
Excellent.
She was. And that's so. So yes, Haley, we've I took your advice and we're doing it now. We've got D. Okay, and he says, "Hi there, late to the party. You're absolutely not late to the party, my friend. We've only just started."
All right, D. Tenacious D, maybe.
Tenacious D. That's what we'll call him. So we got Dr. Impossible here. He says, I associate Halloween to watching Psycho 2. I'd say Psycho 2 is doing the rounds this month, it has to be said.
Yeah.
Because back in 1985, ITV showed the film, and it was a young chap shocked at the spade dash at the end, the new Mother and Goldsmith's creepy score, and he's just saying evening. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's the perfect sequel. It really is, and I think it's the amount of time that passed between the original and that movie kind of really helped it out. But yes, it's definitely doing the rounds this month. So how did you feel about it, John? Are you a big fan of it? Do you prefer it over the original?
Psycho 2. I mean, I love the original. The original, well, can't be beaten, if I'm honest. But I do think that Psycho 2 is very underrated. I was going into it when I first saw it. You know, at those points, I don't know if you remember, there was hardly any 2 movies. I think Jaws 2 was the first, or French Connection 2. There was never any movies that used to put 2 onto it, even when the worst sequels. So when you seen things like Psycho 2, you thought, it's impossible. You cannot do that. After this time as well, this length of time. But I was pleasantly surprised. I think I did see it first of all on the TV as well. Yeah, really? It was a great film, and I've got it, and it was one of those ones I instantly wanted to. As soon as I was picking movies up, I knew I wanted to get Psycho 1 and 2. You know, so yeah, I do think it's a very good, worthy sequel. Probably one of the best sequels out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. What about the other 2 after that one? How did you find them?
I've seen them, and I can remember 3 being okay, and I remember 4 being some I didn't really care for at the time. But I do need to go back and see them because I haven't seen 4 since the 80s. You know, so I've got no really remembrance of it.
Right. Yeah, so, I remember. I think the part 4 was kind of it's kind of like a sequel / prequel.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be. It didn't work for me, unfortunately.
I think a lot of times as well, we didn't really get many prequels back in the day. In fact, any. So you thought, oh, they're cheating because they're going back to the start, and it was kind of like I know they do it a lot now, and do some prequels are quite good, but it didn't work for us at the time. But I do think I need to get back to seeing it.
I think when I bought the deluxe release from Germany of the Psycho collection, I think we watched all 4 of them that time. It was around maybe a year and a half ago. And I do remember kind of watching it and going, it's still the worst Psycho movie, there's no question, but I do remember enjoying it a lot more than the first time I seen it. So yeah, maybe it's worth a revisit, John.
Oh yes, I'm never going to say that I couldn't watch it. It's not one of the movies that I just said I'll never touch it again. I just remember thinking at the time not too much of it, but I know I will watch it again, definitely.
You're right. Right, so we've got Michael here, and he says there's quite a lot of films I own, not necessarily because I like it. It could be because it reminds me of a time in my youth. Wow, that's I kind of relate to that a bit. I do, because I've spoken about this kind of briefly when I said about that movie Visiting Hours.
Yes.
I never seen the movie. I only seen the trailer to it. And it was probably 20 years after the trailer, I seen the trailer, that I finally got to see the movie. And it does kind of transport you back. I didn't actually like the movie. I kind of appreciate it now. But when I first seen it, I didn't think much of it. Yeah. But I kind of get what Michael's saying there. I really do.
Well, I think the one that gets me going off topic a little bit from Halloween, the one that I have the most nostalgia for when I watch it is Gregory's Girl.
Wow.
Because when that came out in 1980, I was exactly the same age as them lot. It was frightening. So it was as if it was like me just watching me at school.
Wow.
And everything about it is exactly how we looked at school and how we went on, with girls, and just the whole persona in a school, and how you were rubbish at sports and all this type of thing. So I don't know, it just every time I watch it, it's the one that can transport me back to my childhood better than any other movie.
Wow, that's incredible. Gregory's Girl. It's a good movie that I haven't seen in a while, but
it's so funny.
I do remember enjoying it.
Yeah.
We've got Sean Sheridan here, and he's saying, what do you think of Halloween Ends? Well, Sean, I can tell you now, John hasn't seen it, so I'm not going to actually ruin anything for John. But me personally, I hated the movie. I think it's definitely one of the worst films I've seen this year. But maybe John might get a bit more of it, so I'm not going to say too much about it. I definitely do want to spoil it on you, John.
I will watch it. I've got to watch it, but I'm going in. Actually, I went in with very low expectations on Halloween Kills, and I love that movie. So I don't know. I'm very open-minded to it, but if I'm thinking that it's not going to have any of the impact that the Halloween 2018 and Halloween Kills had on us, which I thought were good, actually.
I'll be interested. I'm going to be interested to see when you do get around to getting it, see what you think of it.
Yeah, I don't want to see it quite a lot.
Oh well, of course you have to. You've seen the first two, you kind of have to finish it now, don't you? So no matter how. Like I said, we went into this movie, we heard shocking things about it, so it was never going to throw us off watching it because we had to finish it. We did. Kind of wish I didn't, but no. But look, it had to be done. Right, Gareth here, he said, I watch horror all year round. Deborah made a lovely cameo there behind you as well, John. Hi, Deborah.
Oh, I wish you speak. Did you see a run past the camera?
We seen you.
Well, you'll have to go like on your honkers, so you go underneath the chairs.
What she said?
What did I do last night? When I was asleep. Oh no, that was this morning, wasn't it? No. Last night. Yeah. I did something last night. She said, "What was it?" When I fell asleep, it was good with you. No, that was this morning. It wasn't. No, well, it was this morning. No, was it? Anyway, Deborah, she pretends to be asleep when she's like when I'm talking to her, she pretends to be asleep probably. So what I did was I usually go up to her like that, and she goes aha, a bit like Evil Dead when they do that thing with the pendant.
The necklace.
So anyway, I was usually I don't get that far at her, but I was really right on her eyeballs, and with a manic look on my face, and she was asleep, and she woke up at that time, and well, you weren't too pleased, were you? She had a heart attack actually, so didn't mean it though.
Right. So Garrett was just saying he watches horror all year round. Well, so do I, Garrett. But for the month of October, it's nothing but horror. I actually refuse to watch it. Like I've that many new releases in my collection here that I still have to watch. It's frightening, and they won't be watched till probably January next year. So, but Yeah, I'll have a good January. We've got Otis here. Good evening, one and all. Thanks again, Otis, for stopping by. Very nice gentleman as well. Very always commenting on my videos. Use.
That's good.
We got Haley again. She went, one more day till Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. One more day till Halloween. Silver Shamrock. If you don't know, you know. Yeah. Yeah. It literally is one more day till we actually watch that movie again. Can't wait for it.
It's a great movie to watch on Halloween because it's like it is probably the one that encapsulates Halloween more than any of the other ones, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
It leads up to Halloween in the movie, so yeah. I know Halloween is what I'm saying.
And not forgetting as well that I finally get to watch it on my new TV, which you have seen it, Sean. You have the same TV, so I was just saying it today. I was just saying it today to a few people that since I've got this TV, I just haven't seen a bad movie on it yet. It's amazing. It's even the movies that I thought looked average just look great on it. So so I can only imagine what these are going to look like.
Well, I saw the Blu-ray that you sent us for Halloween 3, and I really enjoyed it. And I thought, you're right, it did look good. But when I put that Halloween 3 on, I remember saying it was one of the best, probably the best looking, I feel, out of the whole Halloween franchise for what you look at. And black levels are insane on it. The colours, the pink of the chalets when they go into that town. Oh,
absolutely.
But when I watched it on the OLED, it was like just that movie times 10. It just really lent to this format of OLED, what OLED can deliver. It came to life. Absolutely.
I keep coming back to that. It's funny, we're just talking about that, the frames of the windows, the motel and all that. It's just so strange. I was like, Jesus Christ. I don't remember seeing, but I remember I was watching it. I was like, Jesus, were they always pink? You know, I don't remember, you know, it's a strange thing. It's weird what you can kind of pick up with a 4K transfer, particularly if it's done well. You just start seeing things that weren't there before.
Yeah, totally agree.
So we got Gareth again. He's saying Halloween Ends is a good movie, but shit Michael Myers movie. Again, I don't want to ruin it for you, John, so I'm not going to say much about it. But the only problem is, with me personally, is the thing is, I went into this movie looking for a Michael Myers movie, and for that, I kind of
get a bit of, I don't know anything about it, but I kind of get a bit of a vibe of to what not to expect, and that's one of them. So I know what you're saying. I'm going to just go in with an open mind and just see what happens. But I've got probably every expectation is going to be my least favorite of this current trilogy.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if you did say that it was better than one of the other two. I'd be really surprised if you did say that. But look, we'll wait and see until you get around to it. Thomas, he was just saying, I've watched what was it? I watched Fright Night Horror. Is it Friday Night Horror? Friday Night?
Friday nights,
Friday Night Horror. Used to wait for my grandfather coming in from work with a bottle of was it
Britvic
tomato juice and a bag of Rico sitting down for a movie. Wow, that's a very strange combination.
I'll tell you what though, Tom, my dad used to drink that Britvic tomato juice and used to get out the fridge. It was in this sort of big container, a bit like a sort of like a big glass milk container. It was a strange bottle. And you would pop the top and you could like seal it again. A bit like, you know, when you get tomato puree or passata tomato sauce. You know what I mean? A bit like one of them with tomato juice in it. Right. It used to be going, like this. And I thought, I'll have a taste of that because he makes it look that nice. And when I drank it, it's just like drinking cold tomatoes. So no thanks. So Tom, there's no way on earth. I've never drunk it since.
Right. Wow. No, that's definitely not for me.
I'm not going for Winkles either. Oof.
No. What are there, Winkles? What I can't.
It's, you know, like the little things you get, like we call them willocks. You know, they get them from the sea. You know, like in the shells. You pick them out with a
okay.
And I don't like anything from the sea. So
Jesus Christ, that really is a weird combination. Jesus. On a Friday night as well. Right, so we got David Horrors here. We've got just saying happy Halloween, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Happy Halloween to you, David. And I hope you've enjoyed our Dr. Sleep. They actually done a live stream last night where himself, Cody and Mark sat down and watched Dr. Sleep during that live stream. So I couldn't think of a better sequel to watch, in my opinion.
I might go and watch that one, actually. I might go and watch them watching that, because I love that movie. I never thought I would love it, but I do. I think it's a great movie.
It's you know, it would have been so easy just to make a simple Shining sequel.
Yeah.
But you know, it's all credit to Stephen King, I suppose, isn't it, in the end. But I have to admit, when they do go back to that, the Overlook Hotel at the end of it, Jesus Christ, absolutely extraordinary.
It's a bit like when they do it in Halloween Kills, when they go back to Halloween 78. That's like something that you just think, oh, I need to see a full movie. I know, in a way, that the fact is, I would have loved to see more in Doctor Sleep, but you see enough to sort of pacify you. But
absolutely,
if they made a full movie like that, might be a bit too much. But
yes.
It's, and actually, we're talking on the live stream with Nigel and Mikey about the fact of Ready Player One, when they do the Shining bit in Ready Player One, which is like, that's another wow factor as well. I really love that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You can actually see it the way it's done. You can actually see that when you watch that on 4K, you can really see the dip in picture quality when they get to that segment, because you know there's something really going on with that scene. But my God, what a job that Spielberg done in that particular segment of the movie.
Yeah. Oh, it was brilliant.
Incredible.
Great film, that.
Oh, I really enjoyed it. Loved it. So Michael was saying he never thought about what time of the year Evil Dead is set. Interesting. It's funny. It's weird. I never thought of it, but when I do think about now the movies, I do kind of think maybe around October, November, or something like that.
If I had to guess, I would definitely say that. But I'm going to actually search on Google here and just say if it answers that. It might not even be a time. You know.
No, I don't know. I'm sure if you checked it up, I'm sure it might come up and say where it is. I'm just going to quickly run onto a comment here, John, while you're checking. No problem. It's just Retro Girls UK. She's just saying, "Hey lads, hope you're both okay. Happy Halloween, my favorite season." I think it's everyone's favorite season from the sounds of things. We all love it, and thanks for stopping by as well.
Yes.
So we've got Chris here, and he's just saying, "What's been the best horror film you've seen this month?" Mine is a toss-up between Pearl and Barbarian. Wow, now that is interesting. John, I'll leave it up to you. What's your favourite horror you've seen this year?
Actually, I couldn't find anything out about that. Evil Dead didn't come up at all, so maybe there's no definitive thing for it. If anybody knows, it'd be great to find that one out. So my favourite horror movie of this month is, because I watched quite a few horror movies, watched some good other movies as well.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here. There's a few that I've really, really liked, but thank you. That's my cup of coffee. I didn't spill it this time. Honestly, the gestures I'm getting for that. Actually, I'm looking on this, and I'm going to say it's probably going to have to be the one I had the most fun with, and I haven't watched it for a little bit, is probably Night of the Living Dead. I had such a good time in that. I love the film, but I really enjoyed it this time round. I got like a different feeling out of it than I usually get, which is a bit strange. But I remember I put it off for quite a while because I heard the 4K was coming out, and I heard the 4K doesn't have HDR. So I immediately didn't want to go there. So that's where I went back to Night of the Living Dead after wanting to watch it, after buying it on Blu-ray for quite a bit ago. So I finally got around to seeing it and just had such a blast with it. Loved it from start to finish.
Great.
So
we didn't. Night of the Living Dead was one of the ones that we had on our list for this month, and unfortunately we kind of had to remove it. We just didn't have the time to get around to it. I'm not going to kind of be boring and kind of say, because we watched the Thing and Hellfest and all that last night, but I have to think of the two new horror movies that I watched for October, Black Phone and Smile. I thought were two fantastic horror movies. Smile was, even though, like I spoke to you, John, about it today, it was the cinema experience was very, very horrible for it because of two assholes sitting behind me. But my God, that movie is unbelievably creepy. I just found it to be massively unsettling. Who knew that, just having people standing there staring with big smiles on their face would be just unbelievably scary. and it works so well. And Ethan Hawke's Black Phone. Again, that's another movie, John, I think you are going to love when you do get around to seeing it.
I will. I looked at it. I was out at the town today and I was looking around and I saw it. And I was tempted. I will get it, but I'll let it come down a little bit in price. Actually, if I'm going to say a new movie, I'll have to say it was X would be my favorite new movie that I've seen this month. And also was another one. Actually, to be honest, I had a good time with Old as well. I really enjoyed it.
Did you enjoy it?
I could understand why people were not a bit let down, but a bit kind of like, I don't know. I just thought I had zero expectations and just thought it is what it is. Whatever happens, happens. But I've had a blast. I had a blast with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could
understand people saying, "Oh, if they said, it's that if people got problems with it, I can see that." But I personally thought it was very enjoyable.
I actually I'm almost certain I remember when I actually done the video on that movie. I'm almost sure I'd done that whole bin job with it. Actually, just Tris there saying as well, that movie, Barbarian, that actually looks interesting, that movie. That's another one that...
I keep hearing that. Don't know anything about it.
It's doing the rounds a bit. I've heard decent things about it. So, look forward to that one. Right, we got Michael here. He's just saying, going to watch The Thing in the cinema tomorrow with my son. P.S. Don't forget, first look of Evil Dead Rise tomorrow. Possible trailer. I did mention that in I think I've done my Rare Pieces video where I said, when I showed the Evil Dead bust in it, I said there was a rumor going around that there was a trailer going to be out for. I thought it was for today, funny enough. So it must be for tomorrow. I
heard that you were saying it was going to come out and stuff. And to be honest, when I honestly thought I'd heard that Evil Dead Rise was going to come out this year, but it's not. It's April next year.
It's
I was wrong on that one. Yeah.
Very, very interested to see what they're doing with it, because again, it's one of those things that I don't know what to do. Is it a direct sequel to the remake? Is it a continuation of the Sam Raimi movies? I don't know.
I've not gotten the first idea, but I remember Mikey was saying yesterday on that stream that he'd said that there's a lot of people involved from the Evil Dead, the real Sam Raimi. They've all had a part in this. So he hopes that would play well with what is going to come out. And looking back on it, Evil Dead, the remake, had a heavy thing with them lot as well. And they kept it on the straight and narrow to a certain extent. So for me, it might be the same thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I was just going to say, who's that man beast behind you?
The big lad. It's just, you finished your... Oh, you've been...
In football, aye.
Football,
aye. Very good. Very good.
Killing people at football.
Wow, he is frighteningly big.
Yeah. If he wants to sit in the seat, I'll let him.
Great to actually hear Michael as well going to see The Thing in the cinema. That's something I would love to do someday.
Well, actually, when I was talking about it, there was one of those things where you think to yourself, as great as it is, because I saw The Thing at the time, and I've got that whole real thing for the whole the nostalgia thing of that day, or that period, that I don't really want to take that away by it. I would definitely go and see, say if there's a movie like The Exorcist that I haven't seen at the cinema, I would love to see it again. At cinema. But one that I've previously seen, had a good time with. The only one I'll probably break with that one is going to be the Friday the 13th Part 3. If I could get a chance to see that again in 3D, I'll be going straight to that.
Right. I would love to see it actually myself, John. Actually, Friday the 13th Part 3. It has some of the most gimmicky 3D effects, but I say it's a great bit of fun to watch.
The best thing about it, the pole, the yo-yo, the eyeball, they were just great. Such a blast.
No, I would love to try it someday. So we got Liam here, and he was just saying, hey guys, the BBC show Ghostwatch is out tomorrow on Blu-ray. Happy Halloween. Now, this movie did get brought up on Paul's stream that I done on Monday. I never heard tell of this Ghostwatch before. So what they done was they sent me a link to Amazon for that movie. And it's like Second Sight all over again. when they sent it to me over here, it's coming up as unavailable.
Oh,
so
right.
I can't get it. I can't. So
well, if you just tell me, I'll get a file and get it over to
yeah,
you.
they were praising the shit out of that movie. Have you seen it, John? Ghostwatch?
Yeah, I saw it when it came out, and to be honest, though, it was a bit weird. But I didn't, when people thought it was real, I didn't get the vibe that I thought was real. I really didn't, which is a bit strange because I was young at the time, or younger at the time. So I don't know. You'll either love it, or you might be a bit oh, come on, did it? Do you know what I mean? You might not be. I think it was a kind of one of those things where it came out at that time, and I haven't looked at it since. Is it of that time? I'm very unsure about near it, to see. Yeah,
I think I'll take a gamble on it because I think it is it's 101 Black Label that's bringing it out. So I have a couple of editions from them. So I might take a gamble on it someday. I might give you a call, John, and see if you can.
Yeah, no,
I don't think I want to spend too much on it now, if I'm completely honest. So if I can get it for relatively cheap someday,
not to do that. I would say don't spend a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
Actually,
that's exactly right.
There's a sort of side note of that. Have you ever seen Inside Number 9? The TV show that was done by the two people out there, League of Gentlemen.
No.
They've got that's a great series, and it's all like little sort of like kind of horror elements to these little short stories they have. And one of them they do is it's kind of like a redo of Ghostwatch. I'm trying to think which it's one of the recent series, and they do a thing and it's about them doing a show about a horror thing going to be happening in this TV show, and everything goes spookily wrong in this TV show. It's a bit like that. I'm sure if you've seen that, it's a bit like Ghostwatch in a fashion.
Okay, very good. We've got a Mind for Movies with Alexander Wayne. He's just saying, hi lads, looking forward to this. Hey Alexander just started, he just recently started his own YouTube channel. I think he's probably had it up now and running for the last 3 weeks. So he's a lovely lad. So again, run across to his channel and throw him a sub if he's interested.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the legend that is Ben, the Cadaver Club. They're saying, hey, I still maintain he probably would have one of the greatest YouTube channels. When you see some of the editions that he picks up, it's frightening. That man collection. He keeps saying that he'll get back to YouTube, but he never does. But I'm hoping someday he will.
Well, you've told me a lot of the things that you've got, and I'm like, wow, I would love to see that.
It's
so Ben, I would be wanted to watch that definitely, because they're all like one of these, like the really juicy editions, I would say.
Yeah. Like even if you go onto Instagram, he does upload he puts a lot of pictures up on Instagram, and some of the editions that he pulls out, I don't even know where he bloody hears of them. Never mind getting them. It's frightening.
I'll agree with that one.
Yeah, it's amazing. So we got the Forgotten World of Movies. Andy, spot on. Going to be watching Halloween 1 to 3 on 4K for the first time. Yeah, I forgot he said that to me as well.
Oh wow!
Just wrapped up the Monster Squad, Hocus Pocus, Trick or Treat, and Stay Tuned today. Wow, there's a lot of good ones in there.
That's a line up there for sure, isn't it?
Yeah, I just Stay Tuned is one now that I know I've seen, but for the life of me cannot remember it. Monster Squad is
it John Ritter? That one.
Is that what it is? John Ritter, is it?
I think it is. That's what's coming to mind when I'm looking at it. And I think if it was, I love John Ritter, and I think it's one of his films, and I remember liking it.
Right.
Pretty sure it's that one.
Right. And of course, Monster Squad is, I have not seen that movie in years. That's directed by Shane Black, if I remember correctly.
What one, sorry?
Monster Squad.
Mm-hmm.
You know that director Shane Black. He was in Predator. He was. He directed that movie. I think he directed it, or did he write it? I'm not sure he wrote it. I can't remember.
Well, if I'm honest, I always used to get the Monster Squad mixed up with another movie that was a bit like it with Vincent Price in it. The covers are the Monster Club or something like that. It's not that movie. Right. So I'd always thought, and I didn't like the Monster Club, so I thought, the Monster Squad's a different one because everyone was going on about the Monster Squad.
Mm.
So it was on Sky Movies one time. This was a while ago. So I thought, oh, I'll watch the Monster Squad. And guess what? I didn't like it one little bit.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
I just thought, what? Didn't like it. Now,
well, I'm not really surprised there, John, because you're not the biggest fan of the likes of the Goonies either, are you?
No, I'm not.
And the Goonies is kind of a bit like Monster Squad.
Well, I found it very Goonie-esque. But saying that though, it's not as if I just writ it off and said this is just awful. It looked good, but what I need to do is when it ever comes out in the UK on Blu-ray, I will pick it up. I'm not going to pay a big money for it because it's not. I wouldn't if I didn't have the same experience with it. I mean, this is going back about 10 years ago, so I will give it another shot. But I don't know. It's just I'm not pouring any water on it by saying it's absolutely awful. I just didn't get it. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I again, I haven't seen it now in 20 years. As a matter of fact, I would nearly go as far as to say that I think I only own that movie on DVD. It's one of them movies that I found hard to get on Blu-ray for some strange reason. Yeah. So I'm kind of hoping to pick it up someday. Hocus Pocus was one of them movies that we kind of had to remove from our list this year. Unfortunately, we just ran out of time. But I do enjoy that movie.
I saw it back in the day and I really enjoyed it. I haven't seen it recently, but I did think it was quite good.
Yeah, and
I haven't seen Trick or Treat.
Oh my God. Have you not? Are you serious?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh my God.
I've never seen it.
Wow. I still stand by that movie. It's the greatest Halloween movie since Halloween.
A lot of people love it.
It's just extraordinary. It really is. As a matter of fact, I'm almost certain I heard, I don't know if it did happen or not, but it was meant to be getting a cinema release this year. Because it never got a theatrical release. And that, but I didn't hear more about it. So we've got a Video Manaman Gizmo. Wow. Hello, Euphoria. Nice collection you have. Well, thank you so much. It's a collection I'm incredibly proud of, it has to be said.
Well, it is. It's one of those things where, I mean, even before you had your room, what you've got now. I mean, when I saw your very first video, when you were just sort of, I was thinking to myself at the time, I thought, wow, it was just everything in one room, everything in one place, and I thought. I remember you were saying that you were going to redo that when you were more experienced with stuff.
Yeah,
and which you did do, and you've done loads of stuff. But I knew from day one, I thought you've got some special stuff in there. You know.
Yeah.
Is like the best thing about your collection is nothing. The best thing about if you can do it with a collection, if you can show it, if you can have it all to look at, you're not like opening doors or going in lofts.
Absolutely.
That's the best setup you've got to be able to view everything and sit and just drink it in.
Absolutely. No, and it was very important as well that that when we changed the rooms and we moved the collection out here, I said that it was very important to get that background exactly just like the way it was in the old room as well. That was very important. I needed that there. Because it's something I just love looking at. It never gets boring to look at. And I was so happy that we were actually able to put it into this room without any issues, thankfully.
Yeah, it's a treat. It's good.
Yeah.
Actually, now I'm looking at that, I can see you're getting a bit of an Omen look. The Omen.
Don't start that shit. No.
It's Halloween.
The spears are coming.
The Omen's coming for you.
I don't know why it keeps capturing it on the live streams, but yet when I'm doing the videos, nothing appears. It's
it never. You only mentioned Ghostwatch. When you said Ghostwatch, that's when it came on. There's something going on here.
So thanks everyone for coming by for this live stream. I'm going to call it a night.
Something happens with a spear. You know.
Well, we'll know what happened. Right, so we got Ray Murphy. Good evening, guys. Did you see Terrifier 2, and what did you think of it? I haven't seen it. John, have you?
I haven't seen it. I
haven't even seen the first one.
You haven't seen the first one?
No.
No, neither have I. I went looking for it today in the HMV, but didn't have it. I think it's out of. I went to look at it on Amazon, but you can't. It's unavailable at the moment. So maybe they've just got a lot of people wanting to buy it.
Yeah, the only thing I heard about it was again now you don't know how true this is, but I just heard that people were leaving the cinema getting sick after watching it.
I've heard
You
that.
know, so
I think Mikey's seen it, and he said he didn't feel that way, but he said it's pretty gross, like.
right. But is it? That's what I'm saying. But is it? See, there's one thing to movies that are gross, and then movies that are comedically gross, where I can sort of withstand them kind of movies. But if it's kind of if it's not kind of like done that way, like a comedic side to it, then I might struggle with it a bit.
Yeah,
and that's so. Right. So yeah, no. Again, I think both of us are open to watching them, but
oh yeah, definitely. It's one of those ones where you hear people talking about it and you just think immediately, well, just go and get it, and you cannot get it, and you think, well,
it's
where
very
is it?
strange.
Yeah, it's just, and it's this. I mean, Terrifier has been out for quite a while, and it's just never come into the UK. But I think it's a double disc, and I think Nigel had seen it in HMV and he's going to pick it up. So I thought I'll just go and get it mine. But it might be one of those ones. It's not really. They might have to produce a bit more for the demand at this moment.
Yeah,
but definitely up for seeing it.
I think with me with the Terrifier, the first one in particular is. I keep going back to Ben, because as I told you, John, before, Ben sent me that steelbook, and it got lost in the post. And I feel that if I'm going to get that movie, it has to be that steelbook. I would love to be able to just get it in my collection, send Ben the photo, and just say, look, it took nearly 2 years, but I've got it now. So it's that's what I'm kind of waiting for, and hopefully someday I can get it. Right, so we've got Chris Kennington, and he's saying, I bought the double pack of the Terrifier 1 and 2, so I'll be watching them tomorrow night. Haven't seen either, so looking forward to watching them. So you're in the same boat as us, Chris.
Oh, I definitely want to see them.
Yeah, definitely.
But when I was on Amazon, I thought, well, how much is it? It's just going to be like a regular price. You're going to have to pay a bit more because there's 2 movies on there, but it didn't have the price on it. So I'm just totally in the dark about it, but I do want to see them.
It's a strange thing because, like, even when I go onto Amazon, I haven't even accidentally bumped into these releases yet either. I must go on tonight when I'm finished with the stream and have a look.
Yeah. No, they've never come to me, because usually you can kind of trip over these movies, can't you? Or at least where you're going to get them from, but no.
That's a weird thing. It really is. So we got Gordon Dryden. He's just saying, "Hi guys, hope you are both well. Great to see you together again. The first horror movie I went to see was Black Christmas in what a movie that is, in the 70s. I think it was the first slasher movie. What do you think, John? I'll let you go ahead with that one.
Yeah, well, it is a classic, and it's one of those ones where I think it was kind of that early that I think you could more or less say it was, because don't forget you had the likes of what was it called the Mario Bava film. Oh, I'm blanking on it. Bay of Blood. Had a Bay of Blood, but there was no way we were seeing that over here. And Black Christmas would have been the first one we would have seen in the UK, kind of thing. And I don't think there was anything like it before that. So for me, I'm gonna definitely say that I would say it was the first slasher in that respect. The first slasher that was in it, like in our hemisphere, if that's a thing. And I think it's a great film, and it is still like one that you can see it's starting something.
Yes, I absolutely agree as well. I think it's, as much as I love Halloween, and I'd love to say Halloween was the movie that started, but it wasn't. Let's face it, it was Black Christmas. And I'll tell you one thing as well. Another thing that has to be said as well about Black Christmas, Bob Clark. That man does not get the praise that he's not alive. He's not with us anymore. But my God, talking about a versatile director, like he directed arguably one of the most underrated slasher movies of all time with Black Christmas. Easily directed one of my favorite comedies of all time with Porky's.
Wow, didn't know that.
And he probably directed one of the best Christmas movies ever made with A Christmas Story. So he has, like I said, a real versatile director. It's and he doesn't get his name never gets talked about. It's a shame. It is.
No, that sort of them facts should be a bit more readily available and just like kept under wraps. Yeah.
Absolutely. But Gordon, that's a great first pick. It has to be said. And another thing, Gordon, if you are still watching, Gordon is doing absolutely everything, John, to get me that Zombie Flesh Eaters window box edition. He's sent me links he's sent me onto eBay 3 times now. And the recent one he sent me onto I don't know what it's on now at the moment. It was actually 99p. It was on an auction, and it was on actually 99. Now you know as well as I do, it's going to go a lot higher than that. But unfortunately, it looks like this fella won't ship to Ireland, so I'm going to have to wait and see. I'm actually waiting for an email back from him. I actually sent him one, seeing if he will ship.
If he doesn't, let him ship it to me, and I'll ship it to you. If that's
what I might do in the end. It depending on what it goes for.
Yeah.
Because I do want it. You know as well as I do. I want it. I do. But
well, it's the last one, isn't it?
It's the last one, but I'm not going to pay absolutely crazy money for it either. Actually, the other two that Gordon sent me on to, one of them was around £150, which is ridiculous. Yeah. And then the other one was around £80. But the only problem with that was, it was then you had another £19 on delivery, and of course, epoxy customs charge. So it was working too much. So I'll let you know about that, John. I'll check it out after the stream and see what's on at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's always an option if you get somebody who just won't do that, and I don't think that should be a thing that they shouldn't do that. That you can just bypass somebody, send it to me, and I'll send it to you.
Absolutely,
which is no problem. Because
at least with that,
missed out on it because of that fact.
Yeah, and it's at least then we can avoid the whole custom charge thing as well by doing it that way as well. So.
Oh yeah.
So.
It's a rip-off.
Yeah, Dr. Impossible. I did watch Stuart Gordon's From Beyond. Good movie that this afternoon. My word, I forgot how gory this sick puppy really is. Slippery body horror, but enjoyable nevertheless.
Yeah,
I love the way he put the word in, slippery.
It is actually, that's a good way to describe it. It's very slippery. Yeah, it's a quite depraved little movie, because I mean you had Reanimator before. It had like slight elements of that, but this one was a little bit more extreme than that, and with some of the same actors or actresses in it. And I always thought they were kind of like a strange companion piece to each other, because of the way they were kind of, similar actors, similar directors, all that type of thing.
Absolutely.
Although I do prefer Reanimator, but no.
Yeah,
From Beyond is. And it's a movie that passes a lot of people by. Everybody knows about Reanimator, but not a lot of people know about From Beyond.
No, they absolutely don't. The weird thing about From Beyond is I have more memories of the trailer to that movie than the first time watching it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I remember, that trailer was on everything. Back in the 80s, no matter what movie you were renting. I don't care if it's a year after the movie came out, it'll still be on the trailer side of them VHSs. And actually, as a matter of fact, I only just recently picked it up from Second Sight on Blu-ray for the first time. As a matter of fact, Sean Clark, who does them location pieces, I love his channel. I love him.
Yeah, absolutely.
That machine that's in From Beyond, the thing that he invents, I think Sean Clark actually has the original machine there. He does. It's unbelievable. He was actually showing it there not so long ago.
Wow. That's crazy.
He's some incredible stuff, that man. It's unbelievable. Tenacious D says he may look different on your new OLED TV, deeper blacks in contrast. Well, I like the TV I had before this television was an OLED television. It was actually a great OLED television, and the LG CX. I still maintain it's one of the best OLED TVs out there. But my God, Sony did step it up a bit with this TV, and looking forward to it tomorrow. Honestly, I cannot wait for tomorrow night. I really am. I watched The Thing last night, John, and as well. How much I feel about that movie on 4K and how I think it looks amazing. You loved it as well.
Yeah.
So when we watched it last night on the Sony television, Jesus Christ, it's frightening.
It is. It's like it's. I mean, they get a bit of like a lot of people saying that they didn't really care for it, which I was going into it thinking that, and thinking, oh, am I going to get a turkey here? Because the Arrow Blu-ray was excellent, but I was thoroughly blown away by it. It ticked every single box for us. And so, do you think that you got that feeling as well when you watched it on the OLED TV with that kind of little extra wow factor?
Yeah. Yes. Just there's something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just that. Is it the brightness? That's adding the because like I said to you, John, I haven't seen a bad movie on this television yet. Is it the fact that it's a brighter OLED television than what I'm used to? Could be. The colors just look, the colors are just amazing. It's not so much the 4K resolution. It's not. I don't think the picture looks any sharper. I think it's just more. Again, the image looks a lot brighter. The colors just look a bit more.
Yeah,
just a bit more to it. It's But yeah, I'm just I can't. I'm going to use what's his name? A quote from Christmas Vacation. Chevy Chase. You'd have to get I'd have to get plastic surgery to remove the smile off my face come tomorrow night when we sit down and watch these movies. Can't wait for it. So, we got Conor Gray. Good morning from Sydney, guys. So Conor is he's a fellow Irishman who's living in Sydney. He actually sent me a parcel over. Conor, and if you are still watching, my friend, I still haven't opened your parcel yet, and I won't do it until I actually do shoot the video for it. And I'm hoping to have that out next week, Conor. So thanks again. I'm sure I'm going to love what you sent me. So he sent me 2 movies from Australia. Two Australian movies that he felt that I should watch. So very interested to see what he comes up with.
Would they be on Umbrella, do you think? Is it the Umbrella label?
I'm kind of curious to see that. I'm wondering, is there going to be an Umbrella title? I'm kind of curious. I'll know soon enough when I get around to doing the video. So Alexander, he's just saying, gotta drop the bomb and bring it up and get it out of the way. Halloween ends after the cinema hype. I give it a 7 out of 10. So we enjoyed it. That's good, Alexander. Don't let me or anyone else ever put you off it.
Yeah, that's it. I think that I'm very much of the. You imagine the same, Keith. That if somebody likes something, fair play. I'm not going to say you're mad or anything like that. And I'm just going to say that I'm glad that some people do like it. Put it this way: if you liked everything that I liked, it would be a bit of a boring world, wouldn't it?
Oh my God, you kidding me?
I detest something that you think is brilliant. And it's quite interesting to say, well, why do you think it's brilliant, or why did you test it? So we get a bit of a conversation going on it.
Absolutely.
So, it's good that people like it.
I think if anything, I think people like myself would probably maybe help yourself when it comes to watching that movie, where maybe I can lower your expectations so low that you could end up actually just really enjoying it. So look, we'll have to see. Brian Smith, hi Keith, hope you're having a great Halloween. I am indeed, Brian. This week has been fantastic. It has to be said. It's exactly what me and Ellen needed. So we're having a great time. But now we are, thankfully. Haley, I watched Tales of Halloween as per your recommendation, Keith, for Halloween themed films. I loved it. Not going to lie, sometimes I didn't know whether to laugh or to be scared, but what a ride. That's Tales of Halloween. John, have you actually watched it yet?
No, I haven't. I've got it, and Haley's just reminded me on that I've got it, and I wouldn't care. I looked at it the other day, but I've forgotten about it until I've seen it on there and Haley's comment. So what I'll do is I'll put it right next to the Halloweens, so I know that when I go to the Halloweens, watch Halloween 1, 2, and 3 next month, I will definitely have that after that, because I do want to see it. And I do consider myself still in Halloween mode.
Absolutely. And did you notice last night that Ellen posted up a picture on Instagram of this little creature holding like a bag?
Yeah.
Well, that was Tales from Halloween. That was one of them. That story is called Friday the 31st. It is. So I don't have to tell you what that story is going to be about. But that's one of the more funnier stories in it. But she is absolutely right, Haley. It is one of them movies that there's some creepy stories in there, but there are some unbelievably funny stories as well. Yeah. And more importantly, and I can't stress this enough, it captures Halloween perfectly.
Yeah.
And that's what I really love about the movie.
We can't ask for more than that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think you're going to like it, John. Right, Retro Girls UK. I'll be having a horror VHS night tomorrow. VHS? Wow. Why not?
I wonder what you'll be watching.
Yeah. I wonder will there be some real obscure titles in there, seeming it's VHS.
Yeah, different anyway. I mean, it's that's about as retro as you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Happy
definitely.
days. Gareth, he's just saying Halloween and Halloween 2, as I do every Halloween. Absolutely. I would love to see how many people are doing that tomorrow night.
The ultimate double bill for
Yeah,
Halloween, isn't it? I
yeah.
mean, I know you said it, and I would imagine that everybody thinks that. Once you've watched Halloween and you know Halloween's there, Halloween 2's there, you can't just say, I'll watch Halloween 2 next year. As soon as you're watching it, you're going, where's Halloween 2? You're reaching for it, aren't you? And you think to yourself that if you don't watch it, you watch it the next night. You know, I didn't watch it last year. I watched the two together.
Me personally, no, I can't even do that, John. I can't. I can't just knock on Halloween and then turn around and go, "Oh, I'll watch the next one now tomorrow night." It has to be. I feel like if I don't knock on Halloween 2, I feel like I've only watched half a movie. It's a strange thing.
Yeah, well, it's basically, well, it's not the same movie, but it feels like as if it's. I think I only remember watching it on the cinema, and I thought this feels exactly like, because some of the sequels you were seeing at that point felt like they might have been not by the same person. You could tell it was like a different take on it and stuff. But that one felt as if it was literally, off the same person. I know it wasn't particularly, but do you know what I mean? It had the same vibe as Halloween.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, you're right. I couldn't agree more with you. And again, can't wait for tomorrow. MASH. I'll be watching The Fog again.
So Keith, just after this, I don't know if you can see
it. I've seen it.
Yeah, but
I've seen it and it's been removed.
It's been deleted from the thread, so there's a few on there, but Playtendo guy has got to them and they're all gone. So
that's fantastic.
Just brilliant.
That's Pete. Thanks again. Jesus, I tell you one thing. That man is a bloody angel on YouTube. I'm not kidding you. He looks after everyone.
Pete's he's sound. He's one of the.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it. I've said this quite a few times, and I know you agree with this, Pete, Keith. That Pete is one of the genuinely nicest blokes you'll ever meet.
Oh. It's I don't know what it is. What a gift that man has when it comes to doing his streams. You just feel so unbelievably comfortable on his streams, and they just flow. He's just a perfect host. He really, really is. And every time he invites me on, I genuinely get excited to doing his streams. So again, if anyone is watching and if he's not aware of Pete, Playtendo guy, his channel name is. Do go over and check out his channel. I'll tell you one thing, his streams are absolutely fantastic. His videos are amazing as well. And he's just like John said, one of the nicest people you could ever meet on YouTube.
He is, legitimately, and it's he's just, like I say, he's a nice guy. He's a down-to-earth guy, young guy who doesn't seem like a young guy. He's got like his head screwed on.
No soul.
And he's a good lad, and he's great on the comments. And he can help you out, and he can do all the stuff he's going to do. And he's there all the time, isn't he? He's got your back. He's good.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. So yeah, Matt, enjoy The Fog tomorrow night. I know I'm definitely going to enjoy it. The only problem with me with The Fog is I'd say it'll be probably around 2:30 in the morning by the time I actually knock it on.
Really?
It's going to be very late.
I watched The Fog this October. I watch it at the end of last month. But I watched it very recently and loved it, as I always do. It's to me, it's one of the ultimate horror films for this season. It just ties in with it. I've got a brilliant cinema experience with it as well back in the day when I was
really?
So it's I've got a lot of I put it on, I get a nostalgic feeling from it. I get the fact that I loved it, and so it works for me on many levels, and it looks beautiful as well.
When we went to that horror festival I was telling you about, John, there was a segment in it. I was just saying it to John Clancy tonight on the phone. There was a segment in it where we went into this room and it was just fog. Now you could not see 2 inches in front of you. You couldn't see nothing. So there was 8 of us at this thing, and my brother was there, and he walked in first. And I could just hear him going, "Oh, what the hell is going on here?" And the minute I walked in, I just instantly shouted out to him, and I says, "Any sign of Blake Nixon?" And he just turned and he says, "Don't say that," Unfortunately, there was actually no one in the room. It was just fog. And all you had to do is just try and get through without smashing your face off a wall. But it was a shame. We thought someone was maybe going to come up and kind of whisper in our ears or something like that. But yeah, it didn't happen,
I'll get you
unfortunately.
with a meat hook.
Yeah.
I watched The Fog the end of last month, but
Oh wow! Right.
It's one of those ones where I could watch at least once a year, every year.
Oh, The Fog gets multiple viewings with me. I have to each year. It has to be said, it's one of them movies. I just it never gets boring.
Yeah.
Ryan Smith. Speaking of another great movie here, I'll be watching the 1963 The Haunting. It's an oldie, but I love it, and I absolutely agree with you, Brian. How did you think? What did you think of
John? But I did enjoy it. I do enjoy it. It's a movie that I want to get back again. But I've got this feeling, for some reason, I don't know why, it might see a 4K sometime down the line.
I think so myself.
It's got that feel of it because it was like, it's such a iconic movie, and this movie that a lot of people talk about. And I know that when I saw it on TV, and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And it's a movie I keep picking up but put back. But I think I might have to buy it in Blu-ray before. It's in the HMV Premium collection. So
nice.
And 2 for $15, I'll pick it up with something else. And, but it's a brilliant movie. Very underrated. And you get enough attention.
Yeah, and they did a remake to it, if I remember correctly, as well, didn't it? The one with Liam Neeson and Catherine Zeta-Jones. It was one of them movies. I think I really liked it when I watched it, but it's slowly, every viewing now is kind of starting to drop for me a bit. But I do remember the production value of that remake being quite impressive.
I've never seen the remake. It's one of those ones where I like the original that much, and
you don't want to tarnish it.
I just didn't want to revisit it. There's a few films like that, but The Haunting was one that I just thought myself, yeah, I'm gonna give it a skip.
Yeah, and did that TV show that came out as well? Do you know the what was it called? The Haunting of Hill House. Was that not part of that? The remake of The Haunting as well, or I might be wrong with that.
Yes, that could be right.
I've heard great things about it, but I never got around to watching it.
No, I've never seen that one, I don't think.
No, I might be wrong. I'm not sure. St. John Gary, definitely watching Halloween 3 in The Fog tomorrow night.
Nice.
Yes, Gary. Hopefully we can get in sync with each other and watch it at the same time. We got Gary as well, another Gary. Hi, gents. Have you seen Terrifier 2 yet? And what are your thoughts on it? So, yeah, Gary, we both kind of answered it. We haven't, neither of us have seen it yet. So, and it's very hard. It seems to be very hard to buy. So,
yeah, if we had it, we'd watched it easy.
Yeah. I'm not against watching it.
Yeah.
So we got Mark Daniel Mooney. He's just saying, hi guys, hope you're both well. Watching Halloween 3 tonight.
Yeah.
God, I was watching
Halloween at the moment, especially at this time of year. It seems like most people are mentioning Halloween 3 before the other ones. Did you get that vibe?
I am getting that vibe, and it's a great thing. It really is. It's just it's great that the movie is getting the attention that it deserves.
Yeah, you're right.
It really does.
Well, nobody disliked it more than I did back in the day.
I
moved on from that. I'm glad that you sent me that and made me. Well, weirdly enough, I was going to try it out. Then you had sent me it. You read me mind. I opened it up and I thought, right, I'm going to watch this. And to be honest, I should have put the demon to bed long before I did. I've kind of missed out on 32 years of watching it, but it is what it is. I'm loving it now. So
yeah,
if you hadn't sent me that Blu-ray, I wouldn't have got the 4K, and I wouldn't have had the experience I'm having at this moment. So
that's an interesting one. Funny enough, you said that because I'm kind of wondering to myself now that if I didn't send you part 3 and when them 4K releases did come around, would you have just settled with the first 2? Would you have went for 4 and 5 as well?
I would have went with the mindset I had before I'd seen part 3 and not really knowing too much about 4 and 5. I would have definitely just got the first 2 and that was it. Nothing else.
Wow.
So there you go.
Hopefully someday as well, the opportunity will come around to getting them last 3 and kind of completing that set for you.
Well, I wasn't too keen on 6, but I know there's the producer's cut of 6, which I haven't seen. And I haven't seen H2O yet. I just watched a little bit at the start. I haven't watched your favorite one, which was Resurrection. And so, to be honest, what I'm thinking of is what I might do is if I look at them at the moment, 6 is not working for me. Maybe
Yeah.
H2O and Resurrection don't. So if they don't, I might skip them on 4K. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It might be something I might just leave.
That's fair enough.
But I love the first 5.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Right, so we've got Dr. Impossible. He says, have you two guys ever seen Robert Florey's 1947 film The Beast with 5 Fingers with Peter Lorre and Robert Alda? It's about a severed hand of a late concert pianist who haunts his mansion. No, I can't say that I have. John, what about you?
Yeah, I've seen it now. It was great. It was one of those ones, the hands. There's quite a few severed hand movies out there, and The Beast with 5 Fingers is one I definitely remember, and it petrified us when I was a kid. So yes, anyone. There was the movie, I think The Hand. There was another one with Christopher Lee, where it's a bit of the. I think they've retold this story loads of times about the concert pianist that gets his hands cut off, or that type of thing. Dr. Orlac comes to mind about that as well. That's the same trope. But The Beast with 5 Fingers was, the title as well. What a title that is.
It is a great title as well, and it's not only that. Just reading his little synopsis that he put down, it's just very it's very unique sounding as well. It's kind of has me intrigued. I'm going to actually check that out now when I finish the stream.
But I tell you what, actually looking back on that, it's just reminding me about this movie that came out. What's it called again? It's a silent movie. It might be The Hands of Dr. Orlac. It's The Hands of Dr. Orlac. It's the same story. That must have been the first time it was done, about 1928. Brilliant film. But it's that whole thing about the hands coming back, and he gets his hands chopped off in the movie, and he gets some hands put on by this revolution. This is a black and white silent movie. Gets his hands put on, and the hands are of a killer. That was killed in an electric chair, and they get his hands off him. But the hands want to kill people, and it's a brilliant little movie.
What does that remind me of? It's
it must have been told 1,000 times that.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of one with Mark Hamill. It's an anthology movie where he gets the eye of a serial killer, and he starts becoming. He gets kind of controlled by this. What fuck? I only just seen it. It's an anthology movie. Is it Cat's Eye? No, it's not Cat's Eye. I can't remember what it is. I'm sure someone will let me know in the comment section, but it is an anthology movie. I think Mark Hamill's he's a basketball or baseball player, and he gets into a car crash at the start of it, and he loses an eye. Mm-hmm. And they give him a new eye, and it's the eye of a serial killer. And all of a sudden he starts carrying on like the serial killer. It's a decent little story.
Sounds it.
So we got Pete here. Hey Keith and John. Hope you're both doing well. Doing great, Pete. And thanks again for all your help in the comment section as well.
Good guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the best.
Well.
I mean, don't get us wrong, there's loads of good guys in here, but
Pete, of course.
I think Pete stands out. I don't hear anybody saying a bad word with Pete. Quite right.
But how could you say a bad word about him?
No,
seriously, you couldn't.
Yeah.
Right, we got D. I'll be watching Creepshow and Reanimator. Oh, wow, that's a great night. It has to be said. Reanimator is one of the movies, unfortunately, as well. We kind of had to pass up. Creepshow, we did pass it up as well. We just ran out of time. But what we're doing with Creepshow now is because it doesn't feel right that we don't watch Creepshow in October. So we're kind of squeezing in a story at the end of each night. That's how we're doing it. So it's kind of working. So so what way do you stand with John the likes of Creepshow? Do you like the first one? Do you prefer the second one? What way are you?
I haven't got Creepshow, the first one. I've got Creepshow 2, and I've been meaning to get Creepshow 1, the first one, forever. I did used to have it on DVD, but I don't know what happened to it. And it's been that long ago since I watched it. I do know what happens in it, obviously, and I do know what happens in Creepshow 2, but I need to give them a good rewatch to see how I stand with them. So at this moment, I think Creepshow is probably my favourite one. But I need to see them again together on, in the same week.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I do like them. I do like them.
Everyone talks about Creepshow as well. And again, if anyone out there are fans of the movie, it's a question that never seems to get answered with Creepshow. But let me know in the comment section, what is your favorite story in the Creepshow out of the 5 of them. No one ever seems to talk about it. You only just seem to talk about the movie. No one ever talks about their favorite story.
Well, I think my favorite story in it is it The Raft? Is that in the first one?
No, that's the second one.
The second one, well, fair enough. So in the first one, if I'm thinking about it, might be going back to the Leslie Nielsen one. Is that in the first one?
Something to tide you over.
Yeah, I think that's going to be me. That's the one that sticks out. Them two stick out rather than the other ones, which I need to refresh my memory on.
Yeah, I think I would say I was going to say Liam Neeson, the Leslie Nielsen one. Maybe Father's Day, the first story as well. Between them two, and on the second one, I think the last story, the hitchhiker. Thanks for the ride, lady. That's probably my favorite.
I remember that one as well. Yes,
that's a creepy one. That is.
But it's just so long ago since I've seen them. You know, I can't really talk about them that much because I'm so a bit grey on them. You know.
Just wondering, John. I'm just.
But I love Reanimator.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm just checking here because I might actually have spare copies of that Creepshow. If I do, I'll actually send them your way.
That'd be great because
yeah,
it's not an easy one to get. You can't get your hands on it easy.
No, because I think one of them is Second Sight, funny enough, and I think the other one is 88 Films. So it's it probably does explain why they're maybe a little bit hard to get. Right, Pete, I'm currently watching Rec 2, and it's a really solid sequel. Have you seen any of them, John? I haven't.
I've got Rec 2, I've got Rec and Rec 2. I've seen Rec, which is brilliant. What a movie that is. But I haven't seen Rec 2. But it's on my huge list to watch. I know there's 2 more after that, I think.
Yeah.
And I will get the 3rd one, then not the 4th one. But I don't want to, I like them that much that I do. I just need to, a lot of people do say that Rec 2 is pretty good, but Rec 1, tell you what, it's a bit of a scary movie, that, like, you know. I was quite thinking, oh, this is a bit, it's one of those found footage ones, a new found footage movie done right, as opposed to just thinking,
very good.
It's one of the best found footage movies, actually, modern day. Yeah.
I think what I'm going to do is, it probably never will happen, but I'm kind of hoping that maybe someday they might bring out a complete set of all the movies, and maybe then that's when I'll pick it up.
They could have rights issues, unfortunately.
That's why I have a funny feeling that won't happen.
You might not get that, unfortunately. I think that's a bit of a travesty, but
yeah,
you might not.
Right, what a shame. But yeah, Pete, great that you enjoyed it as well.
I
would love to stand in that man's shoes sometimes, because some of the movies that he hasn't seen is absolutely amazing, yeah. And fair play to him, because he tries to get through as many as he can.
Yes, he does.
Right, so we got Chris here again now. Which do you prefer, John? I know your answer on this one, but the original Evil Dead or the remake?
Well, it's the original Evil Dead. Very easy to answer that one. I love it. Loved it ever since I saw it, and I can't get enough of it. The remake, as you know, I couldn't stand it, but Mike Ritchie, he sent me the remake, but the director's cut or the extended cut to watch, and I loved it. It's still not better to me than the Evil Dead, the original one, but it's a solid remake, and I do think it's a brilliant movie, actually, and I've got a lot of time for it now. Yeah. So I think but Evil Dead is always going to be my favorite out of the 2.
Yeah, I have to just reiterate everything that you said there. I absolutely agree. The Evil Dead is my favorite, but absolutely taking nothing away from the remake of Evil Dead. It is one of my favorite remakes of all time.
Yeah,
I've always said it. I've defended it. Jesus, I have a beautiful little bust of it there, right there.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite pieces in my collection. And they've done a lot of things right in that movie, and I think they've done a wonderful job in it. And you know, Michael likes it, and that says a lot, I think, because when you see that chap's collection of Evil Dead memorabilia, and he still loves this remake, you know, it's I think it does say a lot about the remake.
It does. Yeah, you're right, actually. I mean, he did say to me, he says, look, have a look at this, and if you don't like it, you don't like it, but just give it another shot. And to be honest, if he hadn't done that, I probably never would have got around to watching it ever again. And just delete. I don't want to never know that it existed. But
It's funny because I keep thinking back about a conversation me and you had before where you were going onto a stream. I think you were telling me, and I think one of the questions you were going to be answering on the stream is your top 5 worst remakes. And you're a bit skeptical about putting the Evil Dead remake into it. You just didn't want to do it. You didn't want to because you knew there was a lot of love for it out
Yeah.
there. And just as well, you didn't actually do it now because.
No, I know it was definitely one I had in my mind. I thought, well, I don't know if I should do that because it make it make it a lot of hate. Because I was confused why a lot of people did say they liked it, because I thought, am I seeing the same movie? Because when I put it on for my son, I says, what do you think of this? Because I watched it and I says, this is just garbage. So I put it on him, not saying anything, just have a look at this. And he just looked at me and he said, just a load of rubbish, total load of rubbish. But seeing that though, I said to him, I said, do you remember when he watched the Evil, this is going about 10 years ago or something like that, or 8 years ago, I said to him, remember when you watched the Evil Dead and we didn't like it? Yes. I said, have a look at that. Just get a lend of that one on me Blu-ray and watch it in your PS5, whatever he's got, and see what you think of it, because you may get a different experience for it. I don't think he has done, but he's a big fan of the Evil Dead. He's got the Evil Dead PS5 game, so I would like to see what he says, because he's quite, he's young, he's 26, but he's one of them sort of like critical ages where he's kind of like, well, you know, this happened and that happened, and goes, well, does it really matter? But he's quite critical of movies, but I'll be interested to see what he says, because he had the same experience with me. But when everyone was saying it was great, I thought, well, I don't really want to go down that route in case everyone says, well, you're wrong. And to be honest, I've got to admit, I was wrong.
Well, when you say you were wrong, but like you said, you said it there. You watched the extended version of it. Now I know there's only around 4 or 5 minutes at it, but the 4 or 5 minutes are significant, and they do add quite a bit to it. We were really impressed. It's only when I got that bust edition behind me, that's when I got the extended cut of that movie, and I seen it for the first time, and I was very surprised by it.
I didn't realize how much that could change a movie, but it did. It's like watching it, because the tone of it, everything. I thought, this is great. How is it? And it's like I say, it's not a vast amount of stuff, but it really changes the feeling of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, so Thomas Pearson, he says, I'll be watching the Return of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead remake, and then hopefully Halloween. I put Dawn of the Dead up there as well, just like the Evil Dead remake. Funny enough, is one of my favorite remakes. It's definitely not as good as the original, but it's a fun remake, it has to be said.
Well, I didn't like Dawn of the Dead remake.
Right.
Didn't like it.
You didn't like it at all, no?
No. I'll tell you why.
Right, okay.
It doesn't, you know, the shopping centre. I just don't think the shopping centre to the right. I like the start of it. I thought it was really good, but when I went to the shopping centre, I kind of lost all interest in it. And the remake of Day of the Dead was atrocious.
Let's not even speak about that movie. It's not even worth talking about.
I do think I need to see Dawn of the Dead remake again. I've written it off in my mind, but I do know that some of these movies that I've watched seems like a million years ago. I do need to go back and give them that one try, because you never know. Look at Evil Dead. I can't wait to watch that again. If you told me that 2 months ago, I would have laughed in your face.
And I'll tell you one thing, just the opening credit scene with the credits coming up, the Johnny Cash song, When the Man Comes Around.
Yeah.
Such an appropriate song for that movie, it has to be said.
That really, because I love Johnny Cash, and I love the later Johnny Cash when his voice is starting to go.
Yeah.
The croakiness. The American recordings that he did, the 5 of them. I love them records, put them in the car all the time. But of course, you know, the song Hurt that you did.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, that's incredible.
What a song that is.
Yeah,
that is one of the best songs I've ever heard. The video was unbelievable. But yes, I do admit that it's got, but anyway, I need to go back to it, but I didn't like it at the time.
Ah, well, look, you know, they can't all be winners, John.
Yeah.
So, Alexander, tomorrow night I'll be watching Halloween 78, Haunt, Season of the Witch for the first time. Wow. I hope you remember now that Michael Myers is not in that movie.
Spoiler alert, he's not in.
Yeah, spoiler alert, yeah. And Fright Night 85 for the first time. So, Fright Night and Season of the Witch for the first time. I can only tell you that you're in for a hell of a night, Alexander. I really do hope you enjoy the two of them movies anyway, in particular.
They really are two of the best horror movies you'll see. And
absolutely.
they're quite different from each other as well. They're quite different from any other movie.
Yeah. And funny enough, you just mentioned Haunt, because we only just watched that as well 3 nights ago. That's a good movie, John. That's a bit of
I haven't heard that one.
It's kind of like Hellfest, a bit like Hellfest, not to the scale of Hellfest.
Yeah.
Where it's more of a fun house they go into in this one. So I suppose, yeah, in a way, it'd probably be a bit more like Funhouse, where they go into a fun house. I think it's around 6 or 7 of them, and they quickly find out that the people that are actually running the fun house is killing them. They're trying to kill them,
all right,
one by one. So they have to try and escape. So it's a good movie. Right, Chris, we've got our Chrissy boy. Hey guys, great to see you both live. You should see if the other John will join sometime. Well, that's the goal, isn't it? I presume he's talking about John Clancy.
Yeah, I think that I think we've spoken to John about this, and I think John says that he hasn't got the capability yet. I think his internet connection won't hold up with it. He said, but he will do it. When it's right for him, that would be great.
Oh, you're kidding me.
We would just be sitting there listening to him talking about his technical specs, because we just, as you know, when we phone him up, you just listen to what he's talking about, and because you can't really add anything to mix, because he's like kind of teaching you about it and that. And he knows everything about it, but but the best thing I think you'll find about that stream, which will happen sometime, how funny he is.
Oh my God. Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And as a matter of fact, he's actually he's putting together hopefully it will happen very soon, but he's doing this thing. He wants to do a kind of a tag video where he is going to be basically trying to promote the HMVs. He wants people to go out there, his fellow YouTubers, to go out there and record some footage from the local HMV stores. And he's basically going to make HMV aware of this tag video that's going on. And we'll see what happens with it. But hopefully it does. Hopefully it does get a few people behind this. I know I'm going to try and go to Belfast and do mine. And I'm sure, John, you're going to do it yourself. So,
do that.
So that'll be a fun tag. If it ever does come around, please God, it does. Right, Ray was just saying, I can't remember Salem's Lot with David Soul, and that spooky kid tapping on the window freaked me out so much. Everyone
remembers that.
It's weird, because when we were just talking at the start of the stream here about our fathers, showing us these movies, I do remember my father sitting beside my father watching Salem's Lot for the first time. And my father's that much, he's that much of a fecker he is. When we went to bed, when we say go to bed, we tried to go to sleep. We couldn't after seeing that movie. And then all of a sudden, didn't he go outside with a piece of branch, and he started hitting our window and that. And I remember my brother and myself just jumped out of bed and ran downstairs, and there he was outside holding the twig in his hand. So
he got you. I think that everyone's got like one of them experiences when you do with the branch on the. I remember around about that time, it must have been just after this, I was in my grand's house, where I used to sleep in my grand's house when they visit her, and they had this huge tree in the back garden, and the tree did used to touch. You could see it through the light. You're looking out the window where the things. It was like a light outside, so you could see the trees sort of like moving. So you could had a vision of sort of like fingertips, and then it used to hit the tree. It used to hit the window every now and again, and it used to petrify us. But the thing I found with Salem's Lot, when I first heard about it, obviously I was a big fan of Starsky and Hutch with David Soul, and when it said, now coming up, I remember watching it on TV, and they said with starring David Soul, TV movie Salem's Lot. I thought this is going to be a joke. This movie, we've got Hutch from Starsky and Hutch, and it's a TV movie. I thought, nah, it's not going to even remotely scare me. Tell you what, scare the life out of us for them reasons. I tell you, did you remember? Because I haven't seen it for a while. Like, when you've got the crickets going, and the crickets are chirping, and then all of a sudden they stop, and you go, oh, I didn't like that one little bit. That really filled me with dread, and I thought, what's going on. So whatever they did in that movie, especially with that freaky sort of bloke who's he's odd looking anyway without the makeup on, and it was a lot more scarier than I ever thought it could be.
Yeah, absolutely, and hopefully, fingers crossed, to do a good job at that remake that's coming.
Well, if they do it in a sort of a way of when they do these movies, like it's got the movie, the story's great. So if they stick to the story and don't change it too much and sort of update it with the production value of the movie, it could be a winner through and through.
Absolutely, there's a lot of talent behind the movie. I know James Wan is there, and I think Mike Flanagan is directing it. So, there's a lot of talent there.
Yeah, I hope they don't go for these sort of like cheap, like all about
jump scare bullshit,
jump scares and all that, and kind of take back from it. There's enough horror in it to make it really spooky without doing all them.
I couldn't agree more. I absolutely couldn't agree. We got Mr. Halloween here, Phil's creepy videos saying happy Halloween, horror fans. And he just put another one there. It's your buddy Phil here. Phil, and happy Halloween, Phil. I hope you're having a great time, my friend.
Yeah.
Alexander, he says, I've literally just watched The Nightmare on Elm Street, the original. Again, another movie that we had to pass up this year.
I watched it recently, actually, and to be honest, I didn't enjoy it as much as I used to enjoy it, but I enjoyed Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 better.
Yeah, it's strange. Like I said already, it all depends on the mood when that comes to that franchise. It's a strange thing.
Yeah.
Retro Girls UK, Doghouse is my favorite comedy horror. I actually enjoyed that movie. Have you seen that, John? Doghouse.
I've seen it. It's brilliant, and I'm just looking at it there, and that really reminded me. And I thought, that's a good call. It's one of those movies that you kind of forget all about, especially with there being Danny Dyer and the lad who used to be in Doctor Who. I can't remember his name is actually, but it's a great movie. Actually,
it does have an Edgar Wright feel to it. There's no question of it.
Oh, it's got a really it's a brilliant movie. It's one because Severance as well. Remember Severance?
Yeah,
that's a great little movie as well. I think
I forgot about that Severance movie.
But Severance is not so bad. But Doghouse, comedy horror. That's good.
Yeah, it's a good one. We got Paul Bowler here just saying happy Halloween, and happy Halloween to you, Paul.
Yep.
Michael, Evil Dead 2 is defo a comedy horror. Oh, shit, John, how did we forget about that?
I know. But it's always the same when you think about it and you rack your brains, then everybody puts them out and you go, of course they are. It is. You're right.
So we've got that is 14M the greatest. I think that's what he's going for. Evening, gents. Halloween 3 for me tomorrow night. Yes, there's a lot of. And tell you one thing, it's great to be seeing so much love for Halloween 3 tonight in the comment section. And another thing, again, I just want to put this out in the comment section as well, John. We're 2 hours onto the stream now. The horror comments are still coming, and please keep the horror comments coming. We're going to try and stick to this Halloween horror stream we are. Keep it all horror if we can.
If you'd went back to when Halloween 3 came out, maybe when it came out in VHS, and you'd set this, if it was there then, and you set this question off, I don't think many people would have said Halloween 3.
No.
I think it took a lot of time for people to, maybe people who didn't have the same horrific experience that I had at the cinema when nobody knew he wasn't going to be in it, which was one of the worst experiences in the life. But getting past that, maybe if he came from a different, after the time when you would know he wasn't in it, and if I'd known that, I wouldn't have been bothered. But anyway, I'm done with that. But it shows you that the movie has, from going like generally hated at that particular point, it's found its place, quite
finally. So Thomas here is just saying, gotta have Young Frankenstein as best comedy horror. That's another great call.
Well, if I'm honest now, I've looked at that, I'm going to say, because it's my favourite comedy of all time.
Yeah.
And so it's got to be. So I'm going to say, Young Frankenstein. I could tell
it's hard to kind of think of them on the spot. You're always going to miss something.
I had my shelves in front of us and I'm looking through, I would pick Young Frankenstein, but I know all of it off by heart. It's just, I watched it countless times and I never ever, in fact, when we're out and about, I'd find myself relaying the you know, the sort of dialogue when we're in the car. You know, like the werewolf and devil goes, werewolf. What are you talking like that for? I thought you want to do. So what's another thing that she says to me all the time, but it's from Young Frankenstein. You know, when he says something like to, we're just talking about Young Frankenstein here, and you know when you say such and such, and you go, well, you were wrong then, weren't you? You know, when Marty Feldman said it, because I think Gene Wilder said something to him. Well, I just thought. He goes, well, you thought wrong then, didn't you? Because we used to do that all the time, actually. So yeah.
Oh, brilliant! It's a good pick, actually. It's a good shout out. It's a good shout out, that one, actually.
That's brilliant, Tom.
Yeah,
good one.
Brian Smith, enjoying the stream, guys. Hope you both having a great Halloween. Absolutely, yes. Brian. And thanks again for stopping by.
Yeah.
Right, so we've got Dijon 1970. This is my brother, Ian, believe it or not. So he's saying Salem's Lot is still a classic even today. The remake will have a lot to live up to when it's officially released next year. Absolutely.
It will. But I'm quietly confident that it'll do something good.
There's, like I said, there's a good team behind it. So fingers crossed, something good will come from it. Right, Connor, he got the 4K of The Fog tonight, which will be followed by Halloween 3. Another Halloween 3 tonight. Unbelievable. Great to hear. Great to hear.
When I'm seeing stuff like that, it's making me want to immediately go and watch them movies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of jealous because everyone's bloody watching them tonight. I have to wait till tomorrow night. It just can't come around soon enough. Two great picks there, Connor. I hope you enjoyed them. Right, Haley, what horror movie moment makes you scream? Why the most due to the character's stupid decision? For me, it's Halloween 2 when she sees the tires are punched and runs back inside, run anywhere else. It's a good point. Yeah. What about you, John?
There's that many. Of course, when you put in the spot, it's hard to think. There's huge amounts. I think that I'll tell you what I did find going back to Night of the Living Dead is something that really, you know, sometimes you see movies in a different light and you think, the fact is that when, is it Dwayne Jones? I think that's what he's called. The fellow who's the black fellow who comes in. I think that's what it's called, Dwayne somebody.
I think you're right.
Yeah, something like that. When he comes in, he's level-headed and it's got, this is what we're going to do. This is the pragmatic stuff. And you've got the bloke who's in the cellar who picks up all the weird stuff and has everything wrong. Oh, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? Why don't we go out the car? Why don't we do this? And he does everything wrong. There's loads of things where you say, don't do that. You know, when they go out the car and they've got the petrol and that. And they don't go in that car, you know. So I found myself being so invested in the movie and knowing full well what happened in the movie, screaming at the thing, don't go in there, don't start that car up, don't. So all of the things that they made, if they just listen to that fella at the start to say, we've got to do this, we've got to do that. So recently, Night of the Living Dead.
That's what I'm saying. I think you could almost pick up any slasher movie from the 80s and say it, right? But, like, it's funny Haley picked out that scene from Halloween 2 because me and Ellen, every time we watch it, we do talk about that scene when the nurse walks out and sees the tires punctured and she runs back in. And we always try to make excuses for it, you know? And I'm always saying it to Ellen every time I see it. Ellen would be always like, well, why the hell would you go back in? Just run. I said, but maybe the hospital's out in the middle of nowhere. And that, would you like to be walking down a dark, you know, road by yourself and not knowing where the killer is? You know, you're always trying to make excuses for it, but it is. She's absolutely right. It's absolutely stupid.
Maybe it's a trope that if you're going to make a horror film, you do put one of them in because you know it's going to get everybody's back up and get everybody shouting at the screen. But maybe that's a part of the fun of a horror movie. They've got to have them elements in.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could basically say, well, the answer to that is every single horror film that was ever made.
Absolutely, because exactly. Then it's if they kind of just stuck this to being sensible, there would probably be very dull-looking horror movies to watch. If I'm being completely honest. So
if they sorted that out, the horror movies might not be as fun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I absolutely get what Haley's saying.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, so the middle place. Funny that watched this Sacrament just last night. What's the Sacrament, John? Have you ever?
Never heard of that one. Actually, I'm just going
Never.
to the toilet, Keith, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
But I
okay,
haven't
hold
heard,
on. I'm gonna get a drink myself.
Okay.
Yeah, grand. Yeah. So yes, the Sacrament. I can't. It doesn't ring a bell with me, and it's strange that John hasn't heard of it before, because John is all kind of into his more obscure horror titles. But yeah, that one doesn't ring a bell with me at all, unfortunately. So again, if you can let us know what the movie's about, give us an idea. It'd be actually quite interesting to hear. Yeah. Right. So Doctor Impossible is asking, what is the most overrated horror film that many people rave about continually that you never really rave about? Take your best shot, Keaton, John. What do you think, John?
So the people overrate. Well, I think that's I don't know. It's hard when you put in the spot and you try to think. Have you got one?
It's
Keith?
hard, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there's ones where someone says the greatest horror film of all time, and you go, well, it's not. I don't find it that great, even though I
No.
like it. I don't know. I don't know. I think with horror films, I think I pretty much like most of them. There's not many that I don't like. I think that would be more for a movie that was like what I tend to think of when people say like comedies or things like Ghostbusters and what's it called, Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah.
Movie that everybody says the funniest thing you'll ever see in your life, and I just go, that wasn't funny. So, but with horror movies, I don't get the same vibe as that.
Yeah. It's more. Do you know, it's weird. I was nearly going to say, funny enough, Nightmare on Elm Street. I was going to put that in there. It's.
Well, actually, I could, because to be honest, on the recent rewatch when I watched it, I didn't like it. I just didn't have the same feeling for it, and I thought it's all right. And then I put Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, and I went, "This is brilliant, this," and I didn't feel like about the first one.
Yeah. It's a very hard question to answer. I can't. Nothing's really. I think I'm kind of like you, John. When it comes to horror, just most of everything that I do watch in horror, I really do enjoy. So yeah, I honestly can't really answer that one, Doctor Impossible, unfortunately. But I think I would lean towards maybe Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, I could go along with that, and it's a tough one. Of course, when the stream ends, you'll find 100, but it's a hard one. It's a hard genre to sort of do that to. I can do it probably a lot more genres than horror.
Yeah, absolutely. So Paul Knock was just asking, have we seen Halloween Ends? I have, Paul. John hasn't.
Oh.
So we're not going to get into that again because I don't want to spoil it for him. So I wasn't too crazy about it. So right. So TV Nash. Hey John and Euphoria Pictures. My favorite horror films are the Hammer Mummy films, the original, and Blood from the Mummy's Tomb in particular. I know that's probably down your street, John. No.
Well, actually, there's 4 Hammer Mummy films. The original is The Mummy. Blood from the Mummy's Tomb is the 4th one. The second one is Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, and then the third one is The Mummy's Shroud. Now, I've watched The Mummy's Shroud recently-ish, and out of the ones I've seen, which I haven't seen, I have seen them all, but I can't remember curse or blood.
Okay.
The mummy is hands and above the rest of them.
Okay.
Much better done. But to be honest, as much as I like them ones, the ones I prefer are the Universal ones. I think the Universal ones are all very entertaining, even though they're quite preposterous. They're more like comedies, actually. And there's quite a lot of them, and we've watched them recently and we loved them. Quite short as well.
Yeah, what was the, sorry, John, what was the recent Mummy movie that came out from Second Sight? Which one was that?
That was the
1958.
That was the Hammer one, 1958.
Yeah, okay, right.
Mummy
Okay.
film.
Right.
Great film. But out of the Mummy, Frankenstein, and Dracula, it's not the weakest one, but it's the one that's not as good as the other ones, because I think the subject is always, it's hard to get a good mummy film, if you know what I mean. In fact, the Brendan Fraser ones were the best mummy films ever.
Absolutely. Because
they were the engaging one. But if I'm honest, they are good. They are good movies, and any Hammer movie is a great movie. But for me, I do prefer the Universal ones. I think they're more entertaining, more like comedies.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And the thing is about them, the mummy never ever runs. It's the slowest thing. I mean, even zombies are lapping it. And people just would take a look at this mummy. Actually, this is one of these sort of like groaning type moments when, say, somebody says, "Oh, I can't believe that mummy's come back to life," and it's like afterwards, and you'd be just going, "Honestly, I could have me dinner by the time it gets to me." So I could cook myself me dinner and have it and eat it before it even got to us. So that's the most funniest thing about the whole mummy, how it can catch up with people. But I still love the films.
Right.
Yeah.
So the middle place was just saying he didn't know about Pearl existed. So that's 2 Ty West movies he needs to see. Thanks, lads. That Ty West, it's amazing. His name has been just around for so long now, and you're really starting to just waiting for the day that he really breaks through. It just hasn't quite happened yet for him, but it's he's on the precipice of now. He's just on the verge of it now. I think his day is coming.
If he carries on the way he's doing, especially after X, I haven't seen Pearl yet. I think Pearl's a prequel to X, and Maxine probably comes on after X. If anything like X, he's destined for big things, because X was you're gonna love X. It's just got I can't tell you anything about it, but the elements it's got in, the throwbacks it's got to like other styles of movies or other movies in general, you'd be quite amazed at what he's put into this film.
Right.
That think, wow, I've kind of never really seen anything. I've seen bits like it, but never seen. I don't know. It's a hard one to explain without telling you anything about it. But I think you'll have a blast with that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm starting even to wonder whether to just screw it and just leave the steelbook and just pick up the media book, so at least I can get it now. So I might actually change my mind on that one and get it as soon as I can. Che Hampstead is asking, have you seen the film from 2013 called Where? It's a cracking take on a werewolf mythology with a great few surprises. I highly recommend if you haven't seen it already. I heard of it. I've not seen it. What about you, John?
Never heard of it, but from that, it makes me want to check it out, because I'm always after a new werewolf film, which seems to be very thin on the ground. But
absolutely,
I'll definitely check that out. But on that,
and like I said, just the way you said the werewolf mythology as well, it's kind of that's definitely right down my street. So
with a few great surprises. Well, I'm all for that.
I'm nearly sure someone brought it up on a stream that I was on, and I think it got a lot of praise as well. So I need to just again, there's so many movies that I'm gonna have to try and remember to actually check out after the stream.
The thing about streams like this, that you just pick up these things that I personally would have never known about that movie. So it's great to have this little bit of insider knowledge to point in your direction and stuff. So thanks for that, Che.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Paul Knock, do you think a Nightmare on Elm Street 4K box set coming out next year sometime? No, I don't think it will happen. I want it to happen. Don't get me wrong, I do want it to happen, but there just seems to be so many issues with Nightmare on Elm Street whenever it comes to, putting a release out for it. I don't remember ever owning a good edition of them movies. Funny enough,
that HMV one they had that I've got upstairs is really nice.
Me just saying that, and I probably have one of the greatest sets from. I completely forgot that I have the media book.
You're right. It is. It's
No, again, but again, it's one of them box sets. I don't know why. I just forget that I actually have it, which is weird because it's one of my most expensive editions in my collection. It's the most money I've ever spent on a set before, and I forget about it. It's a strange thing, but 4K. I don't know about. I would love to see it happen though.
I'm sure I saw a video on YouTube somewhere where there's two lads talking about it from America, and I'm sure they said that there was a definite problem with it. And I think that I'm sure I heard that this fella, one of them, had a little bit of insider knowledge into this whole why they couldn't do it, and he reckoned that there was so many problems to do with it. I can't remember what he actually said to it, but they were saying everyone thought it was going to come out this year, didn't they?
Yeah.
That we're going to announce it, he says, but it's definitely not even. Oh no, did he get in touch with somebody and said, have you even going to do this or whatever? And they said, we haven't even started the process rolling. No, Scream Factory want to get it. That's what he said. Scream Factory want to get it. They want to do it, but there's that many problems to do it that they haven't even started the ball rolling yet. So they said it's nowhere. It's not even not even happening. They want it to happen.
Wow.
But it's not even talked about yet. So that's what I heard on some video somewhere.
It's just it's like I said, it's just one of them franchises. It's just there's always trouble with it. It is.
Yeah, no.
Sean Sheridan says Psycho 3 is the worst. Jeff Fatty's character is an asshole. Actually, you know something? He is right. I don't like his character in that movie at all.
I can kind of half remember that because I remember Jeff Fahey being quite a few films, and quite a good actor actually.
Oh, he is a good actor. Like Lawnmower Man, I actually really enjoyed him in that movie. Actually,
yeah.
The Lawnmower Man. Jeez, I haven't seen that film in years. I actually quite liked him he was in the Grindhouse movies as well. One of the Grindhouse movies, Planet Terror.
Planet Terror, yeah, he was all right in that one.
He wouldn't give away a secret, would he, of his barbecue sauce?
The sauce, barbecue sauce.
And it was salt in the end, wasn't it, or something fucking stupid like that?
It was either, but they did not put blood in it, and it went all crazy.
Brilliant. Gary is just saying, Keaton John, if you could have had a cameo in one of your horror movies, which would it be?
I would love to have been a zombie in a Fulci movie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Just even made up and just says, even though it didn't, well, I hope it wouldn't look like it, and you would say, that person there is me.
Yeah.
Actually, you could say that, couldn't you? Because no one would know any different, would they?
Absolutely, yeah. That's true. Hey, see that fellow in the back, though? Yeah, that was me. That's a good one, actually. That's a good one. Because I used to always say that I'd love to be a zombie on a Romero movie.
Yeah. I
would love to. But I think if I was to do a cameo now, again, it would have to be to do a Halloween. It would be, someone just on the street, that iconic street. Just be able to stand there and just kind of just marvel in the eeriness of that street would be incredible. Yeah,
I agree. It'd be great, sort of. I know it's a proper estate, but it'd be great to actually be on it and just think that we can get on Halloween as well. Imagine that.
Wow. Can you imagine the people that are living there now this time of year? They must be going, "Oh, Jesus Christ!" They must.
You will go again. There's nothing are coming.
Honey, Michael's at the door again. It's the 10th one today.
Have you seen? And there's a video, and apparently it is 100% true. And when I saw it on Instagram, which I couldn't believe, I thought it was a mock-up where somebody's dressed as Michael Myers, and he's buying. It's meant to be legitimately real, and it looks real. He's buying an axe off somebody in this house. So he's got the mask on. He's got the mask on. He's got the boiler suit on. So he buys this axe and he just takes the axe and he buries it in the person he's buying it off. And he
Really?
does, yeah. It's horrendous. I just went, hang on, whoa, that was good. That looks even real. But when I
Right,
looked
right.
on the comments, it said this is real. So I looked on this like
Wow.
review thing about it. It was the person's lived, believe it or not. But he kind of goes like that. I thought you hit him in the head, but he didn't hit him here.
Jesus. Wow.
There's no sound to it, but it's
Wow.
unbelievable. So, yeah. I mean, to be honest, if somebody showed up at my house dressed as Michael Myers and asks us can I have a look at your axe, mate? I'd say,
Yeah.
the answer's no to that one.
Mikey? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Oh, there you can look at my gun instead, or my kitchen knife. There you go.
There's a pen, Michael.
Yeah, there's a butter knife. Ian Hill, The Ramblings. Hi, how are you both? Is there any actors that put you off watching a film?
Well,
how'd you go there, John?
You're going to know what I would have said to that.
Yeah.
I would have definitely said Tom Hanks. And the reason behind that was because I was a big fan of Tom Hanks. Then he went away from comedy to making serious films, and I just went straight off him. And I thought, and everybody's saying he's that good, he's that good, he's that good. And I thought, if I'm honest, why is he not making comedy anymore, making The Burbs and stuff like that, which is brilliant. So fast forward until very recently, when you said it was when I was bought Forrest Gump, and I thought I'll give it a shot, and it was absolutely amazing. And I thought the film was one of the most moving movies I've ever seen in my life. And so I will not say him again, Tom Hanks. I will not put him in that thing. But it used to be him. It used to be Tom Hanks. It used to be Tom Hanks, not Tom Hanks. What's he called? Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise.
I couldn't stand him.
And then you see Maverick.
But I think when I started seeing the Mission Impossible movies, that good that I go back to, and I watch his movies now. I think they're great. I think there's something that sort of, I'll say in the late 80s, early 90s, I didn't really care for. Top Gun's okay, although I didn't say it till very recently. Top Gun Maverick is one of the best things I've ever seen. So it's funny because, but there are a few actors that I was never really keen on. I'll tell you who I didn't used to like. It used to be in a load of these sort of cheap horror films, and he was quite good actually in it. And I can't remember his name, but he used to have like long blonde hair, but his face was really burnt. But in real life, he had he had an accident. He had his face burnt, and he used to put us off the movies because I used to think he was pretty creepy actually. But when I look at him now, I think he's a great actor. And he's in some belting films, and he always plays a really. Is he called Richard Jekyll? Or is that wrong? I'm thinking maybe
like it's not ringing a bell with me.
I'm trying to think what movie he was in recently that I watched. He's always great in the movies, and he plays a bad guy in most of them. And
it's not your man from Bad Dreams, is it?
It could be actually. Do you know he's been in like say Columbos and stuff like that? He's been in the telly loads.
Would he been Invasion USA with Chuck Norris? Would that be him?
I don't know. I haven't watched that one for a long time. I'm gonna
as
soon as I get him,
I might be getting it wrong. But I think I might know the fella you're talking about.
He did used to put us off when I was young, but to me, there's a few, but I can't really think of them off the top of my head. But I know there's a few people that just don't really care for the type of movies that they do. Like Meryl Streep, I didn't like Meryl Streep because of the movies she used to do. But I'll tell you, someone I don't really like watching is Kevin Costner. Not a fan of Kevin Costner.
Right.
Just didn't do anything for us.
It all depends. Like I think. As I matured as a movie fan, I never really let actors put me off movies, but there was times where there was times there me and Ellen couldn't sit down and watch like a Will Ferrell movie or a Jack Black movie or anything like that. They used to just drive us mad. Jennifer Lopez does get on me with quite a bit. I try to avoid anything she's in, if I'm being completely honest. But it all depends on the movie, John. If they're in a movie that I want to see, I will watch it, regardless of who is in it.
Actually, I've got a funny one here. Now, this is strange. I'm going to say this because I think in some movies, I think he's one of the funniest people I've ever seen in my life. In other movies, he really gets on my nerves. And some of the movies he stars in aren't really movies that are my type of kettle of fish. And it would probably be quite, and I do feel bad for saying this, but Robin Williams, he can really put us off a movie. And I do love some of his movies, don't get us wrong. I loved him in Mork and Mindy. I thought that was one of the funny things I've ever seen. But sometimes when he's just in the wrong movie, in the wrong sort of, and I'm in the wrong frame of mind, I just can't really get away with him.
Right. Yeah, I kind of get that as well.
Because I feel bad for saying it because of what happened to him. But
yeah, of course.
Yeah, but he doesn't. Sometimes he just can sort of not really make the movie a movie you want to go out and see. Like Jumanji, I didn't like Jumanji, but I like the other movies. Jumanji movies.
Yeah, okay, I get. Yeah, okay, I get that.
That's bad for saying that, but that's being truthful,
Okay, that's fair enough. Matt is just saying hi to Ian. So we've got Haley here, and she was just says, "Have either of you seen The Haunting of Hill House?" We just mentioned that just recently, and The Haunting of Bly Manor, both amazing horror series by Mike Flanagan, Doctor Sleep. Hush is also an incredible horror film by him. Yeah, I haven't seen. It annoys me. I don't know about you, John, but with television, I find it hard to find the time to watch TV series. Especially when you have a YouTube channel. YouTube can take up a lot of your time, because if I'm not shooting videos in the evening, chances are I'm actually replying to a lot of comments of videos that I put out, and it's just hard to get through the TV series. But that's two I definitely want to see. And of course, Mike Flanagan, what a director that man is. And I think, John, that's the fella that I said that I'm nearly certain he's behind that new Salem's Lot movie. I'm nearly certain that it's him.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, I'm instantly in with that, because you've done such a good job on Doctor Sleep.
Yes,
really spectacular job, because I was thinking this is going to be a load of rubbish, and far from it. Now, I haven't seen those two, Haley, but I do want to check them out. And Hush, I've heard great things about it.
Great movie.
I haven't seen that. So this fella here, I found this fella that I'm talking about, Richard Lynch, and he wasn't at Bad Dreams.
Oh, he was in Bad Dreams, or wasn't?
He was, yeah.
He was, right? Sorry, God. Okay, I know the fella.
He's been in some cracking films, but
he's a villain.
When I was younger, I didn't like him. I think it was just a bit too young. But it's Bad Dreams, a good film, actually.
Yeah, it's a great film. I enjoyed that one. I'm just thinking of that movie that Haley just said there as well, Hush. It's probably one of the best home invasion movies out there as well. It's a good movie.
But it's on, is it on one of these like Shudder ones, Shudder originals?
I think so. I think that's what it is. It's a hard movie to get hold of.
Yes.
So Ian is just saying hi to Matt there. We've got Flattery 46, and he's saying the original Evil Dead is on BBC iPlayer, and how times have changed. That is unbelievably true.
It is quite one of those things where you think it's when you're in the middle of all this video nasty, hoo-ha, you never thought these movies would see the light of day again in any form, and then you can see them literally, like I say, in Poundland as well. Evil Dead sold for £2 in Poundland. Crazy.
That's unbelievable. Paul Bowler here is just saying, this is another great remake. What is your favorite horror remake? Mine is The Blob, 1988. I love Kevin Dillon in that movie.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. It's a hard one to get a hold of. I would love it to come out over here.
I have a beautiful media book edition, believe it or not, of The Fog from Germany. I do. The only problem with it was there's just literally no features on it at all. Not a single. I think there's only a trailer or something. So it would be nice to maybe do see Second Sight bring out a deluxe release of that movie. Could you imagine that?
Well, the thing is, though, everyone talks about it. Everyone likes it that's seen it. Everybody wants to see it, and a lot of people can't see it. For me, it's a one that's it's a no-brainer for a company if they're looking for one, just to say, get that out. You're gonna rake it in, because everybody in the UK is going to buy it, basically.
I was only just talking about this movie on Pete's stream there last Wednesday or the Wednesday before, and Andy was just talking about it, and he's right what he said. The visuals in that movie stand up and they hold up so well. So this, even now, when you look at it, it's a stunning looking movie. Hopefully someday, John, we get a good treatment on that one.
Yeah.
He was just asking John, what's your favorite remake? But I think we brushed on this as well. I said The Evil Dead. What about you, John? Did you mention what was your favorite remake?
Horror remake, I would say. Well, it's a bit of it's not a cop out, but it's kind of like a true one, like The Thing. I know it's kind of not a remake; it's like a
but
reimagining of the book.
it is though. It is kind of though.
Treated like a remake, and
Yeah.
to me, it does. It's like the original movie, but it's and like a movie is done. Say they take a 50s movie or 60s movie, move it to the 80s, 20 years thing, and they put all the technology into it. And sometimes they fall flat in the face, or you think, well, it was better. Like say somebody like The Thing, the remake, the sort of prequel to The Thing. Everyone thought it was okay, but they said that the CGI effects were comical.
Yeah.
So they've had their time to sort of be able to put a better slant on the thing, but they couldn't top it. So, but the 1982 thing did top the previous thing. So for me, at the top of my head, I would say The Thing.
The Thing, yeah, that's very good. I always say The Evil Dead just for the simple reason that I'm kind of a bit like you when it comes to The Thing, that it's a little bit of a cop-out as well. But I suppose if you are calling that a remake, which I suppose it is, of course that is going to be probably the greatest remake ever made. Probably will be the greatest remake ever there ever will be, for that matter. So
I can't see it being topped, and it's the one I always think of. Immediately, as soon as everyone ever, there's probably be other ones out there that are kind of well done and stuff like that. But I just think that I know, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
That's a joke, sorry.
Check your subscribers after that comment, John.
I haven't got any.
Brilliant.
Yeah, no, that was a joke.
Yeah, really was. Right, Sean, he said, I get the hate for ends, but for me, I love the new direction. For me, it was a fresh and bold way to go, me personally. I just think people hate it because they wanted nothing new from this franchise. Like, Sean, I get what you're saying there, Sean, but I went into that movie looking for the movie that they were promising us on the trailer, where it was going to be this big showdown between Michael Myers and Laurie. If you actually look at the trailer, there was absolutely no mention of this new character that features in this movie. So that's exactly what I was going into. I was going into that movie looking for the movie that they were promising in that trailer, which we didn't get.
I mean, I will watch it. But I'll be interested to talk about it with you after that.
Absolutely.
So I can share views. I think I'm probably going to feel the same way as yourself, but we'll see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Dr. Impossible, I think Fatty was meant to be an asshole in Psycho 3. Psycho 4, the beginning, is an interesting entry into the franchise and works fairly well as a prequel. Bates Motel from 1987 is shite. I haven't seen it. I do have it in that box set, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think I might have actually watched that one because I remember seeing some kind of Psycho thing that was awful. Maybe it was Bates Motel. I thought at first it was Psycho 4, but I don't think it is. So yeah, maybe I'll agree on that one, even though I can't remember anything about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt there was something not quite right with that Psycho, Psycho 4. I'm nearly sure that there was production problems. I think there was a lot of trouble over that movie. I think they almost ran out of money, I think, with it or something like that. There was some issues with it.
Did Anthony Perkins have his hair dyed jet black in it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He looked a bit odd.
Yes, that's right. That's right. I think it had issues. It just has this kind of unfinished look to me. That's I think my problem with that movie. But I don't hate it either. I think it's the worst in the franchise, but it's still a fun franchise to sit down and watch.
But I think that you had the direction of Psycho. Obviously, Psycho Hitchcock was going to untouchable. Psycho 2 was equally as good. The direction that was kept you engaged in it. Can't remember Psycho 3, but I can't remember disliking it as such. I just thought that Psycho 4 seemed to be lacking in a directorial thing. It was like as if to say it'd been directed by somebody, not somebody who was, proficient in his skills. That's the impression I got from it coming away.
I think I would be right in saying this. Psycho 3 feels more of a kind of 80s slasher movie than the rest of the movies, So it's I can't really remember. So
we've got seem to be like kind of different, a bit different from the norm. whereas 3
Absolutely.
and 4 kind of just to be, a bit generic.
Yeah. We just got Kevin Morgan here saying hello. How's it going,
Hi,
Kevin?
Kevin.
Thanks for stopping by, my friend. So we got Paul Knock just asking, are you going to watch all the Halloween films? I have. Well, excluding 1 or 2, but for the most part, I've watched, because I'm going to be watching the last 3 now tomorrow night. So I've watched everything bar the 2 Rob Zombies and Resurrection.
Yeah. So what do you think of Halloween 2, Keith?
What's that?
What do you think of Halloween 2?
The original Halloween 2.
Rob Zombie one.
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Yeah, I thought it was one of the worst things I've ever seen. As a matter of fact, Halloween Ends is a revelation compared to that movie. I hated it.
Yeah.
I did.
So do you understand, or do you care less about the horse in it? Because
I couldn't, like, whether the horse was in it or not, it wasn't going to change anything.
It just was most pointless, pathetic thing. And they didn't do anything with Halloween 2. They could have went into any form of the hospital. They didn't do that at all, did they?
Just right at the start.
Right, okay. Because
right at the start. And I think it was a dream sequence as well.
Yeah.
I think it's Laurie just was dreaming that she was being attacked by Michael in a hospital. No, he was too big. It was ridiculous. It was he was like nearly 7 foot tall in the bloody movie. He looked like a bloody monster, a beast in it. And that's not what Michael Myers is. It's you don't have to make him just unbelievably unnatural looking to make him scary. He's just a regular man. But yeah, I did everything about it. The mask, everything. Some of the dialogue of the movie as well. Some of the crude dialogue in his movies are just absolutely horrible to look at. So actually, his dialogue is actually a lot harder to watch or listen to than some of the violence.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I think he missed a trick with it. Although I do think the first Halloween that he did was okay.
Right. So 1 second there, John. Bear with me for 1 second, John. There, what's happened is, and I'm going to try and fix this now. Someone just rang me on my phone, and anytime someone rings me on my phone, the volume completely dips down, so I can barely hear anything. So
can you hear me now?
I can barely hear you. It's almost like you're whispering to me. So just give me 1 second there and see if I can fix this. Shut up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you all the time. Can you hear me now? It's
very low. I'm going to kill my brother. Jesus. Every time I do a stream, he rings me. I think he's doing it on purpose.
Give him that. Go round to his house with a mask on, Michael Myers mask with your axe. So can you hear us now?
Slightly. It's not great.
What about you coming off out of your thing, then coming back on again? Do you think that would work?
Can I exit this? If I exit the stream, will the stream end?
I don't think so. I hope not.
That's a nuisance now. I don't want to risk it. Do you know what I mean? In case.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But well, what about taking me out and then bringing me back on? You might hear me better then, if that's
right.
Okay.
I'll try that then.
Yeah, that might work.
Just speak to me there again, John.
All right. What about that? No, you're not getting that one.
No, that's ridiculous. I don't know what to do there now. So if I remove you from the stream, can I?
Just or do you want me? I'll tell you what. I can come out with it. Can I leave the stream here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remove myself from the stream, and then I'll come back on, and you can accept me again and see what happens there.
Yeah, okay? Try that and see what happens.
Right.
Okay. Now, how's that then?
All right.
No, it's still low. I'm going to have to go on and I'm going to have to try and live with it, unfortunately. Oh, my God. He is an unbelievable little bastard. Unbelievable. I'm just trying to think.
I think the viewers can hear us. I think the viewers won't have had anything affected from them. I mean, if they can leave a thing down in the comments to say, "Can you hear us both?" Just if you don't hear what I'm saying, just ask us to repeat it, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
I think everything should be okay. It's just I think whatever it is, whenever someone makes a phone call on to my phone, the volume just dips down for some strange reason, and the only way I remember kind of getting it back is I had to actually leave the stream. There, a second, Ellen's coming in here now. Sorry, 1 second there, John. Right, so Pete says I can actually leave the stream and then come back once I come back in 5 minutes.
All right, so but I'll still be here.
You should be still here.
I can keep it going.
You do me a favor and ring that little dipshit and tell him, Gary, because he rang me and he knew well. So yeah, I'll ring him a messenger or something like that. Sorry for everyone that's watching at the moment. I'm so sorry for this. It's an unfortunate problem to have, but a problem nonetheless. I'm just wondering how to get out of this now, because the only option I have here is to end the broadcast.
Go out and come back and go back to
So just bear with me, John. So I'm just trying to figure out how to actually leave.
If you look down at the bottom where you are, and if you've got you got your 3 little dots on your face, on your if you go to your three little dots, you can say remove from stream. Did you get that one on yours? Did you get that one?
1 second now. Oh, wait a minute. Right, wait out. I'm going to go off here now, right, and come back.
Okay. Well, hopefully Keith can come back on here, because it'd be a shame that happens. I'm sure he can. Or at least I'm on here anyway. So what I'll do is I'll talk about I'll go through a few comments here. So Paul Bowler says, what's your favorite horror movie remake? Mine's The Blob. I think we've talked about that, haven't we? But I'm going to say, here's Keith now. Hello, Keith, you all right?
No, it's still not changed.
So you haven't got me any louder at all? So no problem. Say a problem with your volume. Right.
This is a silly problem to have, but a problem nonetheless. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, John. Right, I'll let you just take over. I'm going to just jump out and see if I can actually fix it, because I can still hear you.
I certainly, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So will you be okay just to handle the comments for a few minutes?
Yeah, no problem. I can't put them on the screen,
but just leave it with you.
I can sort of go through them, if that's all right.
That's great. Thank you.
No problem. So, so Paul Knox says, "Are you going to do a?" But obviously, I don't think you've got. I've got a bit further down there. Mikey B, hello, Mikey. All right. My Halloween horror watch list was 34 Blu-rays, and I'm down to 26 discs. It's over. I can believe that. I think here is. I can believe that. It is overwhelming when you do stuff like that. I remember when you think yourself, oh, I'll do something like a project, and you say, I'll do this and I'll do that, and it just doesn't go right, and you think, I can't believe that this is going to be me having to do that. It becomes a bit like a chore. So the fact is that if you've still got 26 left to do, it's going to be hard to actually do that, isn't it? So that's so Mikey B says, so Undead Sick, hi, Undead Sick, you all right? Evening, John, Keith and John. I hope you're both doing well. Happy Halloween to you as well. I'm actually going to an early screening of Wakanda Forever. That's would you call that the Black Panther 2? Or is it like a separate movie? Are they going to do a Black Panther 2 after that? I'm not too sure how they're going to play that one. Paul Knox says, are you going to watch all Halloween films? Which I think that Keith answered that one. He's going to watch them all. I'm going to probably watch them all, but it'll take us to the end of November to probably watch them all. I do plan to watch them all. I don't know if I'll enjoy them all because a lot of them I haven't actually seen. Paul Knox says, are you going to watch all the Halloween franchise films tomorrow night? I think I'm not because I'm going to be at work. I will watch Halloween 1, 2, and 3 next week for sure. Steve-O71. All right, Steve-O. Hi, guys. What's your favorite John Carpenter horror? Well, my favorite John Carpenter horror is The Fog. Although a lot of them are very close. The Thing's very close. Assault on Precinct 13, which you can call a horror film, that's up there. All of this is movies from the early 80s, the late 70s, early 80s. Halloween are just all in there. But for me, the one that I've got the most nostalgia for is probably the Fog. I would imagine the kiss would be the Halloween. Undead Sick 83, I got to see Halloween Ends this weekend, and I thought that just like Halloween Kills, it was terrible. It went downhill so fast after Halloween 2018. Hopefully the new Exorcist will be better. I can't imagine that the new Exorcist is going to be better than the original Exorcist. It might be. I personally thought that Halloween Kills was quite good, actually, although a lot of people said they didn't like it. I could understand why people didn't like it. And but on a rewatch, I preferred Halloween Kills over Halloween 2018, strangely enough. The new Exorcist, though, that's got to be one that's it's got to try and do something a little bit different, because if it just goes straight over the remake of Psycho, which is just like just a word for word remake, which isn't any. All right, Keith, how are you doing?
Oh, Jesus, that is. Oh my God, I thought that was the end of it. Thank God I was able to soar.
Can you hear us?
Yes, perfect.
Because when I was tempted to go and do the broken microphone thing when you're on, just go up. But I wouldn't do that, you Keith. I can see you've been through the ringer there.
That is horrible. I'm hoping Ellen got through to my brother now and let him know not to do that again. Right, now the next problem we have here is, where are we in the comment section?
Right, well, I'd got through a few comments and I was going to see, I was up to Mikey B, which was thoughts on As Above and So Below. I think it's an underrated Asian borderland English found footage movie. I have German Blu-ray, no release over here in the UK.
Right, so I'm actually at the top. Why is it telling me to? 1 second there, John. So I'm actually at the top of the comment section here, but it's definitely not the first comment I read here. It's I'm at a comment here where it says it's Dr. Impossible just talking about King wasn't impressed with the TV series of Salem's Lot. So am I close at all?
I don't know where that was. Look for, if you can look down on the comments, you've got the one where he's talking about, Dr. Impossible's talking about, I think Farhi was meant to be Psycho 4 is the beginning. His beginning is very interesting entry in the franchise. And he's talking about Bates Motel from 1987. And Kevin Morgan. Right. How are you, lads? Have you located them yet?
No, I'll tell you what's happening now. For some strange reason, because I've re-entered now this comment section, it's not letting me go back as far as, I think I'm on a comment here, which it's Dr. Impossible. Again, he's talking about Salem's Lot. Yes. Do you see that at all on your?
I don't. If you put it up, there.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
Put it on the screen, and I can see where it is on this. I can see where your blue box is, and I'll find it from there. If you've missed some comments, that's fair enough. You can't really. Do you know what time that is on there?
It doesn't say a time. I've clicked on it there now for you.
Right. I'm trying to look for it.
For some strange reason, it wouldn't let me go back. It's not letting me look at the comments. Do you know something? You know what it is, John? I bet you it's actually near that's the last. It's probably maybe the last couple of comments that we've gotten. So you might have to take over in the comment section here.
I can see
until
it
we
there.
catch up.
I've just went past it there. So that's 9:39. So yeah. So there's quite a lot missed out, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Did you want to take over then, and till we get to this point, and
just
read out some of the comments?
I'm going to try and see where we've got to from.
Apologies again to everyone for this. Wow. I'm actually embarrassed.
So are you going to be putting your mask on and going around to your brother's house?
Oh, I'll be putting something on, but it won't be a mask. Unbelievable.
Right. It's just one of them things. Just I suppose next time you have to say to your brother, do not phone between X and Y.
I told him. I told him in the last stream as well, and he's still done it.
All right. Right. Okay. So I've got it here. So what I'll do is the bit to me best of me ability. I'll go through these because I'm not able to put them on the screen. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I would love to think I could do, but I can't. There's no way. I've got no control of them. I can just read them.
Yeah.
And I'll read out many as I can. I'll try and skip through the ones that we've kind of talked about before.
Yes. Okay.
You know, like in maybe someone's asking the same question or that, we can see what we can get through. Maybe have a half hour and see if we can sort of catch up, if that's okay.
That would be perfect, John. Yeah, that'd be great. Right. So let's do it. To do a bit of a rapid fire.
Right. So Maggie B says thoughts on As Above, So Below. I think it's an underrated Asian borderland English found footage movie. I have the German Blu-ray, no release over here in the UK. Have you seen As Above and So Below?
I think that's the movie. It's held in the catacombs of Paris or something like that, isn't it? Or something. Yeah, I think I remember enjoying it. As I think it has a bit of a bonkers ending to it, but I think for the most part, I think it's a good, decent found footage movie.
I remember I watched it. I just don't think I've got it anymore, and I don't know because when he said that, I thought I haven't got that anymore. I remember I had a red cover.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but I remember it sort of think it was quite different. I can't really remember too much about it.
Right, okay.
Ray Morey says Stephen King or John Carpenter.
Oh, I have to go with John Carpenter on that one. But even though, you know, Stephen King is just a remarkable writer, but John Carpenter directs some of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, definitely. Even though Stephen King's directed movies before, hasn't he?
Oh, Maximum Overdrive. It's the only movie he done.
The less said about that one, the better. I'm glad he sticks to writing. Don't give up your day job.
I think he had he didn't like it. I don't think he was mad crazy with the whole directing thing. So he went back to writing after that one.
So Brian Kenny says, what are your thoughts on Ghost Watch from 1992 and the new Blu-ray from 101 Films? I remember seeing it on Halloween night in 1982 and it terrified me. Be interested to know what age you were then, because it didn't really terrify me, but I could understand what it was trying to do. So you were saying that you might get it like a bit cheaper.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. That's what I'm going to go for. But I do want to see
it. Gordon Dryden says, since watching both of your channels, I'm actually going to try watching a couple of horrors tomorrow night.
Oh, brilliant!
It's 1 and 2.
Nice.
Which is always good to hear.
Good movies. I enjoyed them.
I keep meaning going back to them. I mean, the 4K that you sent us of it is just one of the best 4Ks I've ever seen.
Wow, stunning.
And It 2 is good as well.
Oh yeah, of course it has to complement that movie, doesn't it? You know, you want it looking as good.
And Undead 6 saying to Gordon, the first one is actually pretty good, but the second one's a bit meh, I thought, in my opinion. I know what you're saying with that one. Yeah,
I get it. Too long, way too long. But I still got some enjoyment from it.
Actually, Ian Hill, the Ramblin', says an ideal family film with elements of horror is Nicholas Roeg's The Witches, based on the Roald Dahl story. They did a remake that wasn't as good. Remember the witches? I do remember that.
Yeah, I do indeed.
St. John, I'm like you, John, on the movie Old. I had no expectations of it and quite enjoyed it. Yes, that's what I thought. I mean, I remember you saying in your review that you were a bit with it. So I had literally thinking to myself, this movie's either going to bore us to death or I'm going to get a bit out of it. And I got quite a lot out of it. But if I went on the other side of that thinking, whoa, this is going to be good, and I thought, is that it? But
Yeah.
Yes, I did like it. I've got to say now, the 4K was
Stunning.
unreal, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
So Lenny Nero says Barbarian is definitely the best horror movie of the year and just one of the best films regardless of genre. I hope Evil Disney reconsiders and releases it on disc. Yeah, apparently they're not for releasing that one. Yeah, well, Disney don't want to put it out, apparently.
Jesus Christ.
But if they put it on Disney Plus, I'll watch it. But I wouldn't buy. I've got Disney Plus for other things. I wouldn't buy it just for that film.
No, definitely not. No.
People do.
Looks like I'm gonna have to fucking get it now if I want to see the movie.
Alexander Wayne says, at some point, Keith, I looked for the cabin scene in the thing we talked about, if you remember.
The cabin scene in what?
It just says the cabin scene that we talked about. Oh, sorry. At some point, Keith, I looked for the cabin scene in the thing we talked about, if you remember. Does he mean the cabin scene in the thing? Oh, is that right? Because you remember.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the scene which do you remember I mentioned it in my video where McCready says in the thing he tells Windows to go back inside, and he says, and one of the lads says, "Well, where the hell are we going?" He says, "Up to my shack." And he goes, "What the hell for?" Because when I left yesterday, I knocked the lights off, and the camera just cuts to the cabin, and it's the most creepiest looking scene. And that's the scene he's talking about. It's just so eerily beautiful to look at.
Yeah,
it is great scene.
No, I don't know what you're saying. It's got some very eerie stuff in it. Very eerie stuff in that. It's got everything in the thing, hasn't it? Basically,
absolutely.
What hasn't it got? And it's 8:30 p.m. from Sean Sheridan. He sends €2 to you.
Oh, are you serious?
See Terrifier 2 without the clown. He's put.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. That's very nice.
Yeah. Right. Dr. Impossible says, have you seen these two Vincent Price films, Cry of the Banshee, directed by Gordon Hessler, and Mask of the Red Death? I've got Mask of the Red Death, and I've seen it a long time ago, but I haven't watched the other one. I haven't watched it. And Cry of the Banshee, I've never heard of that one.
No. Again, but then going back to the names again, some great names to the movies, isn't there? It's only in them days where you get them kind of. You'll never get that today. You wouldn't.
Well, funny enough, just on YouTube, because we're talking about the other night about YouTube, there's some movies you can get on YouTube and you can't get anywhere else. And I remember this one was one that I saw on Blu-ray. It was always expensive. And I thought, I'll get it when it comes down cheap. It's never come down cheap. Now it's completely out of print. And it was a movie I remember it used to it petrified us when I watched it. And there was a scene in it. And I'm sure it's got to do with something was on a wall. And I didn't know what it was. I still to this day don't really know what it was, but it just sent me into it was one of the ones where I just thought, when it was like, my dad would say, "Oh, do you want to watch this one?" I said, "I don't want to watch that one," because there was a few that just had triggers for us, and that was one of them. And the movie was called Blood Beast Terror.
Blood Beast Terror, right.
With Prince, with Peter Cushing.
No, I've never seen it, though. No.
Well, it's on there. It's in quite good quality, so I'm going to watch it.
Wow,
and see if that movie does freak us out.
Right, okay.
I wouldn't watch this since this movie came out, and when I was watching the TV, I would not watch it again. So, Blood Beast Terror. Great name, though.
Blood Beast Terror.
Movie,
okay. Maybe something to watch tonight when I go to bed.
Yeah, well, there's some great movies, and I'm starting to look at some movies on YouTube that I thought, well, if Blood Beast Terror was on there, what else is on there? So I'm going through all the ones that I would have gotten Blu-ray, but I can't get because they're out of print. And there's quite a few on there. So
yeah, I actually just found that movie on YouTube there, the Slumber Party Massacre. Actually, someone put me onto it. and we checked it out there a couple of weeks back as well. So it's actually nice to be able to see some of these movies.
It is something, and then something you can say, well, it's not that good, or it's not frightening, or that's really good. I can't wait for it to actually I'll go out and buy it.
Absolutely.
So Mikey says, Michael Witchy says, I'm pretty sure Evil Dead was shot during the winter, shutting production for Christmas and finished off in January. I think I've heard that actually. Apparently it was the coldest winter on record in Tennessee.
Wow.
And he also says Evil Dead Rise is apparently Evil Dead 4, but no Ash. Defo not a sequel to the remake.
Wow. Right. That's intriguing. That is intriguing.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Pete Playtendo, guys, says Inside Number 9 is a fantastic anthology series. A nice mix of horror and dark comedy. Some fantastic guest stars too, yeah. Some of the episodes in there are things it's there's a one called The 12 Days of Christine, and it's to do with but it's to do with this girl who's played by Sheridan Smith. And it's about this, and I tell you what, that story there, it's one of the most emotional things I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
And to be honest, even when I think about it, it gets us going. So if you can never see this thing, not all of them are great, but that one there was such well written. There's another one as well where they go into this, the whole episode is about this group who go into this disco thing, karaoke thing. It's like karaoke booth, and they go in there as a party. There's a lot of things going on about these people, and there's a girl in there who's deaf, and she can lip read, and she can lip read what the people are saying, and other people can't see them because they're all drunk. It's so clever. There's loads more to it. But anyway,
what's it called again, John?
It's called Inside Number 9.
Inside Number 9. Okay.
I think they're only out on DVD, mine.
Right.
I'll try and find it on Amazon. Just highly recommend it. Some of them are really clever mind. I'll try to get Deborah to watch some of them, but she doesn't really want to watch them. But some of them, where she does watch them, she says that was really good.
Okay.
Let's see. Of course, when you put it in here and it says Inside Number 9, and you go, and it tells you all the individual episodes you can buy.
Yeah.
So it, oh my God, it looks like that. That's what you're sort of looking at.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a BBC show, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Highly recommended. And I think maybe it might be the ones where you might not like all of the episodes, but you'll get a blast out of most of them.
That's good.
So Undead 6 says, you are right, Bogey, Michael. Also, they had to stop shooting because the cast and crew got sick from colds and stuff. But from what I've heard, Evil Dead Rise will be more of a standalone.
It does sound like a standalone.
Kevin Hayden says Monster Squad is on Blu-ray in Spain. Now, I think the version's out there, but I'm just wondering. I would love to see it in the UK release, because I like everything to get released in the UK, all around the world. And I'll think myself that I'm going to have to go back to it. I'm not going to dismiss it, but I'm not going to pay big money to get the ones you can't get in that.
Well, the problem I have with Spain when it comes to releases like that is I think I bought 3 movies from Spain, and all 3 of them are bootleg editions. So just be very, very wide when you're buying from Spain.
To be honest, what I would prefer to do is just, if it would come up on YouTube, I'd just watch it again, just see what I got.
Yeah.
And then I can go for it. I'm not saying I would never dismiss it, but at the moment it's one that I'm not going to break the bank for.
Absolutely. I get that.
So Solvence has wrote, just found out about Mondo, sub to your channel, mate. Thanks very much, Solvence. Appreciate it. That's great. And C. Gray, is it Connor Gray?
Connor Gray, yeah.
Connor Gray. So Connor Gray at 8:42 has said, keep up the good work, guys. Got to take the dog to the vet, and he's also dropped you $14.99.
I don't believe. Are you serious?
Yes. Yeah,
oh my God, Connor. Jesus, man, you've already sent me 2 well, just feeling the package, it feels like 2 movies, but you really didn't have to do that. That is unbelievably kind of you. And
It is.
Rest assured, I will buy something with that, and I'm sure I'll do a video on it. Thank you so much, Connor. And
all right with your dog.
And I hope everything's all right with your dog. Is right. Please God, everything's okay, and it's just a routine checkup.
Warp Art Studio says, "Have you ever witnessed anything paranormal?"
Have I ever witnessed anything paranormal? Jeez, that's a question. I can't say that I have, but when I was younger, you always hoped you would. You know what I mean? The creepiest thing that I think that I do remember when I was younger, again, not necessarily paranormal, but it was very, very creepy, was in the town that I grew up in, there was this house. It was just sitting there derelict for years. Kind of like the Myers house. Probably why I love Halloween so much. It's because we spent so much time in this house. But there was one day we went in and there was a lot of stuff still left in the house. And we went in and there was this old typewriter. I remember we went in one night. It was very dark. Couldn't see anything. And we were just rummaging around the house. We found a typewriter. And there was just a piece of paper in the typewriter. And it just said across the paper, God help me. And that was it.
Oh.
And again, that could have been just anyone that just came into the house, just put that piece of paper there. You know, chances are that's exactly what it is. But I remember us seeing it. We just shined the torch on it, and we were just out of the house, and we never went back to it from that day on.
That would actually, to be honest, that could make that's a story. That's a good horror story in the making there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's quite a creepy thing. That's actually a bit of a shiver down my spine. That one, you know.
Yeah, that was creepy. No, that was that's the closest I think when it comes to paranormal. What about you, John? Did you ever?
I haven't actually, but something that's equally like it's a bit of a story like you're writing there. We used to do these things when you were a kid. You used to do all these things where you just used to do daft stuff. And at the bottom of my Grand Street, along a little bit along the road, there's a big church there. It's called St. John's, and there's the big church, and then there's like a sort of like hall next to it where people used to go, and the brownies running, and the Girl Guides and the Scouts were all in this thing. Now sometimes when we were out and about, we used to go past this thing, and we used to see like people we used to know, like in the brownies or something, we used to knock on the window, like making them laugh and all that. We used to get a chase off people to come up and say, "Oh, get lost," and that. So they used to chase us around, but what we used to do, because we used to like pause, we used to try and get on the roof of this, or a part of the roof.
Okay.
You've got no fear when you're a kid, and sort of get chases all around this roof bit. It's like split level roof. It wasn't a big roof, but it was like the bottom thing. So we used to get on there, and we used to make ourselves a little bit of a nuisance actually around about this area. So what had happened was one day, we used to just mooch around this for a couple of months, you know, in the summer. And we found a way of getting, there was like a back door into this place. And we found a way of getting through this gate to get to this back door to get into the building. So not that we're not going to do anything, but we just thought, oh, wouldn't it be great to get in this door and shout something or something, you know? So someone had said to us, what you need to do is look through the keyhole. I'll never forget this. Look through the keyhole and see if you can see anything to see if you can see anything to see what we can go into, you know, it's maybe a cupboard, I don't know, like that. So I says, all right. So I went up and looked through the keyhole, and there was an eye looking straight at us, right? And I mean looking straight at us. And you know what it was? It was a mirror. I didn't know that until I sussed, because I thought to myself, how on earth is someone looking at me straight away? But it was, they put a mirror in the thing as a deterrent of somebody looking through the keyhole. And I'll tell you what, that petrified me. And I don't think we ever went back to church again.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
So put a mirror. I mean, it wasn't directly behind it because you couldn't see it because of the lights. Yeah. It was put back because I remember looking. It was a bit weird because it was my eye. It was an eye looking at us, obviously, but it was the fact there was some kind of light. They had some kind of light fitting. That was illuminating this sort of mirror to a certain extent.
Right. That's unbelievable.
But what a scare that was. Can you imagine?
Absolutely. I will believe it. That's great.
But it wasn't thingy, but it really felt like I just looked into the soul of the devil.
Absolutely.
That was good. So, Dr. Impossible is saying you can get a Monster Squad in the shock label via Blu-ray. But the optical
Okay.
effect is very washed out. Oh, well, needs a decent restoration. That's from Australia. Tom says I didn't like Terrifier 2. First wasn't bad, so bought the second one and wish I'd seen it before I bought it.
Okay.
Yeah. Mike Carroll says I watched this afternoon for the umpteenth time on DVD the 1989 TV version of The Woman in Black. No matter how many times I watch it, it's still spine-tinglingly chilling. I can't say it.
Oh, wow.
I haven't seen that.
That's
A lot of people talk about. I know. A lot of people talk about that movie, and I know you can get it on Blu-ray actually.
Okay. I've never seen it.
I saw Horror and Todge unboxing actually a while ago. I haven't seen it, no, but apparently it's meant to be a really creepy little tale.
Right. I'm always open to these movies. Like I've just that gentleman that just donated the Conor Gray there that donated the money. He put me on to that movie, that Ghost Story. That lovely little charming little ghost story movie that he I thought was really was just a beautiful little, like a little ghost story movie, and it's just wonderful set into the movie, just so many creepy scenes in it as well. So I'm always open to anything new that's horror.
But yeah, so I'm sure I was going to get it from H. I don't think you can get it anymore. I don't know. It's I just said it's maybe one of them ones that's just vanished, because I know that Tony had a Belton copy of it, really nice looking thing. I think it was like a book, if I remember. Right. What's it called? The Woman in Black.
One second, John. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm grabbing a drink. Just I can hear you anyway. So.
Okay, so it's we can get it for $14.99.
And is it Blu-ray? Yeah.
Yeah, Blu-ray, and it's
okay.
That's what you're looking for.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, John. I presume. No, am I getting my movies wrong? What was the movie that Daniel Radcliffe was in?
I think that was called The Woman in Black as well.
Is that a remake of that one?
I don't know. I think it might be a different film, but I know this is meant to be quite creepy. It's a 15 actually as well, believe it or not.
Oh wow, okay.
And at 8:45, Sean Sheridan has sent you another €2.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Thank you so much.
Vampires. I know, great, isn't it?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Ever seen John Carpenter's Vampires and Christine?
Yeah. I look. They're not my go-to John Carpenter movies, but my God, I do enjoy them. I've said this countless times about vampires. It's a very underrated John Carpenter movie, but I think, and I keep saying this, I think if James Woods was not in that movie, it would be unbelievably average. I think James Woods makes that movie. I love some of his one-liners that he comes out with. He's a great presence in that movie as well. Christine, me and you are going to massively disagree in this one, because I know you don't like Keith Gordon in that movie, where I love him in that movie. I do. I still think, someone asked me before, what movie would you like to see remade? And Christine always does come to mind. I always say Christine. I think it can be done better. I think it can be. But I do like the movie. I do like it a lot. But I know you weren't a fan of Keith Gordon in the movie, but there's something about him. You got on your nerves, did he?
He just got me nerves, and I mean, I've checked it out a lot of times. I must have watched this film about 5 times. It's just, I mean, I give it the Indicator Blu-ray. It looks absolutely sensational. It's like borderline 4K. It's one of the nicest Blu-rays I've ever seen, but just couldn't get away with it. Unfortunately, Vampires is a movie I saw a long time ago, and I need to get it again to check it out to see. I don't imagine I won't like it, but I don't know what it is about Christine. It just there's quite a few things I like now. I love the car in it. I love the fact when the car can get smashed up and then it can kind of rebuild itself. I love that.
Yeah.
And it's one of my favorite one of my favorite scenes in a movie ever. Just his character, not him, because I like him as an actor. Just his character. I think if I could redo that movie again with a character that I kind of identify with a bit more, I would have a good time with it.
I'll tell you one thing. There was an interesting prequel to be made there with that movie, because Ernie Cunningham is his character's name. The old man that he buys it off, he mentions that his brother owned the car, and he died. He died in the inside the car. And I kind of said to Ellen before when we watched that movie, I was like, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing a prequel to that and see what happened. See that brother's storyline, just to see what was because I think he said something about his wife was found dead in the car as well.
Yeah.
So I think it could be an interesting little prequel movie to do.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
Never know.
Chris Kennington says, I pre-ordered my copy for £19.99. Glad I did as you say. It's very hard to get at the moment. I wonder what that one is.
Who left that comment? Sorry, John.
That was Chris Kenton says I pre-ordered my copy for £19.99. Glad I did. I'd like to say it's very hard to get at the moment. I wonder which one that would be for.
Oh, I wonder if it's the Terrifier. I wonder if it's one of them, maybe.
Could be.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, it could be, because I don't know what the price of it was, but it probably is about £20 for two movies.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It does look like it's something you can't get on Amazon, so even though it's there.
Okay.
Jamig, I think that's how I would say it. Jamig 101. How about the Count Yoga collection? Will you guys be picking this up?
In time. In time, I'll pick it up. I've never seen the movies. God, it's one of those risky things. Arrow sometimes scares me with some of them releases, because sometimes you say to yourself, if I hold off, try to get them a bit cheaper. But something tells me, like a collection like that, it might sell out. I don't know. It's a risky thing. I don't know. What about you, John?
Have you seen the Count Yoga films?
No, I'm well aware of them, and I've been told by a few people. I've been recommended by from a lot of people to pick them up. But again, I would like to get them cheaper.
Well, Count Yoga Vampire, the first one, is one of the best movies I've ever seen. It is absolutely amazing. The second one is not attached on the first one. The first one is like a bit like a comedy horror, actually, but it's really clever. It's really clever. It's a great movie. The only thing is, though, I've got the Count Yoga ones on Blu-ray. You can get them for next to now. I don't know if they're still in print, but and they look pretty all right. So what I've got in mind I don't need to buy them now at the moment, but I think that the problem I've got with it is, if I get one now, I don't really need to get it. So I'm going to hold off till I'm hoping that there's a lot of people like me who just think, well, I've already got it. There's no reason to buy it. Then it's going to be around for a bit, and then we're going to be able to pick it up. It's a bit of a gamble. That's going to try. But if I don't do that, if I lose the gamble, I've still got the Blu-ray with the two movies on. They look quite good.
But then there you go. That works. Then that works just equally as well for me. Then, because if it does sell out, I can just pick up then the two Blu-rays that you do have that you said they're quite cheap. So,
but the first film, honestly, it's a cracking movie. I'm trying to think who plays Count Yoga, but I remember seeing it on TV and I just loved it. It was like so different to anything else.
Okay.
But it's quite like comedy, actually. It's hard to describe. Right, Count Yoga. Yeah, you see there, you've got the Count Yoga collection. That's the one I've got.
Okay. Right.
$8.99. So
$8.99. So there you go.
If you don't get it, basically,
that's covered.
Yeah. So you're not going to miss out.
Okay.
But you might miss out on a good package there. I don't think you will, actually. I think you can get that cheaper down the line.
I think so. I hope so.
Thomas Pearson says, I heard Terrifier 2 was made for $200,000 and made $5 million so far.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. It's a great thing, and it's probably why horror will always be a moneymaker, because you can make these movies for little or nothing, and and they horror always sells. It just look at Halloween Ends. I think it took one of the biggest drops in the history of the box office for its second weekend, dropping from 40 million down to 8. The movie's still on around, it's on around, 80, 90 million, with a budget of 20 million. It's just, it's a no-brainer.
Well, always make the money back, you're right. Even when they flop, but they don't flop, really.
They don't flop, no.
Ian Hill, the Ramblin, says, I wish Rosemary's Baby would get a 4K release. I've got the DVD, but not the Blu-ray. It's such a brilliant, enjoyable film. Yeah, I like Rosemary's Baby.
I'm just actually just looking.
I haven't actually got it.
I don't have it either, and I think I have the DVD of it, but I definitely don't have a Blu-ray of it.
I keep looking at the Blu-ray. I think it's out in Criterion on Blu-ray, which makes us think they could do a 4K of it.
Then it could be down the line. You'd be paying for it, though.
Richard Burnett, good evening to you both.
Hey, Richard.
Is Shadow of a Vampire on Blu-ray yet? As I'm shopping tomorrow. All the best. Shadow of a Vampire. I'm not too sure. It sounds like a movie that I should have heard of.
Yeah, I think I know of it, and I'm leaning toward yes. I think it is. I could be very wrong.
I know Shadow of the Vampire is the one that was made.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
That's the one where with what's he called, man? Willem Dafoe.
William, thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, Shadow of a Vampire. I remember having it on DVD.
Yeah, I knew. I wonder if that's what. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I don't know about. According to this, it's not out on Blu-ray. I would actually watch it. Yeah. Quite a decent, with quite a good twist in it. The fact that they were saying that Max Schreck, who was in Nosferatu, was actually a real vampire in real life. That's what the movie is saying.
Wow. Okay. Very good.
Yeah, which I thought was quite good. It could have been done a little bit better, but yeah. So Undead 6 says that's pretty easy math to do, Thomas. If a budget is 205,000, they have to make about 600,000 to break even. If it's made 5 million now, they've already made enough profit for part 3.
There you go.
Yeah, I agree. Michael Garcia says 2 of my favorite YouTubers collide. Hell yeah.
Cheers, man.
YouTubers collide.
YouTube. Yeah, should do that in the intro, shouldn't we? Do like a kind of a Rocky thing, Throw fist and then it just explodes and then.
So Dr. Possible says to Ian, you may get your wish with Rosemary's Baby. Kino Lorber in the US are releasing Paramount titles, so it might surface on their Paramount, or Paramount could release the film on their own US label. Yeah.
There you go.
Chronologic says, The Thing on 4K is fantastic. Yeah, it is, mine, isn't it?
Which one?
The Thing on 4K.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Rob, and he also says Rob Bottin's Glorious FX, of course.
Oh, of course. Some people forget as well that Stan Winston had a helping hand in one of the scenes in that as well. The dog scene, the dog transformation. A lot of that is Stan Winston's work as well. And that was a great scene as well.
So when the dog gets burnt with a flamethrower, so did they actually burn that practical effect? Did they actually destroy it for the film?
I think so. I think so. Another thing. It's just funny you mentioned that, right? Me and Ellen are always talking about that with The Thing. Do you know when you watch that movie, why is it when they flamethrow the thing, they only let it burn for around 2 seconds and then they put it out?
I know.
That's like every time we watch it, I'm always going out. It's like, my God, we let it burn for a bit. It's if any particle of this can actually kill you.
I would have disintegrated into dust if that had been me. I would have never put it out and says, it's all right, but just when it's dead. Something that's done that in front of you, changed shapes and incorporated dogs and everything, people, and you just that's dead.
And the weird thing is, they carry it over with the Thing prequel as well. We were only just watching it the other night, and they do the same thing in it.
I know.
A little bit of burst of flamethrower, and then that's it. Quickly put it out. And I was like, Jesus Christ, let it burn already.
No, that is a real howler, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if AFC Steve says hello, lads. Hello, Steve.
Yeah, Steve, it's brilliant.
So I think we're getting on that one. We've got 853.
Wow.
So Steve O says, I saw the thing on 4K first time a few weeks ago, and it looked great. Yes, it did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely great. And Chronologic says, Collins Pop. H&S Collectibles, Cody. Enjoy your stream, boys. We're going trick-or-treating.
Oh, fantastic.
Excellent. Yeah,
nice. Enjoy, Cody. Cody loves this time of year and loves it probably just as much as myself. He just loves, he's very similar with me as well. He just likes the look of October. As a matter of fact, I think he already posted pictures up there not so long ago on Facebook saying, look, I found the orange trees. He's always out looking for the orange trees and capturing the light beautifully through it, and a lovely lad. Really is a lovely lad. And I hope you enjoyed your Dr. Sleep last night, Cody.
Did he? Where did he do? Did he go and watch it? Did he?
It was Cody, David, and Mark of Horror were actually doing the stream together, and they actually watched the movie.
Yeah.
So
that'd be great.
Absolutely.
I will go and watch that. Actually, I will go and watch that one. Charlie Bronson says, "Evening, lads. Good to see John with his jacket off." Well, yes, I've got my jacket off.
Absolutely, I'm loving that top.
I've got my jumper. I've got my t-shirt. So, and I've also got a hot water bottle here. So don't think for 1 minute that I'm going to be doing like I'm rock hard. I am literally. I've got to be warm. I'm sitting next to that window. I'm surprised I haven't got my hat on actually.
Wow.
Also, is Euphoria still collecting media books?
I wouldn't say collecting. I don't get me wrong. I bloody love them, but they wouldn't be my go-to format. Most of my media books come.
If I had to say, I would just take a regular release because sometimes they're a bit clunky.
They're expensive, John. Let's call it as it is. They're expensive. It's I think when it comes to media books, it'll have to be a movie that I really like.
I know what you're saying. If I could see one cheap, I would take it, but I wouldn't go looking for it. Yeah.
No, I'm the same. Yeah.
Charlie Bronson says, I've got Halloween Ends on Steelbook 4K pre-order. Haven't seen the film, but hope I'm one of the minority who enjoys it.
Charlie, all I can say is don't let anyone put them off. Don't let me put you off. Don't let anyone put you off. You watch the movie, and forge your own opinion of it. And I'm hoping you enjoy it. I really do.
AFC Steve, the bank account looks like a nuclear fallout after September and October. But a silver lining is that I have an empty order list on Amazon and Zavi's. I just saw a 7 given for Halloween Ends. I give it a -7.
Yeah, Steve contacted me. As a matter of fact, Steve really rebelled against them movies because he actually got rid of his other 2 Halloween movies. I think he had the 4Ks of the 2018 and Halloween Kills, and he ended up getting rid of both of them as well. He just never wants to watch them 3 again, unfortunately.
Well, actually, to be honest, I can see some. So if you hate the ending of it that much and you never go back to the ending, you kind of can't finish that. So I could see that being a thing where I don't think I would do it myself, but yeah, I could see I will get Halloween Ends on 4K. Let's hope we've got a slip cover.
This might sound stupid, but what I do now, and I said this to a few people, because the biggest problem the movie has is this huge disconnect, and it's that the disconnect is the 4-year gap. And we spoke about it numerous times. We felt that might have been a mistake in itself. It should have been maybe held in the same night as the other 2.
Yeah.
So what I say to people now is, look, just watch 2018, watch Kills, and then knock on H20, and just pretend that Laurie Strode went on to be a school teacher, and she might meet Michael again, and that's basically, it's The disconnect is just there. There's no avoiding it now.
So there's a way around it.
Yeah, there's always a way around
it. D says, just remembering that New Zealand film Bad Taste. Surely one of the funniest horror films. Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Steve says, I haven't seen the TV cuts of Halloween 1 and 2, so that's what I'm watching tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
That's fair enough. I can't remember seeing the Halloween 2 one, but I have seen the Halloween one, which I quite like.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, but I prefer the theatrical cuts for them too, because they're ingrained in my mind.
Yeah. I think it just goes to show how they feel about the cuts of them movies when they won't introduce them onto the 4Ks. You know, I think that speaks a lot about what they think of them. But yeah, look, they're nice to have.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really add much to it, but
I like the fact of them knowing that they're there.
Yes,
I like that one. I just,
absolutely.
If they weren't on a tour, you'd be hunting for them, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
So Pete Playtendo, guys, says, thanks so much, Keith and John, for the kind words. It's always a pleasure chatting to you and everybody on the streams. Yeah, well.
Oh, well.
It's and to be honest, it's not just us saying this. I know that everybody who's been on Pete's streams says exactly the same thing. So it's.
I think I've never seen anyone ever look bored on Pete's stream. And again, I suppose I keep forgetting as well. A lot has to be said to Andy and Mike as well. You know, because they're always there with Pete, and they're just as welcoming as Pete. Two of the nicest lads as well. And they have a great thing going there. They really do have a good thing going. Well, and I'm looking forward to it again, getting onto it again.
A couple of things is the fact that they do keep a good stream going every week, which must be difficult. And, you know, it must be difficult. I don't know how he does it. Yeah. And also with the help of Andy and Mike, the creates a great sort of platform for you to go on and be welcomed. And there's no kind of they're interested when they get a channel on, they're interested in that channel.
Yes.
For that, you know, and then whoever comes on, they're interested equally in everybody.
Like, I look at Andy. It's weird. It's Andy and Mike, particularly again Andy, and I don't think Mike will mind me saying this, but Andy's knowledge of movies is borderline frightening. I would love to be able to because as a YouTuber and you know your channel, you're always trying to improve your channel, and I always say it every time I speak to Andy. I would love to take my enthusiasm and then just take his knowledge of movies and just put them two together and put it out there. I just think it would be what a gift he has. He really does. You could name the most obscure movie and rest assured he will have seen it. It's a great gift to have.
It is. No, I totally agree, and I think that as it's funny we're doing a stream, but I think you'll agree with this, that if anybody gets the chance to go on to Pete's stream, take it, because you'll love it. It's such a great experience, and we're just being honest, you know.
Yeah, it is. The only downside is you'll just have to wait a while before you can do it again. That's the only. Then when I finish with them, I just want to do it again. I want to be like, okay, invite me next week. I'm here, you know. Then let's do it again, you know. But that's how he keeps things fresh.
Yeah, I've got an invite of Pete, and unfortunately it's not worked out for us for the last couple of months. But I'm pretty sure that I'm going to get in touch with Pete very soon just to say that November looks quite good. So I'm going to give him a couple of dates and hopefully I can fit him with somewhere on the down the road in November and get on there. Because
I think we said it before as well, that I think we both mentioned that we thought it would have happened by now, but we thought that the two of us would have been on his stream together someday. But it hasn't actually happened, and I'm hoping someday it will happen.
I'm sure it will. Down the line. It's fun actually, but all the times I've been in there, I've had a great time, and it's I agree. And it's one that it flies over. So that's but it is and also Matt V's movies says you are credit the community, Pete. Yeah, totally agree with that.
Absolutely, he is.
And it's great. I mean, Matt's a great guy. He's so supportive. And I think that's a nice guy, a real nice guy. And
Matt's been with me from the get-go, and that's so.
But he's nice fella, and I just think that nice is nice. Why not? Why not be nice? Why?
Yeah, be nice.
Be nice.
Don't be negative. Just be nice. And you will go a long way.
Yes.
It's like that's the way I look at it.
Well, you'll go further than if you were negative, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
So AFC Steve, Brain Dead needs a new release as well. Well, it certainly does. Both we went on the 4K of the three of them: Meet the Feebles, Brain Dead, and also
Bad Taste.
Bad Taste. But well,
yeah, can you imagine that? Nice box set. Go on, Arrow. Yeah. Are you listening, Arrow? Put that together.
That would be something I would really. I'll definitely get that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gary, the Blu-ray addict. Is there any films you loved, but then the ending completely ruined it for you? I watched a film from Second Sight recently called Bull, and it definitely gave me that feeling. I haven't heard of Bull.
That's the Second Sight release. That movie I think he's talking about.
Right, yeah.
It's just a new release from them. Yes, there's one movie. Again, I don't know what way people are going to take this or not. People are going to say that I'm sick, but I can't help but feel this way about this movie. The Mist. The ending of it, I break my arse laughing every time I see the ending of it.
Laughing?
Because I just cannot believe someone can be that unlucky. I can't even talk about it because I don't actually want to ruin the ending for anyone.
Yeah.
But, the ending of it. When I just seen the ending of it, I remember looking at Ellen and going, "No, that did not just happen." And I was actually laughing. I found myself laughing. Now I know people are not going to agree with that, but that kind of just ruined it a bit for me. I
was going to say The Mist as well, but not for that reason. I just thought it was so. I don't know. I thought they didn't go there, did they? And for that reason, I loved the film until the end. I thought I can't physically pick that up. I can't watch that film again.
I know.
For the ending. But so we've both given you the same answer, Gary, but for completely different reasons.
Absolutely. Even though I want to point out that John did laugh.
I was laughing at you laughing. You made me laugh.
Fair enough.
Okay. Imagine that if you ever saw that. Is it Keith Jane who was the
Thomas Jane.
Thomas Jane, sorry. And he said something like Keith Jane was he Stick of the Dump. Remember him? So this remember Stick of the Dump, the kids program?
No.
I think it was called Keith Jane the Kid. Anyway, but getting off topic there. Imagine if we ever saw Thomas Jane and said, "Hey, we've never stopped laughing since we saw The Mist." Imagine if he'd be like, "What?
You're a sick bastard. You know that?"
So AFC Steve says Keith Terrifier Duo is on Amazon for only 20 quid. I uploaded it on Instagram. So yes, that must have been the movie they're talking about. Alexander Wayne says, looking forward to Pray for the Devil. I love demonic possession horror. What are you two looking forward to? There was something that I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to The Beyond coming out in 4K because it is coming out.
Oh, was that announced?
It's somewhere in the States, but it's definitely coming out. I'm also looking forward to there's a couple of 4Ks being announced by 88. Our Zombie Creeping Flesh.
Oh, and, nice.
Another one, House on the Edge of the Park, which is meant to be uncut. So we're definitely getting them ones. I won't be getting the Cannibal Holocaust because it's cut.
All right. Okay. Yeah. For me, I'm actually looking forward to, believe it or not, getting Nope, that Jordan Peele movie Nope again, getting it home now and watching it again on watching it. I spoke to you about this the other night, John. Our local cinema, the screen is not great.
Yeah,
and when we went to see Nope, as much we loved the movie, we really enjoyed it. But I kind of remember saying to Ellen, I was like, God, I just can't wait to get that movie at home and see it on my television, So yeah, Nope. Nope on 4K is one that's I'm quite excited about.
So I'm gonna go through it because we're on 9:10 there, so we're still quite a bit far back. So what I'll do is I'll go through as quick as I can. Actually,
do a rapid fire. Yeah,
a few of these comments because people are talking about like Terrifying and stuff like that.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Ray Maury says, "Creepshow, I want my cake."
I love that story. I love that story.
So Ian Hill says music can really elevate a film. 2 films I watched recently really highlighted this for me. In Christine, the old rock and roll movie, and also adds so much in X. I loved hearing all those old songs. Hearing all those songs, yeah, I totally agree with that. Actually, the music in Christine is quite good. Actually, I'll say that.
I also said that about a horror movie when you can take a very old song. You know, like when you watch Halloween 2, and when you hear that song, Mr. Sandman. You think nothing of it, but then when you stick it to Halloween 2, it becomes one of the creepiest sounding songs ever. It's a testament to find a song like that, a song that just genuinely sounds very happy and very just pleasing to the ears, and then all of a sudden just slap it to a horror movie, and then all of a sudden it becomes eerily frightful.
Well, Tiptoe Through the Tulips in Insidious.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yes.
That really sort of you go, oh wow, this is just not. I'm not enjoying this, but it's quite.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a great pick, actually, John. That's a very good pick.
So, Steve. Wow, very surprised you didn't see Wreck, Keith. The Spanish one, of course. There is a set to it on Amazon US because I have a wish listed. Oh, well, so I don't know if it's just to that or the sort of set of them, but I think that Wreck is a great movie. You really would love it.
I need to check it out.
Yeah,
I do. I need to check it out.
It's done really well.
It's good.
I think one of the reasons why Carpenter's films are such classics is the music soundtracks are fantastic. Just complement the films, of course.
Well, like even when you watch I love when it comes to music soundtracks. I love simplicity, and Carpenter just screams simplicity. Even The Thing, right? It's not John Carpenter's music; it's your man Ennio Morricone.
I know, it's quite surprising
when you hear the music, just the dun 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 dun. It's so eerily creepy.
Yes,
it just works so well. And I think that's what I think. Just music today is just too overly complicated.
Well, I know because it's just like a heartbeat, isn't it? And, but sometimes less is more. And I do agree with that. But I think that Carpenter's got the eye for making a good looking movie and also the ear for making some good, memorable soundtracks which stay with you forever.
Oh, absolutely. And I was very fortunate to see him in concert as well, which was just wow. That's a memory.
That would be nuts. That. I love that happened.
That was great. It was great.
But I'll be top of my list.
Really enjoyed it. Great
spectacle.
Absolutely.
Napoleon 88 says All Hallows Eve is indeed a good anthology, although it is a different actor playing art. And whilst he's different enough, he is nowhere near as effective as David Howard Thornton in the role. Have you heard of that one? All Hallows Eve.
Is that not the? Now I'm probably going to get this very wrong, but do you know the Terrifier movies? Was there a movie called All Hallows Eve that was before the Terrifier? Am I right in saying that?
I don't really know. I've heard of the movie, but I don't know about how it's.
Yeah, I think there was 3 movies with that character. Now I might be very wrong with that, so apologies if I am.
I really don't know. I don't know about that one. Gary North says, "Good evening, Gary."
Hey, Gary, how's things?
Ray Murray says one of my favorite franchises set films will have to be The Omen. Good call, actually.
Oh, that's kind of annoying. It never gets talked about, and they should be.
No.
It's a good trilogy.
Movies are classics.
Yeah.
And the rest of them are a bit.
I love the last line. I think it's the last line you hear, isn't it? Nazareth, you won nothing. You remember that? It's the Sam Neill says at the end of it, the third one. And I think it's the last line you hear in that entire franchise. I love the ending of it. It's just one of them real full circle trilogies.
What's the last line of the first film? Is it Damien? Put the dog down. No, it's that's only fools and horses.
Get that
Put the dog
fucking
down,
crow out of your room.
Is this your dog? Get that stuff picked up off that. Get the shovel out. The dog's been.
Why is the nanny hanging outside the window?
You haven't seen the nanny, have you? I found a shoe, but I don't know where the rest of her is. So, Corophagia curate is yum. I think that's what it says there.
Wow.
In the comments, great to see you guys chewing the fat. Chewing that
Absolutely.
fat. But it's great to chew that fat. Even though I don't like fat to chew. Bogey Cap Productions, he says Dawn of the Dead remake was one I hated when I saw it at the cinema, but I decided to give it another chance and it came out on DVD and I really enjoyed it. So yeah.
Is there just removing Halloween 3 and Evil Dead aside, has it ever happened to you where you went to see a movie in the cinema and you just absolutely hated it? And then when you watched it for the second time, you just done a complete U-turn on it?
I don't know. I've done it the other way, or I've actually hated the movie and just never went back to it. I tell you what,
Right.
Guess what I did do? When I used to go to the Whitley Bay Playhouse, was just down the road, which I keep talking about, and I will do a video on it one day.
Okay.
I went in. This shows you how young and naive I was. I sat there, and I don't know if I talked about this when the movie playing that night was Night of the Living Dead. And I thought, oh, this sounds good. So come up, I went, it's black and white. So I must have got 2 minutes into it, and as soon as I think it got maybe We're Coming to Get You, Barbara says, right, I'm off. Just went home.
Wow.
So I'm not sitting here watching that black and white rubbish.
Jesus. Okay.
How insanely wrong was I there?
Wow. That's.
I was only about 13. I didn't have a clue,
Mm.
I didn't know movies couldn't be in black and white, horror movies. Color.
Yeah, of course. I remember seeing the Event Horizon in the cinema. I think the problem that happened with me with Event Horizon was I remember we had the Empire magazine did this special on Event Horizon. Yeah. You should have seen this magazine, John. I'm not kidding you. You should have seen the scenes that this magazine was showing from Event Horizon. And then when we went to see the movie, not one of the scenes that were in this magazine were actually in the movie. Wow. And I hated the movie. Oh, I hated it so much. Really? And again, persistence. I stuck with it. When it came out onto DVD, VHS, and then DVD, and it paid off in the end. It's like one of my favorite sci-fi horror. It's probably the last great sci-fi horror movie to come out. But my God, my first viewing experience of it was shocking. It was.
It's funny, isn't it? I think if you go in with the wrong mindset or whatever, it's just that you were expecting someone else.
Yes, absolutely.
The whole time looking for that thing in the film wasn't there. That's going to get you gander up, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Coprophagia, I'll just call him Corpro. I just noticed that on Zabi's site, they're still offering the American Werewolf hand sculpture. Didn't they pre-order over a year ago? Did you get that one yet, Keith? I'm guessing you didn't.
Yeah, no, I can't help but laugh at it. Yeah, he's absolutely right. I think it is a year ago when I pre-ordered it. It's supposed to be out now next week. No, next Monday. Not this Monday. Not tomorrow. So the following Monday. So I am waiting. Did he say that the release date has changed? Sorry, what was he just saying?
He said they're still offering it on the American Werewolf hand sculpture.
Okay.
He's just saying it's still there. He doesn't say about the date.
Yeah. So I think it's out on the 6th of November. I have it pre-ordered, and I'm just waiting to get an email saying this is not coming out until January next year. It's been delayed 5 times.
I remember you talking about it seemed to be like a million years ago when you first mentioned it, and I saw the photograph of it, and then just nothing else.
it's a very cool looking bus because it does three things that I quite like. The hand is the transformation scene, which is iconic. It's in a railway station. That's the frame of the bust is actually the railway station.
Yeah.
And the back of the wall of the railway station is actually a banner for the cinema, the porn cinema that they go into.
Yes.
Near the end of the movie. So it's kind of representing three scenes in one bust. And I thought it was it's quite good. I'm hoping that it doesn't get delayed again and I get it in the next week or 2 weeks.
It just seems to be crazy that it's taking that long. Especially shouldn't it? If we've got a like a thing of it, they've got to have some kind of mold for it. They haven't just made it on a computer or anything, have they?
Absolutely. It's something I desperately want. It's I can't remember the last time I've actually showed a bust off on my channel. Well, a new one that is. So it would be nice to actually show one off.
That'd be great to see it when it comes out.
I will.
Heroic Waffles says, "Hey guys, happy Halloween."
Happy Halloween, man. Thanks for coming over.
Halloween yourself.
Absolutely.
Gary North says, "Anyone picking up the Criterion Lost Highway tomorrow?" I would, but it would have to be in the sale. It's not a movie it's a David Lynch movie. It's a movie I would go to. It's not my go-to movie, but I would definitely see that.
I'm the same as you, John. It's not one of my go-to movies, so I think it will be. It'll have to be a sale because I would like to own it.
Alexander Wayne says, "Keith, what do you think of Emily Blunt's Wolfman? I just I just took it off myself to watch in the morning.
Right.
I didn't remember she was in that. Actually, that would have been.
I actually,
2010 one.
What?
Is that the 2010 one?
Yeah, the one with Benicio del Toro, isn't it? That's in it.
Yeah.
As I've only watched it once, Alexander, and as far as I remember, I'm almost certain I said to Ellen it felt like a movie of two halves. I think the second half was a lot better than the first. I can't say much more about it. I honestly can't remember. It's only when you said Emily Blunt, I literally forgot she was actually in that movie. It actually makes me kind of want to see it now again because I'm such a fan of her.
Well, yeah, me too. And I've often thought about going. I did like the movie. I did understand where it did miss on some kind of levels. So I thought, right, I'm going to go back and just say I'll either love it or hate it the second time round, or the third or fourth time, what it is. But I haven't watched it for yonks. But because she's in it, I'll put it higher on the list. I do look at it a lot of times and think I'll go for it. But
we're right in saying as well, like Anthony Hopkins and Hugo Weaving, I think, is in it as well. There's a solid cast in that.
Oh yeah, it's got a lot of things going for it. It just missed slightly in some respects.
Oh, it was in so much trouble drawn from the get go. I'm almost certain.
Yeah.
I'm almost certain that I had $100 million budget. You know, it was that movie flopped before it even got released because there was no way they were ever going to rekindle that money back.
So Chris Kennington says, "What's your favorite slasher?" But you can't say any of the obvious movies like Halloween, for example.
Oh, that's fair enough. I like that. I suppose I'd have to go towards maybe The Burning or The Prowler. A House in Sorority Row. Three of them come kind of. I'll tell you one thing: House in Sorority Row. Tom Savini's work in that movie is fantastic. I think it's very underrated for his work in that movie. There's some very brutal scenes in it, but I think them three movies: The Prowler, The Burning, and House in Sorority Row.
I'll definitely go with The Burning. I would say as well. There was one that just came to mind there. Oh, what is it? Of course, 20th. Actually, I'm going to think. I'm sure there's going to be some Italian ones I can put in the mix with that one. Of course, when I'm thinking about it, the more giallos than slashers.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
But I will say that's what you said there. Yeah, Burning. I think Burning for me is probably the greatest slasher movie.
Yeah.
That's quite a big title to lay on a movie. I do like the obvious, just like Friday the 13th Part 3. Love that movie.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that whole character Jason.
Absolutely.
It's great. AFC Steve going to watch an Absurd for the time soon. The movie Absurd.
Okay.
A film, John, I'd probably familiar with, being a video nasty, yes. And we'll watch Anthropophagus before, yes, because they're both. Anthropophagus is the first one, Absurd is the second one, but you don't really have to watch them like that because they're kind of two separate movies, slightly. But I would say Anthropophagus before Absurd.
Oh, okay.
If I had to say. So Clay Che Hampstead says Tucker and Dave versus Evil, great comedy horror. Heard a lot of people talk about that movie, but I've not seen it.
Yeah, I've been on Cody's stream numerous times, and that movie got brought up a lot, and they kept saying it to me. It's something you need to see. And that's
I've heard a lot of people saying it. I think my friend Wolfie Warploy, he says it's one of the best ones he's seen. Ray Murray,
it's on my radar.
Comedy horror for me would be The Haunted Honeymoon. I quite like that one actually. With that's Gene Wilder.
Oh, I forgot about that. Jesus Christ, that's a long time ago.
Remember the time? I don't know if it's because he's in with his wife in that movie, Gilda Radner. And there's a bit where he's on. Somebody comes in the room, but I think Gilda Radner, I believe, is the one there's got like a big bed, and she's lying on the bed, and he sort of gets on top of her, but his body, her legs are his body, or vice versa. And it's so funny because he's sitting on the bed with these two daft little legs hanging down. I remember that one. That was one of the things that's funny seen in the film. But I love Gene Wilder. I think he's so funny. He's a true comedy legend.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
I think he was one of those blokes that even if somebody did something to him and he just had a sideways glance.
Yeah.
Just looked off to the side and all that. That was even funny.
Yeah.
And when him and Richard Pryor got together, that was just heaven.
Just works.
Frank Ash Yeo says recent film Psycho Gorman cracked me right up. You ever seen that one? I've got it, but I haven't watched it.
No, again, it was doing the rounds. I actually know the cover so well.
Yeah.
But never seen it. Well, I haven't heard many bad things about it either. So it's another interesting one.
I do need to sort of to get it. I've got it, but I do need to watch it. It's on my huge list. And Gordon Dryden says, what do you guys think about Carry On Screaming as a comedy horror? And also St. John says, how about Carry On Screaming for comedy horror? Oddball.
I've never seen it.
Have you not seen it?
No.
So good.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, it's brilliant.
It's right. So just give me an idea. What is it kind of based around? What is it?
It's I think it's got like the sort of, if you imagine, because it's taken a bit like Scary Movie. It goes into sort of taking the mick out of some of the movies, especially like Scary Movie 3, where you can see it's doing the ring and all that type of thing.
Yeah.
And it's a bit like that, but think about the movies. It's sort of taking the mick out of back in the day. So we've got a bit of Frankenstein element to it. You've got like somebody who's like a vampire. Like you've got the doctor. He's like kind of he always looks like half dead because he needs to be charged up, by and so his wife is like a vampire, and it's it's the classic scene where she's on the seat and she says, "Do you mind if I smoke?" So and I think it's Harry H. Corbett, from Steptoe and Son. He's like meant to be this and those they get like a policeman or investigator, and she goes, "You mind if I smoke?" And he goes, "No, go ahead." And she just lying there and all the smoke's going right from it's going. But it's great. It's so funny, but it's like an early version of like Scary Movie 3 in a slight fashion. But he makes these monsters like Oddbod, but but they're like sort of like a really ugly Frankenstein. There's
Okay.
much more
Okay.
to it than that. Dead funny.
Wow.
And you
Okay,
can
that's
get it
good.
on
That's good.
get
That
it on
sounds
Blu-ray.
interesting.
It's a good one, actually.
Good. Okay.
I do highly recommend it.
Thank you. Okay. Definitely keep an eye on that one.
Gareth says, A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 is like Halloween 3. It's got better over time. If you can see a documentary about the lead actor called Scream Queen, My Nightmare on Elm Street, is a good insight into what he went through. That's so funny calling it Scream Queen.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant. And it makes so much sense though as well.
That's, you know, if you saw him in the street, would just say to him, "Hiya, mate, you all right?" That's Scream. That's the first thing you'd say to him, isn't it?
Absolutely.
This is a good one. Paul Bowler says, "What is your favorite horror movie poster?"
Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. What is he doing to me? Do you have one in mind? Well, I can think of my one.
Well, and it is a horror movie in a certain fashion. I'm going to say Jaws immediately. Although
Right.
it's not really what you would call a horror movie. But I'm going to say for my horror movie one, it's probably going to be, I'm trying to think of not an obscure one, but a one that you would think, wow, that is a good one. I'm going to say, now I do think that American Werewolf in London is one of my favorite movies to do this with. And I love American Werewolf in London, but this other movie I don't really care for that much. But I think the poster is the best poster out of the two of them. The Howling.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
No, I tell you, I can't think of great because there's so many good ones. I do. Fright Night is one I really do love. I always love the poster artwork for that movie. But there is one poster. No, it's the movie's not good at all, if I'm completely honest. But do you remember Arnold Schwarzenegger's End of Days? Remember that movie he made?
Mm-hmm.
I remember the poster to that. It just looked incredible. It was him just walking on a road. And you could see the year 1999. That's when it was released. And then all the nines they became sixes. And they were just all on fire. And it was just watching to go walking across it. Mm-hmm. And I thought that poster, I remember seeing that poster and going, I'm so definitely seeing this movie. Yeah. Unfortunately, the movie didn't live up to the poster artwork. But I remember always wanting to own that poster and framing it and putting it into my room. But when it comes to kind of more obscure 80s movies, again, just any pick of them. Vamp, I thought Vamp had a great poster artwork.
Yeah.
Which I loved. There's so many out there. There's
a lot of them. But it's one of them things where when you leave the stream, you'll think 1,000 of them. But the one that springs to mind the most is The Howling. But unfortunately, American Werewolf in London didn't really have a great poster for the theatrical release. The release on the pictures. But yeah, it's there's got to be plenty more out there. It's just trying to think of them. We should have these questions like set as before, so we can write them all down.
Yeah, I love the Aliens poster artwork as well. I thought that was a great poster artwork.
Yeah.
Scotty just holding kind of noosh. And with the pulse rifle, I remember that well. That was a good poster artwork.
Well, Alien was good as well.
Alien was great as well, yeah.
Egg.
Yeah, that's right. Again, simple, but it works.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What about The Omen? That wasn't a bad one.
Another great one as well, absolutely.
Didn't give anything away, really, did it? But it looked really spooky.
There's a few out there. There's a lot.
What about The Exorcist?
Oh my God! Well, that's the most iconic, isn't it? Probably, if anything, that's just iconic. It's extraordinary. Yeah. There's so many. There's so many.
Yeah. So you're now up to this comment now. I'm up to them now. That's 9:39.
Right. So we're on the counterpoint, isn't it?
You're in charge again because I've.
Oh, right. Here we go. Yeah. Bear with me for 1 second because my mouse is not working. It's my mouse is kind of going, huh? Oh, I'm back. Right. So, Dr. Impossible. I don't think King was that impressed with the Warner Brothers TV series of Salem's Lot, but rated James Mason as Richard K. Straker. Is that his name? Straker. Mason was perfectly cast in the role. I think Stephen King's a bit like that with most of his movies, isn't it? When he was always very dismissive of a lot of his adaptations. As a matter of fact, am I right in saying he hated The Shining?
Oh yeah, I hate The Shining. Didn't like the ending. Didn't like what Kubrick had changed in it, but Kubrick had just said, "Well, that's the movie I want to make. I'm influenced by your book, but this is what I want to do." So I think that got very messy real quick with it.
Yeah,
them having problems, or not that anyone probably knew that at the time, but
yeah. Michael was just saying, isn't The Sacrament loosely based on Jim Jones, the cult leader? If so, it's very good. Again, I wouldn't know myself.
That rings a bell now when someone says that. I know that Jim Jones, I know about him with drinking the Kool-Aid was all poisoned, but I do think that that's ringing the bell that somebody's made a film about that. So yeah, it's probably that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Just going past just people here are just talking to each other, so I just want to.
Yeah.
So Gary North, I really enjoyed the Barbarian. Saw it last night. Anyone else seen it? We haven't, so no. Can't really comment. Seen the trailer.
I would like to watch it though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frank Ash is just saying anything by Argento. There you go, John. That's definitely I'm a big Argento fan myself, but you're massive.
Well, I would say practically everything from when he first started in 1970, Murder of Crystal Plumage, to basically, I would say opera, and that anything in there is good to go. There's not a.
He really has lost his way a bit, hasn't he?
He has, but he's made this new film, and people Dark Glasses, and people reckon it's not too bad.
Right. Oh, that's good to hear.
Believe it or not. So
that's good. This one, you're going to like this one, John. Thomas Pearson saying Dracula 1978 is on Legend tonight, 10:30. That's for all vampire fans.
Yeah. Christopher Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rach is saying Pearl is hysterical, so much better than X and Innkeepers. That Innkeepers is not a bad little movie, that.
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen that one.
It's not a bad little film.
The trailer for Pearl looks absolutely brilliant. I don't really watch trailers. Have you ever seen the trailer for Maxine, which would be the third film?
No, John, I haven't seen a trailer to any of them.
Well, the trailer for Maxine doesn't give nothing away.
Really?
I've never seen the trailer X. I've seen the trailer of Pearl, which looks brilliant. I just love the way it's shot. It just speaks to me like it's going to be something very, visually, brilliant. But the thing with Maxine is literally, the top of Hollywood. They've got the Hollywood sign. And on the top of it, you've got a sort of communications beacons and stuff like that. It's actually there physically. It starts off. It's like a VHS quality thing, and it's press play and all that. It's got a few lines on it. And it's got this really good 80s song playing on it. A sort of one, I can't remember what the song's called, but you would know if you heard it. And it's like a sort of helicopter must be flying towards this from the back side of it. So when it goes round, it only lasts for a minute. And when it goes round, the Hollywood sign is changed to Maxine. And it just goes off.
Wow. Okay.
I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know it was tied to these two movies. When I put it, I thought, I've got to see that movie.
I like that. I'm actually going to check that out. That sounds like a great trailer.
I'm not spoiling anything, of course, but it's such a good trailer. It really is.
Right. Okay, I'll check that out. Mike Carroll, good shout for the Blair Witch Project. I thought it was incredibly overrated. I absolutely agree. Didn't like it.
I saw it in the cinema before it became a thing, and I really enjoyed it. But I can understand why people who got the hype and then went to see it thought, "Is that it?"
Yeah, funny enough, we got it. I remember, I'll never forget the day. Somehow we got a pirate of it. When it was only out around a week in the cinema, and we got hold of a pirate version of it, and we were all in the house. I remember the whole lot. There was around 10 of us just sitting in the room. waiting to see this movie. And when we watched it, we were like, "What the hell did we just watch?" It was just. I'm still to this day. I was so disappointed with it, and I think it was around 2 years ago. I gave it another go, and I'm struggling. I'm struggling to understand what people are in a tent and they hear screaming outside. I can take a camera and go into the woods and do the exact same thing myself, and I don't get it. To be honest, I really don't. I don't think it's one of them movies that's ever going to sit with me.
I really enjoyed it at first, but I've got it there. Actually, the extra that's on the disc, The Curse of the Blair Witch, which is kind of like a sort of behind the scenes thing. I think that's excellent. I could watch that all the time.
Okay,
I think it's better than the movie. So
wow. Okay, I must check that out.
Yeah.
Gary's saying, mummies do run. I can remember being chased down the garden for being cheeky to my mummy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. We've all been there, Gary. Wow. What's your weapon of choice, son? Charlie Bronson. One comedy horror film that gave me nightmares as a kid was Carry On Screaming. There you go. It's another...
it's a little bit creepy at times if you see it when you're a young kid. Yeah, I can see why. Because that's the Oddbod is quite a spooky, quite a scary looking thing.
Right. Okay. I guess I need to check this movie out. I really do. Gary North. I liked X, but Pearl was on another level. Quality stuff all around. So yeah, Pearl seems to be getting a bit of praise as well. Yes,
and to go off the so when I look at it, the trailer, I could see why that would be a thing. So there's a I've got a picture here of Oddbod.
Wow.
Right. So,
wow.
Yeah, I remember being quite freaked out by him.
Right, okay.
Imagine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm loving that unibrow that he has going on though.
Oh, I tell you, it looks like what's his name out there? Oasis. He'd be jealous of that one, wouldn't he?
Brilliant. Brilliant. We've got Curtis Muntz. Hey Keith, what did you think of Halloween Ends? Again, I've said it to a few times tonight, Curtis. I hated the movie. I can't say too much because John hasn't seen it, but I hated it. I hated every aspect of it, to be honest. So not for me, unfortunately.
When you're obviously going to have to get it on 4K, for your set.
Yeah.
Are you going to go in? Are you going to try and go in with a bit of a different mind, just to say, look, can I see anything in this movie? Are you going to give it another free pass, or?
You know as well as I do, John. That's exactly what I'm going to do. But I did say it to people. I went on to. I think I reviewed Halloween Kills when that came out on 4K, and I didn't like it when I first seen it in the cinema. And then when I got it home, I started enjoying it a little bit more. Then I watched it again. I was enjoying it a little bit more. Now it's Halloween Kills is probably one of my favorite sequels. As a matter of fact, I would nearly put Kills ahead of the 2018 movie now. That's how much it's come, how much I enjoyed it.
I do.
Yeah, but this movie here, I'm worried that it's going to get worse for me as I watch it. John, I can't stress the disconnect to this movie is what kills me when watching it. Never mind anything that goes on in this movie. It just does not partner up with the previous two movies at all. It feels like a standalone movie. Yeah, and that's what kills me. That's what kills me about it. It never feels like a concluding chapter to this trilogy.
Do you feel as if it's like maybe someone had done like Halloween and Halloween Kills, and then they'd lost the franchise or something, and somebody just come up a bit like, say, The Last Jedi and just says, "Oh, I'm doing this now," and you go, "Hang on a minute, what's this?"
Yeah, it's. I swear to God, John, you know what you should do? Just do yourself a favor. Whenever you get when it comes out on 4K, because I know you'll pick it up yourself.
Yeah.
Watch the trailer to the movie, and then watch the movie, and I promise you're going to come out and say, "Wow, that is not the movie they were promising in that trailer." Okay. I guarantee you. So that's all I can really say about it, because I don't want to ruin any more. I definitely don't. If anything, I'm going to help your enjoyment of that movie by the way I'm talking about it. Mike Carroll, Shaun of the Dead is a good comedy horror film, probably more slapstick. It's a great movie.
Yeah, great.
What would you pick, John? John, then myself and Ellen always talk about it. Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz.
Shaun of the Dead.
You go with Shaun, okay?
Yeah, would I? I like them all. I do like them all.
Yeah.
And, I saw the last one in the pictures with my son. Had a great time with it. My son loves them, but for me, Shaun of the Dead's the one that has got the funniest stuff in it. It's perfection, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a great little collection of movies that no one ever talks about. AFC Steve. I love to make a proper Blu-ray set for the Stepfather trilogy.
Yeah.
When was the last time you seen them movies? Well, bloody hell.
I've been looking for Stepfather 1 for a long time in any shape or form. It just seems to have vanished off the face of the earth. I love this. I think I've seen Stepfather 2 and I thought it was okay. I haven't seen Stepfather 3, but Stepfather 1 is such a great movie. Love it.
Yeah, you know something? I'm nearly sure that they remade the Stepfather. I think they
did actually. I don't think
it was that bad of a movie, as far as I remember. I might be completely wrong now, but I think I remember enjoying it.
I think it's one of those movies, if they ever did sort of like remake it and did a good job in it, I think they could make a really good belting. It's one of those movies where, because they'd say, oh, let's remake Halloween, let's remake Nightmare on Elm Street, they go, or Friday the 13th, they go, hang on a minute, Exorcist. But then you go for them and you say, you know what it is? Take it Stepfather, because not many people have seen it and it's been unavailable for years. So it's a good show to go for, because if they did take that movie in, because it wasn't that gory or anything, but I think if you would like put it up the notch, and the best bit in that whole film for me, and I don't think it's a spoiler, you know, the telephone, when he's talking on the telephone, you know that bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
For me, I just thought that made that film.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Yeah. What a great Jesus! You know something? I'm actually going to. I want to see them now. Funny enough, it's amazing that it's just one of those forgotten trilogies. Funny enough, it's weird. I need to try and track them down some way. So Rach, frack me, Mondo. I totally went that way with Hanks too. Philadelphia put me off years later. Castaway turned me around. Now off him again. Laugh out loud. So wow. I'm actually very surprised to hear you say Philadelphia put you off him. That's a beautiful movie. That is. It's actually Ellen's favorite movie of all time. I
haven't went near Philadelphia. I haven't. There's a lot of his films I didn't go near to because of the fact that it was him doing serious roles, and I just couldn't get away with them. But after seeing the Forrest Gump, I am open to watching more of his films. Normally he would put us off watching the whole film, but I'm not like that now. So I will check it out.
Philadelphia now is that's an absolute tearjerker. I'm not going to lie to you. That sticks with you for a while. It does. Right. So we have got Chronologic. Richard Lynch's the scar-faced dude.
The photograph for that,
yeah. And then he said also Sword and the Sorcerer.
I think yes, he's been in practically every film you can think of. You know, these low budget horror films.
He's actually put down a few here. He put down Barbarians, and he said Trancers 2, I think.
Trancers is an amazing film. Love that movie. It's just come out with 4K, but the 4K is meant to have a really bad 4K transfer. Don't go near it. The Blu-ray is very hard to get a hold of, but it's what a film. So funny. So
and then he says also, right, and I mean Scanner Cop. I do remember the trailers to these movies, funny enough.
Yeah, Scanner Cop, I remember that. I don't think I've seen it properly, but I've definitely got it.
Let me see what we got. We got Dr. Impossible here saying, Mummy Daddy, Amazing Stories back in 1987 did this one, and it was the best mini mummy story produced by Universal since Golden Age of Mummy films. Brilliant. Again, I wouldn't have seen them myself.
I haven't seen that one.
Mummy Daddy. No. 87. No, definitely doesn't ring a bell. So Gary is saying, was that Richard Lynch? Is that that's the fella we're talking about, right? So let me go get past a few of these comments here. So Steve was just saying that Robin Williams, I always remember as a creepy side, the photo guy. Was that what's it called?
1 hour photo.
1 hour photo. Thank you. Yeah.
I
Did you
haven't
see that
seen
movie?
it.
Yeah,
No, I haven't seen it, but I've heard of few people. I would like to see that one actually.
Yeah, I did see it. I do remember me and Ellen watching it, but I think we were a bit underwhelmed by it. I can't really remember. Sorry, no, just chronological. Just leaving another. Just I see. I believe Mike Flanagan went to my alma mater. Laugh at Okay. So I'm sorry. I'm just trying to go past some of these. They're just kind of talking to each other there, John. So just bear with me. Right, so we have Michael Ryan here. So he said, "Hi both. Have either of you seen Trends, the BBC film from 1984? I watched it yesterday, and for a horror based on a scenario that is possible, wow, scary stuff. Again, no, I have not seen it myself. What about you, John?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, and it was at the time, in the 80s, that everybody thought there was going to be a Cold War and there's going to be a nuclear holocaust.
Right.
And everything was nuclear holocaust. And I remember there's all of the punk music especially was talking about this nuclear holocaust. Everything was like, and there's a band called Discharge who are still going actually, and they were writing songs called, like Protest and Survive, which is the manual when there was a nuclear fallout and you could hide underneath, put bags on your head and all that. So Threads was in the middle of all that. And
it
was done like a documentary, and it was, because you were watching it, you thought it was as if you were thinking that's what's going to happen, because we were all
I see what you mean.
We were all, say, like for instance now this just says people are going to start threatening nuclear war on the thing, and then there was a TV show about that, and you're watching it and you're going,
I know what you mean.
God, this is what's going to happen. So you must have seen the picture on here of this. It's one of those ones which is really well done, and just try and see the classic photograph that you see of it. That's it there.
That does. That does ring a bell. It does actually.
Yeah, it is harrowing. Yeah, I agree with that one. Good call there, Michael.
Chronologic is just saying, I made a 60mm film there for a film school probably 5 to 10 years after he was there, called Artful Deception. I'm not quite sure who he's talking about.
Is that what's his? I think he mentioned Mike Flanagan, maybe.
Is that who he's talking about?
I think he is. Yeah.
He's just saying it was the last class. He used Moviola flatbed editing machine and 16mm cameras, and he just said I was lucky.
John Clancy would know about that.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be right down John's street.
Yeah, definitely. He would know about that.
Yeah. So we've got Nick here as well. Flanagan's Midnight Mass on Netflix was so well acted. It right creeped me out, laugh out loud. Yeah, no, I heard about this Midnight Mass. I've been told by a few people to check it out.
Yeah, a few people said that.
Yeah, he has a few great TV shows apparently on the go at the moment. So I really do need to start catching up with some of my some of these TV shows and kind of.
I think I'll look for that one.
Yeah. So Chronologic is saying I still have a 60mm negatives, laugh out loud. Mike Carroll, Ringu, the original Ring film, I think is a classic. I don't think much of Hush, to be honest. Best home invasion movie, Funny Games. Never seen Funny Games, Mike, if I'm being completely honest. Have you, John?
I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's pretty brutal in a really nasty way.
Oh, really?
I haven't seen it, but it's one of the ones where I would like to see it, actually. I reckon it's just
Then
pretty
just talk
extreme.
Ringu as well. I was just talking about the original Ring movie there as well. I actually just I said it to you before we went onto the stream there. I actually got a beautiful steelbook of the remake of the Ring, which is another great. It's a good remake that as well.
It's not bad actually.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I thought it was quite good. So Chronologic is filmed in Baltimore City. Flanagan was taught well by my teachers like Fowler, right? Then Nick is saying not The Fly.
Must be for remakes.
Must be for remakes, yeah.
That was a good remake.
Yeah. So I'm just going to skip through a few comments here. Right, Steve is saying, I agree, Keaton John. Would love Midnight Mass on Netflix. They should definitely have it high on the list of TV series.
I think I will go looking for that one because I heard a few people saying that. Now it's come back in my mind. I think I will go for it.
Again, it's one of them TV shows. I don't think I've seen. I don't even think I've seen a trailer to it or nothing. I don't know who's in it or nothing, but I just know of it. So many people have said it to me.
Don't know anything about it, bar that it's meant to be great.
Chronologic also says he said John Glover went to TU, the actor from Gremlins 2. Okay, it must be talking about the school. Nick was saying the 79 Kaufman Invasion BS ranks high for remakes. Does that ring any bells with you, John?
No, I don't get that. I don't know that one.
No, that's it. I do. Jesus Christ. I'm just going past a few comments here. Right, so we've got Wartop Trist here. Hills Have Eyes is a great remake. You kind of forgot about that one as well.
I haven't seen it. I didn't want to see it, but a lot of people talk about it, so I think I might go and check it out.
That's a great movie, John. I'm not gonna lie, it's a proper good remake. It's brutal. It's really, really brutal.
Yeah.
And it will surprise you in places as well. I don't want to ruin it for you, but I definitely think you need to check that one out.
No, I think I will, because I've heard that many good things. Because usually these things don't really do much for us, but when they take something from, like, say, the 70s and they put it into another era, and I think they've lost the flavour of it. But a lot of people talking about that, so I think I will check that one out.
Absolutely. So Michael was just saying The Fly is one of the best remakes yet. Yeah, another great one there as well. Where do you rank The Fly, John? If in your remakes, would you put it up there?
Yeah, definitely. Even The Fly 2. I like The Fly 2 as well. I think it's a decent film.
I actually enjoyed that as well. Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Nick was just saying worst horror remake, Poltergeist. That I do agree with.
To be honest, though, as much as I can totally say that, I can agree with that. I did sort of half like it.
Really?
I bought it cheap. I was ready, like halfway through, I thought this is absolute rubbish. By the end of it, I thought it was all right. But it's not a patch on the other one.
Yeah, they did. It's one of those kind of, I'm not going to say word for word remakes, but it is one of those things that they didn't try anything different with it. Unfortunately, it's and you're just asking for trouble when you do that.
Yeah, there was enough in it to keep us from getting rid of it, but I'm not in any rush to watch it again, put it that way.
Absolutely. Chronologic said he hated the Rob Zombie Halloween movies as well. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I could understand
that. What way were you with the first one then, John?
I did like the first one. I thought it was all right.
You did like it? Okay.
I tried a few different things. I could see what they were trying to do, fill in the bits that the other movies didn't fill in. Fair enough. Might not have needed to do that, but
no,
it was enough to make it a little bit of a, rather than a simple word for word retelling. But the Halloween 2, I just don't know what he was thinking of when he done that.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Steve, Rob Zombie's Halloween is a masterpiece compared to Ends. Wow. Yeah, Steve really did not like that movie. I hated it. He hates it even more, if that's even possible. But yeah, not happy at all. So Nick was saying Tony Perkins actually did a decent job directing Psycho 3.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah. Didn't even realize that, actually, funny enough. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, Nick says the Psycho 4 has a TV style direction.
Yes, it does come across like that to me. I do admit.
Yeah, it does. I think that's why it just has that kind of, like I said, it's just a kind of an incomplete look to it. I don't know what it is. It's I don't know.
Yeah.
Psycho, like Jaws, should have stopped after the first movie. Psycho. No, I don't think Psycho should have now. Jaws maybe, but Psycho I wouldn't agree with.
I would say Jaws 2 is a decent movie. I like Jaws 2.
Okay.
And then finish it.
Finish it down.
And Psycho, I can't speak for Psycho 4 because I haven't seen it, I can't remember it, but definitely Psycho 1 and 2 deserve to be out there, I think.
Right. Yeah, I think I agree. I do agree.
And I think Psycho 2 doesn't do enough to tread on original Psycho's toes that much. It just kind of, it's a bit of a sympathetic, what's it called, sequel to the first one. It kind of pays enough. It doesn't sort of like try to be something it's not. If you know what I mean.
Okay. Oh, I get that. Gary North was just saying the Hills of Eyes remake better than the original. There's an element of truth behind that, I have to say. I don't hate the original remake, the original movie. Sorry, but there is something there with that remake. It has to be said. Maybe the fact that Wes Craven was behind it as well, maybe it helped that movie a lot. But yeah, definitely worth checking out, John, for you someday.
I do think I will check it out, and because a lot of people have said the same thing, and I do like The Hills of Eyes. I think it is a good movie, but it was always one that I thought, when you watch it, because people go on about The Hills of Eyes, and then you watch it and say, is that it? Because you just think nothing to it. But I must admit, my last watch when I watched it on the 4K, which I thought was quite good actually, although it's not the best 4K I'll ever see, I did like it a bit. I did like it more. That's the most I've ever liked that movie. But it's a movie I can see a lot of younger viewers at this time watching it and thinking, what on earth is that? Because it's got a bigger reputation than the movie is, kind of thing.
Right. Just bear with me for 1 second there, John. I'm just right at the comments now where basically everyone is telling us that they can actually hear us properly.
All right, yeah.
So we've got here Blitz. He's just saying, hi, mate. How are you doing tonight? Doing great.
All right, Blitz.
So Steve Mack, I have been watching a horror movie each day this month. Yesterday, Bodies, and today, The Evil Dead. Bodies. That's definitely a new one for me. Have you seen that?
I've heard of it. I've heard a lot of people talking about it, but that's all I've heard of it. Bodies. I've never heard anything else about it. It's got an interesting title.
Is it a modern horror, or is it an older title?
I think it's just come out, but I don't know anything about it. But hopefully it'll stay that way. I have heard enough about people talking about it, and also the title makes me think I've got to watch that. Like,
right, okay. Blitz was just saying, I am a sucker for DC films, but with Amber Heard and Aquaman in the film still, I will have to skip it and never watch it. But do you see Criterion doing more Disney?
I know what he means about the whole Amber Heard thing.
I do get that.
So are Criterion doing Disney? Is that right? What?
Yeah, they were doing Wall-E, I think.
Okay. What? Really? Wow.
Yeah. It's a masterpiece, that movie. I love it.
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would be something they would sort of venture into. Wow, that's a news to me, mind.
Yeah, that got announced there a couple of weeks back. I was very surprised by it. Just Criterion and Disney. It's you just didn't think that would be a partnership.
You would think that would be the two companies that would have the most discrepancy with each other, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Why would
absolutely.
they even become bedfellows?
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Although
So
if
yeah,
Criterion had to
I
pick any Disney movie, I could see them picking Wall-E. You know,
it's a strange title. There's no question about it. But seeing now they've done it, I'm sure they're going to continue it. Be very
if it
interesting
sells
to see what
well.
other titles they bring across.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
the thing is, I already have Wall-E on 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can't see what Criterion, what more they're going to do with it, other than maybe put some features on it that we never probably seen before on Wall-E. But other than that, I don't think they can improve on that picture quality.
Maybe it's going to be their first 8K movie.
Well, there you go. Maybe.
Yeah.
Steve says you're speaking about anthology and found footage films. What do you think of the VHS 1 to 3? There's a film called Siren after them, which was a spin-off one of the stories from the VHS 1 and VHS 94. Great. So wow. So there's 3 movies in the VHS, and then there's a spin-off movie.
I only know about 1 and 2. I don't know anything about. I know it's a series that I would like to get, but I've never watched any of them. But I heard good.
Right, spin-off ones of stories from VHS 1 and VHS 94. Is that the spin-off movies? I'm wondering, is that what he's talking about?
I think there's definitely a one that sounds like that.
Right.
Although I'm not confused by them with it being VHS 1, 2, 3, and 94, and it's a bit of a confusing thing to talk about. So I don't really know too much about it, but I do know there's a definite one that sounds a bit like that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So sorry, Pete. I'm actually just at your comments here. I'm not going to put them up. It's just thanks for all your help there as well. I'll take all that on board. He was just saying, John, that I can make you a member of StreamYard. I think he's saying to allow him to access the comments. So I must remember to do that again someday if anything like this does happen.
Yeah, and
so we've got Radiant Raccoon. Is that right? I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Sorry, bro, I didn't know you were streaming tonight. No, look, man, I'm just happy you're here, to be completely honest. Am I the only person who enjoys The Gate 2? Nick was just asking. Probably, Nick. Have you seen it, John?
I have seen it, but I can't remember it that much. I love The Gate.
I love the movie.
Wasn't as good as the first one, but I can't remember anything more than that.
Yeah,
these movies are literally 30 years ago for us.
Yeah, I was massively underwhelmed by it. I really, really was. It didn't come remotely close to the original, in my opinion. But look, there is love for it out there. It has to be said. Ryan Harris is saying, "Bless you, man." Well, thank you, Ryan. Oh, right. Tales of Halloween was a banger. Yeah, we watched it again last night. John, I can't stress that enough. You need to check that movie out.
I've got it. I'll watch it this week. I'll definitely have it.
I think
Halloween 1, 2, and 3, and then Tales of Halloween.
Tales of Halloween. It's just a fun. I think there's around 8 or 9 stories, and it's all held on the same street. It's like at the same town. It's basically all these stories are going on in the same town on Halloween night, and it's bonkers. It really is.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it's a good movie. Good couple of little cameos in there as well. So Nick is saying, anyone else agree that classic Night of the Demons, which Dana Andrews needs a modern remake? Forget the similar-ish Drag Me to Hell. Night of the Demon, is that the one that you picked up, John?
No, that's the one, the 1957 one. I think it's the black and white one with that sort of like ghoulish type of monster.
Oh, right. I've never seen it. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't. Well, actually, I'm saying I haven't. I have seen it on the TV because I remember seeing it on the TV. Can't remember anything about it. But I think that I do remember the demon in it. That's not in for very long. I remember it petrified us because I know I've got that feeling in it. Right. I can't remember anything else about the movie, but you do know that what's it called? The Hounds of Love by Kate Bush.
Okay. Absolutely.
You know at the start of it when it says it's in the trees, it's coming.
Yes.
That's from Night the Demon. That's
right. Okay.
I love that song. I love her. I think she's so brilliant, talented to the hilt. But I just love that little thing. It's in the trees. It's coming. It just sounds. And I never knew what it was for that length of time. I thought, what's that doing on the front of this song? You know what I mean? But I thought it was quite spooky actually. But well, it's obviously from a horror film. But yeah, but I could see a lot of people say that it kind of lets itself down because you don't see the monster that much, the demon.
Okay.
But if they could do it again, yeah. I can't remember the rest of the movie, but yeah, I think it could be one of the ones that could do.
Right. I'm kind of intrigued the way he said that there's a similarity to Drag Me to Hell, which is intriguing.
I love Drag Me to Hell, but I can't remember.
Yeah.
I can't remember it being like that, but it might be.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. Ryan was just saying that he watched Trick or Treat as well. Now I'm hoping you watched that with the same time as Tales of Halloween. What a night that would have been. Incredible. Right, the casual cinephile, he says, I love when you two get together. Let me see, like hanging out with friends. My sincere condolences to you and your fiancée, Keish. Welcome back, but we all understand the brief hit. Yeah, I really appreciate that, my friend. And you know what? It was one of those things that, it was just hard to kind of talk about movies, or even want to talk about movies, or even watch movies, or do anything for that matter. But then it's movies that kind of helps us heal as well in a weird kind of way. It's a good distraction. And this week has been a wonderful distraction. Well, it was a wonderful distraction up until, believe it or not, yesterday, where Ellen found out that it was her mother's sister. She lost her husband yesterday as well. He had Alzheimer's. He had it there for a while, and they kind of knew it was coming. But it doesn't make it any easier either. So they had to travel up to Dublin today, and it was it's just been a hard month for Ellen. But she's doing unbelievably well. I'm so unbelievably proud of her. It's wow. She's so strong. She's unbelievably strong, and I pray that whenever if that time ever comes with me, that I can be half as strong as she's been. She's amazing. She really is.
Well, for me, credit to the players for just getting through that.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, John. Look, it's a hard thing. I think at the end of it all, it's all about distractions, and you try and find as many distractions. Thankfully, we had a lot of them this week, and we're doing well. We're doing well. She's doing fantastic. She's unbelievable. She's she's doing as well as she can be. Like I said, I think I said it in one of my videos that, if she's ever has them low moments, I'll always be there for her for them low moments, and I guarantee I'll take her out of them. And if as much as I can anyway. So no, look, we're doing well now. Yeah. And thanks to everyone, by the way, for all your unbelievable messages. It really meant so much to Ellen. It meant a lot to me, but it meant so much to Ellen. I can't tell you how much it meant to her.
And I think as well that those were all genuine as well.
They're all genuine, and friends. Yeah, and I said this as well in that comment section. So if anyone actually goes on to the other comments, the people that actually left comments, if you actually see thumbs up, I promise you that's not me. That's actually Ellen that's doing that. That's every single one is all Ellen. Yeah. It is. So she really appreciated that. She really did. Right, Steve. Okay. Don't go into the woods alone was a hilarious slasher. The way the kills were done, camera work, sounds, etc. John, that sounds like something that might be up your street. Have you seen that?
Yeah, it's in the slasher collection. It's spine number, I'm going to say something like two or three. Great. It's a previously banned video, nasty, and it's awful, but great.
Right.
So I agree with that.
That's one of the ones now. It's almost impossible now to get.
It could be one of those ones. I think something just see it in CX, and it's about 20 quid or 25 quid.
Right.
It's an awful film, but it's very watchable for them reasons.
Right. Okay.
It's a shame it's went out of print though.
Right. Yeah. A lot of them earlier ones did, John.
Yeah.
A lot of them did. So,
it's kind of like I try to add to that collection as much as I can, but I think I have to be realistic and realize that I'm probably never going to own everything in that collection, unfortunately. So look, it happens. And wow, check this out.
Never say never.
Never say never. John, check this out. You won't believe this. The casual cinephile has just donated $7. Isn't that just unbelievable? This community, I swear to Jesus, it's generosity. It just goes beyond generosity. It's something truly incredible to be part of. And people might look at $6, $7. Look, I guarantee you that I'll take that. I'll go and I'll find a movie for that money. And again, I will probably show it in a video. So thank you so much for that, man. That is unbelievably generous of you.
Brilliant.
Incredible. So he just also put down, the guest has cemented itself as a Halloween staple since it came out in 2014. I would highly recommend it. It's Carpenter-esque with a great soundtrack. Huge fans of you both. Keep up the wonderful work. I absolutely agree with him. And I know you do as well, John. That is a great movie.
Well, strangely enough, I looked at it because me and Deborah were going to watch a movie the other night, and I said I had to pick a stash out. And I was looking for ones and just a bit of everything just to see what it was. And we eventually ended up on a Hammer movie. And we loved it. Well, I love this movie, but I'll talk about what movies I watched at the end of the month, which will probably be coming up next week, actually, with it being literally the end of the month now. And but one of the ones I didn't take it downstairs, but I thought I'm going to do it. I'm definitely going to say, well, look, we are going to watch this movie. And it's going to be the guest, because I loved it. It was a bit of a blind buy, and I thought, I've got it for about 40 quid. It's 50 quid when it came out. It's a beautiful set. And I thought, this could be one of those ones where you get to think, what have I done this for? But I know that Stephen Mason in HMV says you want to see this movie. So anyway, I watched it and I thought it was absolutely brilliant. I think she would like it. I know it gets a little bit crazy at times, but I agree with everything he says there, that it's just it's an amazing film. And
he is right, though. It is kind of becoming one of these kind of Halloween movies, these bit more obscure Halloween titles that and I think it's mainly to do with its ending. It's probably why it's kind of getting in there. But the soundtrack on it is unbelievable. An amazing soundtrack. Thanks for that.
The lighting in it is amazing as well.
Oh, and it's because of you, I wouldn't have that release because you actually sent that to me.
Well, funny enough, getting back to Steve Mason, he was the one who got it for me and put it behind the counter. So
it's unbelievable. It all kind of just ties around, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because I think it was one of them releases that when I think you unboxed it and I was like, yeah, I fucking want that. Get it for me. I thought it looked incredible. So that's again, casual cinephile. I really do appreciate that. And again, thanks for the incredibly kind words as well.
Yeah.
So Steve, Arsenal, did something happen? I know Arsenal won. I don't know.
He's AFC, so maybe he's Arsenal Football Club.
Oh, very good. Okay, the two of them talk to each other. Okay.
Yeah. But did Arsenal beat Liverpool, or did someone beat Liverpool today?
Yeah, we lost to Leeds yesterday.
I'm not laughing.
No, I couldn't give a shit, to be honest. I don't know why you're not laughing, because I'm bloody laughing. So
it's just Jurgen Klopp. We've talked about this. Jurgen Klopp has just done himself no favours in Newcastle, but we're not going there.
No. Look, he's in trouble. He is in trouble. There's no denying it now.
I'm going to say, if I had to talk about it, that Jurgen Klopp is in trouble because of his attitude. I think he's got the skills. I think he's got some great management skills. I just think his attitude has been absolutely lousy this year, and I think it's went against him.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, John. I couldn't. And I'm starting to think that he might be losing the dressing room a bit as well, from the sounds of things. So when that starts happening, it's normally the beginning of the end.
You don't come back from that. Once you're away from that, that's it. You're done.
Yeah. So I'm just going to. The boys are just talking about football here, so I'm just trying to go through them. So Steve was just saying there, I love James Woods in Vampires. He completely carries the film. Saw it on telly a lot of times in my teenage years. Yeah, it's he is so good in that movie. Need to check that out again, actually.
Cat's Eye. James Wood in that movie. Cat's Eye. James Wood in that movie. It's just such a. It's just amazing.
There's actually a segment in it. There's a bit in it where he goes to the party, and he starts hallucinating. And I just think it's absolutely, when you see the kids smoking and all that, I just think it's absolutely brilliant. You just wouldn't get away with it today. You wouldn't. And it's a shame. It's such a shame. Yeah. It is. But what a great story that. So Gary was just saying a prequel would be great for Christine. Long overdue. Yeah.
Now you said it, I could see that happening. Actually, well, for what you've said, that I didn't really get that from the film, but I was not really concentrating too much on it, even though I did try to like it, but it didn't. But yeah, that could work. But I think a remake of Christine could work as well.
I think it would. I would like to see it. Nick was just saying Terrifier 2 was a crowdfund movie. I didn't actually know that.
Wow. You don't hear that very often, do you?
No, and now when you hear the money that it's making, and the crowd's getting that money back.
Maybe
because it's making some money.
Somebody put like $1,000 in, and then they said, "There's your $1,000 back." I'll be saying, "Excuse me, I want a bit more than that."
Let me see, where are we? Right now, John. By the way, I want to put this out here. We actually are 20 past 12 here, because I know you have to get up very early. So, where are you at? What do you want me to do here?
I'll tell you what, if you don't mind, if I can go at about 1 o'clock, and that would be me, because obviously I'm getting up at 6. So
again, are you sure with that now? If you wanted to finish early, I can earlier.
Oh, that's all right. We'll go at 1 o'clock. But the thing with my job is the fact that when I go to work, I'm there till the day after. I sleep at work, Well, I try to sleep. So that's
right.
Sorry, Halloween. Can you imagine? I'd dread to think what's going to happen in that place in Halloween. My God.
God.
It'll be like Halloween 2, me walking around getting chased around corridors. So, yeah. So.
Oh, please record that if that does happen.
I will.
And send it to me.
It'll be like one of them found footage things where I'm walking around the phone going, it's in the trees, it's coming. I'll be running around that alley. Yeah. So. But yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, it's not. Well, it's obviously everyone's job is going to be hectic and stuff like that. But it's not like a normal job where you go to work and then come home. You just don't come home the day after. So
right.
That's why. Otherwise, if it was just a kind of regular sort of like short one, I wouldn't mind. It's just the fact you're not going to be sleeping in the same bed tomorrow. But so yeah, so 1 o'clock would do me, if that's okay.
Oh, that's perfect. I'm actually just rubbing my eyes here, John, because I haven't gotten to it yet, but it has come up.
I know.
In the company, have I seen it?
Yeah, it's come to the top of this thing. It just flashed up and I went, I don't know if you get that same notification, but I saw it there, yeah.
Haley, wow. I'll try and get to it. That is absolutely insane. I will try and get to that one, Haley, I promise you. I'll make sure I'll get to it, trust me. Anyway, saw a nice version of Monster Squad on Sign Museum Media Book for around 40 quid.
If I like the movie, that would be tempting, but I just don't know if I like it enough to do that. So I've got to see a cheap version of it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I seen that edition that he's talking about, Sign Museum. I actually seen the one-click version they done of it, where they had 3 different media books for Monster Squad. And I was kind of interested in picking it up, but the only problem is I found out that the 3 media books don't come in a box; they're just separate. And I just didn't see the point of it, so I didn't bother with it. So Ian Hill, The Ramblings. I do love Christine. I saw it on release at the cinema. It followed me throughout the years. It also means a lot because it was one of my late wife's favorite movies.
Yeah.
Oh, right, Ian. I'm sorry to actually hear that. Yeah, that's terrible. That is really, really terrible. But yeah, but it's look, it's like I said, it's not one of my go-to John Carpenter movies, but it doesn't take anything away from it. It's a fantastic movie. I do love it. It's just I think the problem with Carpenter is, and I think John, you might agree with me here, is I think Carpenter maybe set the bar so high for himself at the start of his career that there was always going to be them 1 or 2 movies that weren't going to quite reach the heights.
Yeah, I think it's the sort of looking back on it was the fact that when I heard about him doing a movie that wasn't like his story for the first time.
Yeah.
I thought, yeah, fair enough. And then, like I say, when I watched it, it wasn't like out and out other horror movies. Now, don't forget, I've thought this about Big Trouble in Little China. Couldn't stand that because it was a comedy. What's the other one that I didn't really care for as well? I didn't like. I did watch it. I thought it was okay. The Elvis movie, I thought was pretty good, although it stopped in 1973, which I didn't like. I think they should have saw it through to 77. Mm-hmm. So he has made some kind of sort of flops in my mind. And the only thing I've got to say about Christine is the fact of the character of the main character was the thing that I didn't like about the movie. But to be honest, like I said, I thought the movie was a great movie. Just that character just bugged us. But it's great to hear that you've got that connection with that movie, Ian.
Yes.
And and I can see that you want to obviously keep that sort of flame alight, with
absolutely
honoring that, and that's great. And I think it's great that you can have this, and that would be like the ultimate sort of nostalgia thing for you.
Yeah,
that would be a great movie. And that
absolutely,
so things can mean certain things to people because of like circumstances. So it's good that you've got that connection.
Absolutely. And I can think of worse movies to have as your favorite horror movies. And again, my deepest condolences, Ian, to you and your family.
I know.
But like John said, it is great to have that little connection there as well.
It is.
Ryan Harris just received that Halloween Steelbook, bro. It's good. It's similar to the one I've got too, but yeah, right. It was definitely worth the buy. So yes, I presume, Ryan, you're talking about the Italian Steelbook that came out. It's very similar to the Steelbook that I have of the 25th anniversary. I think it is. Is it the 25th? 35th anniversary edition. It has the iconic, the iconic cover for Halloween with the pumpkin and the knife. But it's almost covering the entire Steelbook instead of just the middle part of it, which I have here. So yeah, I'm going to be picking that one up. So that's going to be another Halloween addition to my collection. I say that could be around.
Get a shelf with Halloweens on it. Halloween shelf.
This pod will be just made up of Halloween movies. The way I'm going at the moment. Gary North, Terrifier is a gore for video and nasty fans. I highly enjoyed and can't wait for part 3. Well, that's inevitable now, I think.
Yeah. No, we really want to watch it.
Yeah. Could you imagine if the cheeky bastards didn't want to? Could you imagine after making the money that they made on the second one now, and imagine it came out that they wanted to crowdfunded for the third one? And don't be one bit surprised that something like that did happen.
If they'd done that, I think there would probably nobody put into it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Especially knowing what it's made now, and it's still making money.
Yeah, if they could take maybe $1 million of that, obviously, just take the $1 million, put it one side, and say, right, that's number 3.
Yeah,
so they would never have to ask for. I know it sounds a bit daft to say they should never ask for money, but if you make some money, you should put it back in because you'll make more money on the third one. Should be.
Absolutely. Don't lose that fan base.
Yeah.
Nick was saying there's no industry standard X3 multiplier for Terrifier 2. It costs peanuts to distribute digital films nowadays. Plus, they spent zero to market it. Pure word of mouth, all profit. I was going to say that because someone kind of said that I don't know what was the budget. They were saying like about $100,000 or something like that, and that kind of someone said that it would probably have to make $600,000 to turn a profit. I actually didn't because I know there was absolutely no advertising done in that at all, and that so I reckon that nearly everything is almost all profit with that movie.
Well, word of mouth is probably the best publicity you get. If somebody says, "Here, have you seen this?" or check this out. It's I think Blair Witch was the opposite, wasn't it? Because they did all that sort of really good advertising that you didn't think was advertising. When they put this websites on that was only one word in it and all that type of thing.
Yeah.
So, but it's great if you do your marketing correctly and actually to spend zero on it is the ultimate marketing move, isn't it?
Absolutely. So I think I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name here. Is it Tassos Brightside? I think he's saying hello to us because he left another comment here and he's saying hello from Greece, guys.
What you
So
should have said was you should have said, "Oh, he's saying hello from Greece, guys," but without putting another one down, and people would have thought you could read Greek.
I could have actually. Yeah, no, I can't miss the trick there. But thanks, thank you so much for coming across.
Greece, wow.
I really appreciate it. You're definitely our first Greek tonight. I can tell you that now. So Steve was saying, do you lads remember Creature and Beast TV movies? Stan Winston, one about a shark man and one about a big squid.
No, I don't remember them.
No, I can't say that I do now.
No.
Beast TV films. No, I can't say that I do. And strange that you haven't, John. I thought that'd be kind of down your street a bit.
Maybe the big squid one rings a half a bell, but I don't know anything about a shark man. No, that's nothing that springs out to us.
Yeah.
That would have stuck in my mind, the shark man.
Sorry? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. So just the boys are just talk to each other there. So Gary North, media books are expensive, but most are very limited, so will always hold their value or increase significantly. Yeah, that is absolutely true. It's I was actually going to bring that up as well, because a lot of these media books that I do have, they all actually have numbers on them. So there is a lot of that. There is that that rarity thing about them, but like I said, some of them can be unbelievably expensive. Actually, a lot of the newer ones, I don't know, I must check it, but like what I said to you earlier about that movie X on 4K that came out in Germany on media book form, I'm kind of curious to see if they actually got limited numbers on them. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But that is a good point that he actually made there, and that is true. You won't lose money on them. But then, having said that, I don't never really look at. No, I don't buy these things thinking, oh, they're, I'm not going to lose money on them, because let's face it, anything that we buy nowadays, we're going to lose money on.
Well, that's true to a certain extent, and the only time you might make some money if you don't even know about it. Say there's plenty of times back in the day I've seen them put things on eBay that I haven't really wanted or needed because I'm going to double dip. So I say I'll get rid of the other one, and you put it on, you go, hang on a minute, that's going for insane money, or what? How did that on earth did that happen? But you don't know that before you put it on, That's the way I usually find it.
Yeah.
Then there's obviously the whole scalping thing, which is just ridiculous.
Of course. Yeah. Just because the less we talk about them, the better.
Exactly.
I suppose. Ryan Harris, it was awful Halloween Ends. No, we are really building this up for you, John. I'm telling you one thing.
I know.
Then you put down.
I'm really looking forward to it. But is it a long film? Because
it's around. Yeah, it's around 150, I think.
No, that's not too bad. Because I thought it was like next to 3 hours. I would have
no.
I don't want to waste 3 hours of my life on it. But
150 was long enough. He said
it now because I'm wondering which side of the fence I'm going to be on.
There you go. I'm very curious. I'm going to be very curious to see what you say. Just was so slow with positioning Wad off. Right. Not quite sure what he was trying to say there. Positioning was, I don't know. I actually don't know what he was trying to say there, to be honest. So they're still talking here. Michael just subbed to Pete. Isn't that incredible? Fair play to you, Michael.
You'll have a great time. And actually, if I'm honest, it's Pete's got a lot of guests in mind. I know he has, but he's always open to people that come onto his channel, and he gives everybody a shot. He's got such a wide, varied range of people coming on. That there's a lot of people. Actually, there's a lot of people he gets on his channel that I go, I've never even heard of that person, and they've got channels. So it's amazing these people can sort of slip by until you see Pete sort of bringing them something maybe to the light. Yeah.
I know. I agree absolutely. It's I think you're going to appreciate it. I really do. I think it's I think you're going to just appreciate everything you see over on Pete's channel. Everything, whether it's his videos he does. He's a massive gamer as well, and I know Michael is big into his old retro games as well. And I think he could get a lot from Pete, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I agree.
So Nick was saying, I'm the minority here who really enjoyed Halloween Ends. Interesting character study, great JLC turn. Just a shame the marketing lacked conviction. Again, it's it's great that you got enjoyment from it. I didn't. I'm hoping John will. But we'll wait and see.
I'm going in wanting to enjoy it or wanting to get something out of it. I'm not going to go and go, oh, well, I haven't got a bad view on it. You know, I'm not going to go in like this is going to be awful. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Gary North was just saying, always a great time on Wednesday streams. That's Pete he's talking about. Absolutely, couldn't agree more.
Yeah, massive.
So we got Gary here. Do you have any movie hates, like dream sequences, flashbacks, for example? Sorry if you have any questions. I have already asked, as I'm just going to start now watching your stream from the start. No, we actually haven't been asked that, Gary. So, yeah, John, is there anything you hate when it comes to kind of movies like that?
I would say a bit like, see if they say use too many flashbacks. They say, well, the classic one is Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, where they run out of film, didn't they? They only had enough film to make 60 minutes, and they couldn't release it at the cinema because it had to be a certain length of time. So they just went and got 20 minutes of the first one, just cobbled it together and made it run for 80 minutes. And that's how they got them to put the movie out. And to be honest, you think to yourself, all right, have a flashback, but you're watching 20 to 30 minutes of the first movie at the start with a little brief inserts of this bloke's eyebrows going all over the place and them looking like a crazy man. Which, in hindsight, it's so much fun. But I think the overuse of flashbacks is when you say they're going to recap, but they're like nearly show another movie at the start of it, like a previous movie. So flashbacks are quite pointless. Well, overindulgent flashbacks.
Yeah, you know what, John? It's funny you said that because do you know that TV show Lost?
Yes.
Have you ever watched it?
No, I've never watched any of it.
Right. Now, I found, because that show was just full of flashbacks, and every time we watched it, me and Alan would be watching it, and whenever they're on the island and they're focusing on everything that's on the island, it's rather enjoyable. But Jesus, when they start doing the flashbacks, I remember every time it happens, me and Alan would be looking at each other, Jesus Christ, just get on. If you are, it's they're 42 minutes an episode, and it's just so much filler from all these flashbacks. Now, just make the episodes 30 minutes long and cut out all that garbage that we don't need to know. So I agree with Gary there. I think it's flashbacks for me that really does. I bloody hate them in movies. Unnecessary.
You know what? Sometimes when they say previously on Lost, and they go blah blah blah, and you say, "Oh my God!" And you're just like trying to fast forward and get to the bit where it's actually starting again. And then when you watch it, it's only 10 minutes an episode. But yeah, no, it's the classic one where it was all a dream. Because you think, how they're going to end this movie, and they go, it was all a dream, and you just can't believe that.
Jesus Christ! Yeah,
I've done that plenty of times.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm telling you. Here's a nice comment for yourself, John. Michael, he just wanted to thank you again, John, for having me on your channel the other night. I had a blast.
Well, we did as well, me and Nigel, and I had a blast. Well, afterwards, when we turned off, I was telling you we're on for 2 hours.
Absolutely.
Looking through Michael's collection, which is
absolutely.
I mean, there's collections and there's collections.
Well, that's the same. One would question if 2 hours was enough to get through that collection.
Actually, we could have done it for another 8 hours. So the short answer, the short reply to that is that when we do, I think we talked about it in the stream, but if anyone doesn't know, we're going to do section 2, part 1's coming up next. and then section 2, part 2 is going to start with the Evil Dead. But instead of just doing the Evil Dead and another 10 or 11 films, we're going to do just the Evil Dead series.
Nice.
With Michael's going to be on that stream with me and Nige. The other ones will just be me and Nige. And we're just going to have like an Evil Dead special. And to be honest, it's going to be Michael talking with me and Nige looking extremely envious and just with my mouths open, and just for you to see this stuff and the things he's pulling out, I'm going, how on earth has a human being got that? I'm not going to say anything about them, but I'm just going to let Michael do the talking, and
let the stream do the talking. I think people are going to be
had a great time with Michael. He was such a fun person to talk to as well, which is all.
Could you imagine?
It's great to get people on your stream, and you just have a great like sort of like connection with them, and and you just like love talking. But it's just collectors love talking about stuff, and you've got like a collector, and you're in awe of his stuff, and you can say to that person, what's this, what's that, why did he get this, how did he get this? So it's brilliant, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and I'll tell you one thing, I'm actually really looking forward to the actual that stream when you do it, because I said it to you, he sent me so many photos, and it's so much, even the photos, that it was just so much to take in. I could actually watch them photos, them pictures, and I guarantee I will find something new that I didn't see the last time I checked it out. So it's
I know
it's going to be incredible.
But if you're a fan of Evil Dead, do check that one out, because I'm a fan of Evil Dead, and I am so looking forward to that for my own sort of selfishness to say, what's this? What's that? What's this?
He's the only man I know that just sent me pictures and made me feel bad about my own collection.
I know.
I kind of looked around and went, what's the point?
Yeah, you see, if you know something about, say, Evil Dead, I thought I knew a lot about it. Not everything, but a lot about it. And I thought I'd seen fairly as much as you could see that was commercially available for the Evil Dead. And even if someone says, have you seen this? So, well, I've heard about that. I think I've seen this. I've seen one like it. So say his collection is 100%. I must have been familiar or seen maybe, if I'm lucky, 10% of it. And the other 90% is all stuff from the Evil Dead that I didn't even know in my wildest dreams could exist.
Yeah.
So it's and I'm not even exaggerating there, Keith, am I?
I know you're most certainly not exaggerating, John. Yeah. Just bear with me for 1 second, John. Here, I'm just trying to do something, and I will be with you now. Right. So this is going to be an interesting one for you, because I haven't actually asked you about this, but yeah. So Steve just said he just got Maniac from 88 Films. I didn't know it was the first time uncut. Yes. So, yeah. So are you getting it, or what are you going to do? Because you are very conflicted with this one, though.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get it because it's number 50 in the 88 Films. Now, what I did here was, though, the Zombie Creeping Flesh is going to be included. The 4K is going to be included in the slasher collection, or they're going to be in the Italian collection. But anyway, these ones that are previously Blu-ray all the way through are starting to get 4Ks introduced to them, and I hope they've got the number on the side. So you've got your choice, maybe of the 4K or the Blu-ray, or maybe you've got to buy the 4K to keep the thing going. So that makes me think this is the 4K transfer on the Blu-ray of Maniac. Is there a 4K coming out? It is the 4K going to be number 50 as well. A bit like Criterion do like a 4K. Say the 4K of Citizen Kane was spine number 1 for Criterion. So say Citizen Kane 4K, even though it's released, 20 years after the first one.
Yeah.
That's spine number 1, I believe. So you've got your spine number is always going to be number 1 for Citizen Kane, no matter what they do. If they do 8K of it or 16K of it, it's going to go number 1.
Yeah.
So are they going to do the same with Maniac? Is everything they're going to do in Maniac in spine number 50? So
right.
I don't even want to get. So that makes me think, but I do need to get the Blu-ray in case they don't do that. So I'm kind of stuck. I do need to get the Blu-ray, and I just need to bite the bullet. It's a bit of but it's exactly the same as the 4K, but the 4K is a 4K. from.
That's what I'm saying. But what do you do here? Do you take the gamble? Do you wait? You know,
it's a bit of a huge gamble because I could guarantee it goes two ways. It's either it's come out with 20 quid, which I think is overpriced. It should be 15 at the most.
Yeah.
For what it is. But I do think that I run the risk of actually losing the slipcover on it, so that could come off. Doesn't really matter because underneath the spine is exactly the same as a slipcover, so you're not missing anything off what you see. But if it does go, and I do actually think, well, I do need that, and it goes hugely out of print for whatever reason, like some of them do, maybe they lose some rights or something. I'm kind of stuck by saying I'm going to have to pay more than, maybe I'm going to pay 30, 40 quid for this. I don't even want it, or need it, should I say. So for me, it's got a lovely cover on it. That's all I can say. The slipcover is lovely. So I'm just going to go and get it, and then it's done.
Right.
With a view of thinking there's a 4K coming out. And if the 4K is spine number 50, the Blu-ray can come out. The 4K can go in there.
Yes.
And that's okay. But then again, I don't need the 4K.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
you got it. So, yeah.
I just think I'm going to go for the Blu-ray. £20 is a bit of a price, but it's done. I don't really like, I don't really like doing that, but sometimes you're kind of locked into a collection.
Yeah, like as you know, with me with Titans Occult, I'm invested now, so it's they can bring out like the bloody best of the Little House on the Prairie, and I'll still have to pick it up. There's nothing I can do now. I'm committed to it. So,
did you know what the next one's going to be that they bring out?
Star Trek, I know, is the next one.
No, the one after that.
What's that?
Halloween Ends.
Followed by Scream 5.
Yes, and then Halloween 2. Rob Zombie.
I'll be done. I'd like to officially announce my retirement from Titans Occult.
That's me done.
So, right, John, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, so I'm going to start shooting through a lot of these now and try to get to that Haley's comment by the time this is over. So the monkey is just saying, thank you, Bogey. We've got Classic Reviews here saying, hey, guys. Hey, Classics, thanks for stopping by. Ryan Harris was saying that Halloween 3 was actually good. Yeah, it's one of my favorite horror movies of all time. It is.
It is.
Yeah, the monkey saying yes. All Hallows Eve came out first, with Art the Clown. So yeah. Well, so in a way, there is 3 kind of Terrifier movies. So let me get past a few of these comments that are just talking to each other. The monkey was saying that was Art of the Clown's first appearance in All Hallows Eve. So yeah.
Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember someone saying it to me. Right, we have got Trevor here. Evening chats. After watching Absurd, then wow, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name. Do you want to give that a go, John?
Anthropophagus.
Thank you so much. The cave scene in that movie to me explains why he looks normal and can heal the way he can in Absurd. That's the way I get around it. What's that Absurd, John?
Absurd is a sort of sequel or unofficial sequel to Anthropophagus, the Beast. It's the same. It's the same character. It's the same sort of story. I understand what Trev's saying here. I don't even want to talk too much about the cave scene because that is the reason why it got banned. It is pretty brutal when you think about what's happening. And you can understand immediately why he got banned for that. But yes, I know you would have to see the 2 films to understand what he's talking about, what Trev's in that. But that's a good spin on it, actually, because to me, I'm thinking, yeah, I can. Yeah, because in Absurd, he's kind of like in Anthropophagus, he's like this kind of like scabby thing. In Absurd, he's not, but he's got this capability where nothing can kill him. It's a bit like a Michael Myers, actually.
Okay.
In a fashion, just like a regular guy, but you can't kill him.
Right. Okay. That's interesting.
That's actually, Trevor, quite an interesting point.
Gary North here is saying as well, interested in your opinion of Possession, the Section 2 video nasty when you watch it again for a nasty video with Rock God.
Possession is a movie that I didn't like at all when I saw it to start off with. I thought it was awful in a way that I just thought was very talky and very boring. I've got it again, and I will watch it, but I've got no view on it now because I haven't watched it since I watched it the first time around. But I think I was just young and I didn't understand why it was just like two people arguing for most of the movie. With a really big gore scene in it and sort of other things. Like, you know, you can understand why it was. I think it was because the cover put the gore scene on it, which is, you know, literally nothing in the movie. And of course, someone's going to it. Oh, right, that's going to get taken out.
Right.
It's more like an art house film, actually.
Okay. Steve actually has a question for you here as well, John. He says, "Hi, John. I'm looking at Night Train Murders Italian Collection. Have you seen it?"
Yeah, I've seen it, and it's 1975, and it's like basically like Last House on the Left on a train. And it's, I tell you what, when it first came out to be like released, I thought there's no way that's going to get took out like uncut. I remember getting in touch with John Hall, and I says, "Oh, Night Train Murders has come out," because I'd bought it from the States on Blue Underground, actually, Blu-ray. And I remember thinking that there's no way this is coming out. So I got in touch with him. He says, "Oh, it's out fully uncut." So I got it, and it's a better version than the Blue Underground one, believe it or not. And so I got the Blue Underground one, and I think it's a great movie, but I tell you what, it's a nasty movie, like very very nasty. But it's got some good twists and turns in it. I do like it. But just think of Last House on the Left on a train.
All right. Okay. Jesus. Okay.
But beware, it's got one of the worst openings in a movie ever. It starts off with a theme tune sung by Demis Roussos.
Yes. Wow, okay.
Remember Demis Roussos?
Just remind me.
He used to sing that song Forever and Ever and Ever, and he used to
thing.
He had that big pants he used to wear. Yes, so we got to put up with
that. Wow. Right, let me get on here now. So Nick is just saying, I can't think of a King movie adaptation where they changed large parts, and he actually liked it. Yeah, he does be very negative towards his adaptations.
Do you not find that sometimes, I mean, look at The Shining book ends, it's awful, I find. I just think, and don't forget, they made it for that TV movie, which the ending is it's stupid. So I think the Kubrick one was much better. So maybe there's like the criticism of somebody changing his movie to make it, changes his story to make it a better story.
You know, I think it's kind of brilliant though that we kind of got the ending in Doctor Strange. Yeah, not Doctor Strange. Sorry, Doctor Sleep. Sorry, Doctor Strange. Yeah, I thought that was quite. It was quite brilliant. That has to be said.
Yeah, I do agree with that one, but I think that in the book, when I read the book's great, but the ending's awful. It's just stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So let me see. Nick was just saying the Blair Witch remake was an improvement. I haven't seen it.
Oh, I've got it, but I haven't seen it. I didn't like Blair Witch 2. Didn't like it at all. Thought it was awful.
Right. So I think this is the point of the stream where I'm going to have to tell everyone, look, unfortunately, we are not going to be able to get through these comments. There's just far too many. We are going to try and stay on for 5 more minutes. I'll try and get through whatever I can. But I do want to get to that comment with Haley, just to thank her whenever I do. So I will be scrolling past a lot of stuff very soon. So again, I think you're better off. You're going to leave messages now. Just put down your farewell messages because we're going to have to log off now very, very soon.
Yeah.
So Alexander says, do you lads remember the whispers back in the day about dog soldiers was getting a squeal? Would you like to see one? I think I would.
I think I heard a brief thing about that. I think they were talking about the fact that they could have made a sequel out of it, but it just never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that.
So Haley is just saying here, sorry, gents, I had to hop off for a couple of hours, but glad to see you're still on. What has been your biggest jump scare?
Ooh. Easy.
Which one for you?
Without a shadow of a doubt, it's weird because it was the biggest jump scare. Actually, there was another one as well. It was a huge one in *Malignant*. I wasn't expecting it at all, and I nearly fell off the chair, which doesn't happen to me at all. You know, usually Deborah's the one that gets the jump scares. It's just like, wow, there's screaming.
Yeah.
There's one in *Malignant* that sent us off the chair, but the one that's the biggest jump scare, which seemed to last for the longest time, the first time around, was in *Mulholland Drive*.
I know the scene.
Because it lasts for, it's not like a second, maybe it lasts for like maybe 3 seconds ish.
Yeah.
You're kind of stunned for about another 5 or 6 seconds after that.
Right.
So yeah, so that really got me, that one.
I'll tell you what one got me. It got me, but I have to admit, this jump scare was doing the rounds online. I remember everyone was going on about it. But I never knew what the scene was. So it was Final Destination. Do you remember the first Final Destination?
Yeah.
Your one getting hit by the bus. That scared. I leapt off my seat. I remember going into it going, everyone talking about this jump scare, and I kept saying, it won't get me. It won't get me. I tell you one thing, I nearly ended up in the seat behind me when it happened. Scared the shit out of me. Haley was just also saying she watched *Malignant* last week. Funny, you know, just talking about it.
Oh, well,
it was brilliant in the first half, building up the tension. Very good scares. I felt the ending explanation was a bit silly though, and that was a shame. Yeah, I feel kind of very similar to what Haley
I could agree with
that movie.
Yeah.
But
I can see what you're saying. Yes, definitely.
So Mad Marty is just saying he's watching watched Barbarian tonight. He said it was excellent. Another good comment towards Barbarian.
I'd love for that one.
Yeah. Didn't like Halloween Kills at cinema, but also found it excellent at home, 4K. Maybe I had too many jalapenos on my nachos at the cinema. There you go. I'm always looking for excuses as well.
Tell you that much.
Yeah. Right, John, you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to scroll right down here, folks. I'm going to have to skip these comments now because I do want to get to this one here. Right here. Haley has actually donated £20. So it's a super sticker, £20. That is just unbelievable, Haley. Thank you so much for that. I promise you, I will buy a movie, just like everyone else that's donated tonight. I'm going to try and buy a movie from each donation that I got, and I'll probably do a video just specifically for them. Yeah, I think that'd be a great little video and all that. So Haley, thank you so much for that. She's unbelievably sweet, that one, and she's again, she left some incredible message as well for you know, with everything that was going on with Ellen and all that. So thank you so much for that, Haley. It's absolutely incredible.
It's such a generous thing to do that. I think that's a great thing to do, Keith. The fact that you can, that's actually a great video to have. I don't think I've ever seen one that they can say, well, I got this, I got that, I got this, and it's given a little bit back, someone back to that person as well.
Absolutely,
for that generosity that they're shown.
Yeah, and another thing as well that Haley just picked on here that none of us noticed tonight. But she says, that's for hitting the 4-hour mark now, and now it's officially Halloween. And both of you on Legends. Buy lots of Halloween sweets with this. Unbelievable, Haley. And that's I think, John, I think on that comment, that's where I'm going to leave it.
So it's Halloween.
It's Halloween. Haley was the first to point it out to us. It was doing a Halloween special, and not one of us thought to think when it hit a minute past 12 to say that it actually was Halloween.
Happy Halloween, anybody who's watching this.
Absolutely, happy Halloween. And I hope all of you have a great day today. Watch as many horror movies as you can. Get them all in. Even you, John, get onto that phone when you're in work tonight and try and get a movie in there. And that,
yes. And I might be living my own horror show. I'll tell you what, though, maybe I might be able to write a horror movie after me shift tonight.
There you go. Happy days.
There you go.
So again, apologies to all the comments that we couldn't get through. We kind of figured there was no way we were going to get through them. Unfortunately, it's just you know what, to have that kind of support, it's unbelievable for the two of us, John. It's just it's very overwhelming to.
It is.
You know, it's saying something when you can't get through the comment section that there's a lot of respect and love out there for both our channels. And another thing I wanted to say as well is just to thank everyone for keeping it horror tonight. Every comment is it's all right. It's all right me saying, "Oh, I'm doing a Halloween special stream tonight," but it's yous that are the ones that are keeping it horror. And thanks for every single one of your comments. It was fantastic. And again, John, thank you for being the wingman again, as per usual. So,
enjoyed it, as always.
Yeah, and I just wanted to put it out there again. 32 people still watching. If you are not aware of John's channel, the link is in the description below. Please do go over to his channel. Check it out. I think you're going to be impressed by what you see. And keep an eye out for that upcoming stream that he has coming, which is Evil Dead stream with Michael. I think that is going to be something quite remarkable.
I'm hoping that if it doesn't come out in November, it'll definitely come out in December. And I'm not kidding. I'm not just doing this, not just saying this. You will not believe what you're going to see in it.
No, again, I don't want to oversell it, but I'm not going to believe what you're going to see if the pictures are anything to go by. So that is it, folks. That is it. And that's the end of my stream. And again, thanks to everyone stopping by. And yes, hopefully it won't be too long before we get another one going again, John.
Yeah, that would be great. And just anytime you want, just give us a shout, and I'll try my best. And also, thanks, Keith, for inviting me onto this stream on this special day, because it is this special day now, isn't it?
It is a special day now. Yeah, it was terrible. The first 4 hours was shocking. It's only the last hour and a half where it's come good.
Yeah.
So, yes, folks, right. So, thanks again. We'll see you all again very, very soon. So, take it easy to you all.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. Happy Halloween.